Waiting for the Truth. By Grover Furr. Eknal Agem NTS. 4 abbreviations. 5. PFAKI. 7. 10 Chapter 1. Collectivization and Famine. 31 Chapter 2. Kirov and the Kirov Murder. 51 Chapter 3. Orjonikij's Death. 64 Chapter 4. Trotsky and the Bloc. 86 Chapter 5. First Moscow Trial. 94 Chapter 6. Second Moscow Trial. 111 Chapter 7. Spanish Civil War. 124 Chapter 8. Third Moscow Trial. 139 Chapter 9. Tykhaevsky Affair. 151 Chapter 9a. Appendix, The Bloodstain Question. 197 Chapter 10. Yezhov's Conspiracy. 201 Chapter 11. Miscellaneous Topics. 243 Chapter 1 Law. Miscellaneous Falsehoods, continued. 26-7 Chapter 12. Strategies of Misdirection. 284 Chapter 13. Bias of Omission. 296 Chapter 14. A Little Source Criticism by Kotkin. Why doesn't he do it all the time? 332 Chapter 15. Conclusion. 351 L11D.X. 3. Winky Face. Preface. Read me first. The present book is an exhaustive critique of Stephen Kotkin, Stalin. Waiting for Hitler 1929-1941. This is the second volume of what Kotkin, a professor of history at Princeton University and a fellow at the Hoover Institution, intends to be a 3-volume work and the definitive biography of Joseph Stalin. This book is written primarily for those who will never read Kotkin's book. It has to be, because very, very few people will in fact read this humongous tome, humongous in size, and also in dishonesty. The reader will not learn the history of the Soviet Union during 1929-1941 from Kotkin's book. Kotkin's book is completely unreliable. It is filled with false statements and unsupported assumptions. It is dedicated to convincing the reader that Joseph Stalin was a monster, a mass murderer and all-round evil person, and that the Soviet Union during his day was little short of a hell on earth. It is also devoted to trashing the idea of communism itself, partly through associating the communist movement with the monster Stalin, partly by smuggling in the notion that market capitalism is a far better form of political and social organization. Kotkin has not attempted to write an accurate, objective account of Stalin's life during these years. Instead, he cherry-picks phony evidence to try to prove his very negative views about Stalin, the Soviet Union, and the communist movement. Few readers will read this huge book. Of the very few readers who do manage to make it through the text, only a tiny fraction will read more than a small handful of the footnotes. And of those, how? 8. Many will actually check the references in the footnotes, in order to see whether they do, in fact, provide evidence for the statements Kotkin makes in the text alleging crimes by Stalin? If you think no one will, you are almost correct. For this is what I have done. The book in your hands contains the results of my careful checkup of Kotkin's claims of criminal and/or atrocious acts by Stalin and the Soviet leadership. I have written this book so that you don't have to read Kotkin's. You can find out what Kotkin has to say about Stalin and the events of Soviet history from 1928 to 1941, and how Kotkin falsifies the history of this period. And you can do all this in fewer than 400 pages. The chapters are organized according to the major historical events of the Soviet 1930s, as Kotkin deals with them. You can select the topics that interest you most. When you read a chapter in my book, you will learn what Kotkin has to say about the events in question, how he falsifies them, and get a brief account of what the real state of affairs is as demonstrated by the best evidence available today. You should read this book instead of reading Kotkin's book. If you haven't bought his book, don't bother. If you have bought it, then you can consult it if you should ever doubt my analysis of this or that incident. Then you can use it for a doorstop. You should read this book if you want to know how Soviet history of the Stalin period is distorted, falsified, mangled, by mainstream historiography. You can learn about the anti-Stalin paradigm, the false and dishonest model of Soviet history to which mainstream historians are expected to conform and to which almost all of them do in fact conform. You can use this book as a kind of reference work. What does the best available evidence show about these events? How is the mainstream, official, history wrong about them? Preface 9. If you have suspected that this or that event of the Soviet 1930s may have been distorted by mainstream historians, you can read up on it here. If you have trusted the mainstream historical portrait of Stalin and of the Soviet 193 OS, you are in for a big shock. I've written this book for those who will read Kotkin's book and for those who won't manage to get through it. But I have written it especially for those who never intend to even try to read Kotkin's monstrosity. If you have not yet decided to read Kotkin's book, take my advice, don't waste your time. Read this book instead. You'll not just learn more, what you learn will be true. Read Kotkin, and what you learn will be all wrong and you will have to unlearn it, by reading this book. The right to lie in the service of power. 1. The right to lie in the service of power is guarded with considerable vigor and passion. This becomes evident whenever anyone takes the trouble to demonstrate that charges against some official enemy are inaccurate or, sometimes, pure invention. The immediate reaction among the commissars is that the person is an apologist for the real crimes of official enemies. Noam Chomsky. 1. The first volume of Stephen Kotkin's biography of Joseph Stalin is titled Stalin. Volume 1. Paradoxes of Power, 1878 to 1928. It was published in 2014. As the title suggests, in it Kotkin discusses Stalin's life up to late in the year 1928. The last chapter of the book is titled Coda, If Stalin Had Died. Much of this chapter is about the collectivization of agriculture in the Soviet Union. But this subject is not dealt with in Volume 1. It is reserved for the opening chapters of Volume 2, the volume that we examine and critique here. If this coda was supposed to somehow argue that Stalin's life up to 1928 made the policy of agricultural collectivization inevitable, or possible, or something, it fails. In it Kotkin does make the claim that agricultural modernization would have been both possible and less costly under a market capitalist system. But he does not even try to demonstrate how that might be done. His depiction of collectivization as a brutal failure is not only not proven, it is unargued, simply assumed. I did not read this coda until I had read Volume 1 itself, almost a year after its publication. In November 2014, the same year as the book's publication, Kotkin published an abbreviated version of the coda in the New York Review of Books. A friend sent me this essay as soon as he received the issue. Of course that magazine could contain no evidence for the assertions made in it, and I did not expect any. But I was puzzled by the fact that the essay started with an event not covered in the book collectivization. Moreover, I also knew that his depiction of collectivization runs counter to the best research on the subject. It did not augur well for the yet to come Volume 2. When, a few months later, I did read Volume 1, I was surprised again. After reading Kotkin's terribly inaccurate depiction of collectivization and his praise of capitalism and markets, de rigueur for a fellow of the right-wing anti-communist propaganda mill that is the Hoover Institution, I found that Kotkin's depiction of Stalin in Volume 1 was relatively objective, without any phony allegations of crimes. On several topics, for example, the question of the forgery of Lenin's testament, Volume 1 breaks from the pattern of anti-Stalin polemics that normally passes for history in mainstream Soviet studies. Still, that coda was a clear sign that Volume 2 would be very different, lacking in objectivity, gravid with unproven accusations of crimes of Stalin. And so it is. Volume 2 was published in October 2017. Having spent many years researching Soviet history of the 1930s, I immediately saw that this second volume repeats a number of falsehoods about major political events, in conformity with the dominant and all too familiar model in mainstream Soviet historiography, the model that I call the anti-Stalin paradigm. I saw too that there were many specific incidents discussed in Volume 2 that I had not come across before. The first of these was a tale of minor importance, claim there were no mistakes. Here Kotkin accuses Stalin of, what? A peccadillo, at most? Perhaps this story was true, then. So I researched it. It was difficult to obtain the materials to do so. At length I was able to verify that, sure enough, it is a phony story, with no evidence behind it. At this point I thought, what if the whole book is like this? I was hooked. I realized that I had to know. I have done similar research projects before. Between 2005 and 2011 I researched and wrote a book proving that Nikita Khrushchev's famous secret speech is made up of lies from beginning to end. That speech to the XX Party Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on February 25, 1956, the speech in which Khrushchev depicted Stalin as a brutal dictator who had committed many murders and other crimes, had shocked the world and fatally undermined the international communist movement. Yet it is a tissue of falsehoods. Between 2010 and 2013 I checked all the references in Matthew Leno's massive 820-plus pages, tome The Kirov Murder and Soviet History. I did so because while studying it I noted many errors of reasoning and many logical fallacies in this work, which comes to the conventional, acceptable conclusion that Sergei Kirov, first secretary of Leningrad, was killed by a lone gunman. I spent years in checking Leno's evidence, and then in compiling much evidence that Leno and others had omitted. In the end I reached the conclusion, inevitable, given the evidence, that the Soviet courts had gotten it right. Kirov was indeed killed by a clandestine conspiratorial group of followers of Grigory Zinoviev. This important case led inexorably to the uncovering of the widespread anti-Soviet conspiracies uncovered in the later 1930s. 13. In 2011 to 2014 I checked every single allegation of wrongdoing of any kind by Stalin, the Soviet Union, and communists generally, in Yale professor Timothy Snyder's award-winning book Blood/Ends. At the end of 30 months of research I concluded that Snyder's book too contains not a single accurate allegation of crime of any kind by Stalin. Every one of such allegations is false, a fabrication, either by Snyder himself or by the intensely anti-communist scholars, mainly Polish and Ukrainian, whose work Snyder relied on. So I set out to do likewise with Kotkin's Volume 2, with one difference. The book is too long, 1,154 pages long, 909 pages of text, 160 pages of triple-columned footnotes in tiny type, and 51 pages of bibliography, also triple-columned in tiny type, plus an index. Therefore, unlike Khrushchev's speech and Snyder's much shorter book, it would not be possible to check every fact claim in. But not necessary, either. Procedure. I have selected 10 issues in the high politics of Soviet history during the 1930s, and thoroughly researched Kotkin's account of each of them. I have added another 2 chapters of various allegations of lesser importance where Kotkin alleged some kind of misdeed, criminal or moral, by Stalin. A chapter on strategies of misdirection in Kotkin's book is an attempt to analyze the different techniques and also the errors of method and logic, perhaps intentional, perhaps due to incompetence, which Kotkin utilizes in order to create the wildly distorted portrait of Stalin and Soviet policies that he promotes in this meretricious book. I have also added 2 chapters on central problems concerning Kotkin's research, his lack of source criticism, and his use of bias by omission. 14. This book deals with all the alleged crimes and atrocities that Kotkin charges Stalin with. It includes all the passages where Kotkin alleges any kind of reprehensible behavior or even insensitivity on Stalin's part. The claim, There were no mistakes. Story is an example of something we will see a great many times in this book. Kotkin cannot be trusted to use his sources accurately or honestly. When Kotkin makes an assertion of fact, or fact claim, about some crime or misdeed involving Stalin, the sources for this fact claim must be double-checked. Upon checking Kotkin's source, we normally find either that his source does not support what Kotkin's text says or implies that it does, or that the source does reflect what Kotkin says in his text but that source itself is dishonest, in that it does not reflect what its own evidence states, or its source is yet another secondary source which, when it is examined in turn, does not support the fact claims given, or it cites no evidence at all. Devoid of integrity. The present book presents a detailed, heavily documented critique of Stalin, Volume 2. In it I document my conclusion: every one of Kotkin's charges of crimes or atrocities ed by Kotkin and against Stalin is false. I demonstrate this by checking the evidence Kotkin cites, by including when appropriate the evidence which Kotkin's sources cite, and by citing other evidence that he omits. Here is an important paragraph from the document Statement on Standards of Professional Conduct, by the American Historical Association. Historians should practice their craft with integrity. They should honor the historical record. They should document their sources. They should acknowledge their debts to the work of other scholars. They should respect and welcome divergent points of view even as they argue and subject those views to critical scrutiny. They should remember that our collective enterprise depends on mutual trust. And they should never betray that trust. It is the professional responsibility of historians to acknowledge disputes and disagreements in the fields they research. But Kotkin never informs his readers about the scholarly disputes that exist over many of these issues, whether it be the famine, the Azovshchina or Great Terror, the Katyn massacre, the Moscow trials, the Tukhachevsky affair, the Spanish Civil War, or others. Every time Kotkin repeats an anti-Stalin position without any qualification. It is an historian's responsibility to document her sources. Kotkin routinely violates this tenet of the historian's era. A great many of his footnotes, the form his documentation of sources normally takes, are phony. They appear to be the evidence of careful research. But, as I prove in this book in sometimes painstaking detail, they do not give evidence for Kotkin's fact claims about the crimes he attributes to Stalin. It is not only that many statements in Kotkin's book are factually false. These false statements do not occur randomly. There is a systematic quality to all of these falsehoods. Every one is tendentiously anti-communist. I realize that I would have to carefully check, one by one, every factual statement about the Soviet leadership or Soviet actions that had a negative tendency, every allegation of a crime or an atrocity. My working hypothesis was as follows: I would find that many of Kotkin's anti-Stalin or anti-Soviet assertions or fact claims were false, not supported by the evidence Kotkin cites or indeed by any evidence. My further hypothesis was that the secondary sources Kotkin cites in support of these statements would either not be cited at https://www.historians.org/jobs-professional-development/statements standards and guidelines of the discipline/statement on standards of professional conduct. Support Kotkin's fact claims, or would themselves be fallacious, unsupported by the evidence that they cited. My research has fully corroborated both of these hypotheses. In fact, I discovered that my initial hypothesis was too cautious. I have found not that many, but that all of Kotkin's fact claims of an anti-Stalin tendency are false. In this book I present the results of that research. Organization of this book. The chapters in this book adhere to the following method of presentation. After an introductory section I quote every passage in which Kotkin makes a fact claim that accuses Stalin of some crime or that tends to reflect negatively upon Stalin. Then the evidence Kotkin cites to support his statement, normally found in a footnote, is identified and, where possible, reproduced. Then each of the sources in that footnote, whether primary or secondary, is checked and verified in order to assess whether that source provides support for Kotkin's fact claim. In the case of secondary sources, I have checked further for the primary sources that these secondary sources use. This is essential because the fact that one historian agrees with another does not constitute evidence. Only primary sources are evidence. In each instance where Kotkin cites another secondary source in a footnote, I have obtained and studied the primary source evidence upon which that secondary source relies. This procedure continues until we reach the primary sources upon which all the other secondary sources are based, or until we discover that, in reality, there is no primary source evidence supporting the series of fact claims, which are thereby revealed to be falsifications. This method is essential in order to verify Kotkin's fact claims concerning Stalin's crimes, or, as it turns out, in order to demonstrate that they are, without exception, false. Whenever possible, I have given a summary title or subheading to each of the passages from Kotkin's book. The purpose of this introduction. 17. Subheading is to aid the reader in deciding whether he or she wants to examine these fact claims, or wishes to pick and choose, examining some and passing over others. At the time of this writing, no one else has taken the trouble to do this. This would not be a bad thing if Kotkin's book were generally ignored. Historians of the USSR, like historians generally, should spend their time doing honest research and discovering the truth, rather than double-checking every fact claim and allegation made by other historians. But Kotkin's book is very influential, as are his published articles in semi-popular journals and the YouTube videos of his talks. Kotkin's fact claims about crimes of Stalin are normally assumed to be true, while the reality is that they are always false. Through books such as Stalin, Volume 2, falsehoods become accepted as truths, the current of historical understanding polluted. The anti-Stalin paradigm. In the present book I demonstrate, using Kotkin's own sources and other evidence, that not a single one of the accusations that Kotkin levels against Stalin is true. Such a conclusion demands explanation, and I outline my own views in the final chapter. One important element of that explanation is what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm, about which a little should be said here. Khrushchev lied in February 1956, at the XX Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Nikita Khrushchev, first secretary of the party and leader of the Soviet state, gave a secret speech in which he accused Stalin of great crimes. At the XXII Party Congress in 1961, Khrushchev and other party leaders under him went even further in their attacks on Stalin. After that, and until Khrushchev's ouster in October 1964, a flood of pseudo-scholarly Soviet works were published in which accusations about Stalin's crimes multiplied wildly. Since the Bolshevik Revolution itself, the academic field of Soviet history has been dominated by anti-communist bias. Khrushchev's 1956 secret speech, the anti-Stalin speeches at the XXII Party Congress, and the ensuing torrent of Khrushchev-orchestrated fabrications, became the basis for the avalanche of anti-Stalin books that followed. Notable among them was, for example, Robert Conquest's tome The Great Terror, which drew heavily upon these Khrushchev-era materials. In an earlier article, Vladimir L. Bobrov and I examined the last chapter of Stephen F. Cohen's book Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution, one of the most influential anti-Stalin books based on Khrushchev-era materials. There we showed that Cohen relied entirely upon Khrushchev-era revelations in this chapter on Bukharin's life between 1930 and 1938, and that every single revelation Cohen makes in that long chapter is demonstrably false. 4. Gorbachev lied to. The Khrushchev-era Soviet works were not simply the result of bias. Rather, they were deliberate lies. 5. Khrushchev and his men had all the evidence of the Soviet archives, everything we have today plus much, much more. The same is true of Mikhail Gorbachev's people, who churned out an even bigger avalanche of anti-Stalin falsehoods after 1987, an avalanche that continues to the present day. 19. The academic field of Soviet history of the Stalin period has been constructed around the more or less uncritical acceptance of, first, Khrushchev era, and second, of Gorbachev era and post-Soviet era lies. These lies cannot be sustained in the face of the evidence now available from former Soviet archives. However, to admit this would imply that the works of dozens of historians of the USSR, during several generations, are poisoned at the root, as, indeed, they are. Therefore the anti-Stalin paradigm, as I call this model of Stalin-era Soviet history, goes unchallenged. As long as it continues to serve anti-communist ideological purposes, and as long as the truth can be ignored, buried, hidden, or otherwise disregarded, the demonization of Stalin, the Soviet leadership of his day, and the communist movement continues to perform its useful function in the economy of anti-communist propaganda, propped up by the prestige of academic experts in many countries. This is the tradition that has produced works like Kotkin's Stalin, Volume 2. The authors of such books do not have to fear that their falsehoods will be exposed by their peers in the field of Soviet history, because anti-Stalin lies are very seldom exposed as such. In such an atmosphere, where the historian can accuse Stalin and the USSR of almost any crime, can say virtually anything as long as it has an anti-Stalin bias, a kind of Gresham's law comes into play. Bad research drives out the good, or at the very least makes the honest researcher very cautious, very careful not to challenge the prevailing paradigm. This is the academic and political environment that makes fraudulent works like Stalin, Volume 2 possible. Concerning the portrayal of Stalin by anti-communist historians like Kotkin, Professor Domenico Losurdo of the University of Urbino, Italy, writes, Les philosophes ayant es interroger en évoquant non seulement les événements historiques mais aussi les catégories avec lesquelles nous interprétons ces événements. Aujourd'hui, quelle est donc la catégorie avec laquelle on interprète Stalin? Celle de folie sanguinaire. Cette catégorie est déjà utilisée contre Robespierre, contre la révolution de 1848, contre la Commune, mais jamais contre la guerre, ni contre Louis XVI, ni contre les Girondins ou Napoléon. Pour ce qui concerne l'exème siècle, nous avons d'études psychopathologiques sur Lénine, Stalin, Trotsky, Mao, mais pas, par exemple contre Churchill. Or, tout le groupe dirigent bolchevique se prononce contre l'expansionisme colonial, tandis que Churchill écrivait la guerre est un jeu auquel il faut sourire. 11 Yut ensuite le carnage de la Première Guerre mondiale, le groupe dirigent bolchevique, Stalin compris, est contre ce carnage, mais Churchill déclare encore. Alors, pourquoi l'approche psychopathologique dans un cas et pas dans l'autre? 6 Translation. In their discussions, philosophers like to evoke not only historical events but also the categories with which we interpret these events. Today, what is the category with which Stalin is interpreted? That of bloodthirsty madness. This category has already been used against Robespierre, against the Revolution of 1848, against the Paris Commune, but never against war, or against Louis XVI, or against the Girondins or Napoleon. Regarding the 20th century, we have psychopathological studies of Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky. 6. Domenico Losurdo, Stalin et le Stalinisme dans l'Histoire. April 12, 2012. At http://www.lafotd.net/stalini-et-stalinisme-dans-l, also at http://domenicolosurdo.blogspot.com/2012/09/il dibattito solo stalinismo alla.html. Losurdo's quotations from Churchill may be found in his book Stalin. Storia e critica di una leggenda nera. Rome, Carexi, 2008, p. 243. Mao, but not, for example, of Churchill. However, all of the Bolshevik leaders spoke up against colonial expansionism, while Churchill wrote, "War is a game at which one should smile." Then there was the carnage of the First World War. The Bolshevik leadership group, including Stalin, was against this carnage, but Churchill said again, War is the greatest game in world history, here I play with the highest stakes, war is the sole acute sensation of our lives. So why the psychopathological approach in the one case and not in the other? Khrushchev, Gorbachev, and phony history. 21. All historians of the Soviet Union know that Khrushchev and the historians whose works he sponsored, and Gorbachev and the historians he sponsored, were lying. If they do not know that, they are utterly incompetent to do Soviet history. The documents from former Soviet archives that have been published since the end of the USSR permit no other conclusion. In the case of Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men, the word lie is completely justified, in fact, is essential, because these people had all the evidence, everything we now have that has been published from former Soviet archives, plus much, much more. It is hard indeed to imagine that Kotkin is ignorant of these basic facts. But he never tells his readers about this. Of course, if he did so, he would not be able to use dishonest Khrushchev and Gorbachev-era secondary sources as his evidence. Fabrications, falsifications, and lies. It will shock many readers to learn that a major work by a prominent historian can be, at base, a chain of untruths, its scholarly trappings a demonstrable fraud, a trap intended to lure the unwary or the hopelessly biased into believing falsehoods. Rightly so, we should be shocked and outraged by this kind of 22. Historical fraudulence. Yet Stalin, Volume 2 is precisely such a book. That is the inevitable conclusion of my study. It will appear to readers that many of Kotkin's fact claims are almost certainly lies in the strict sense. That is, they must have been made with conscious decision to deceive rather than as the expression of bias coupled with ignorance. At the same time, many readers will assume that the word lie should only be used when deliberate dishonesty by a writer can be clearly demonstrated. For this reason I am reluctant to have recourse to the word lie. In all cases where deliberate intent to deceive cannot be clearly demonstrated by the evidence, I use another term such as fabrication or falsification that connotes something made up, not contained in any of the evidence cited. As I have written elsewhere, it is easy to underestimate the power of a well-established, privileged preconceived framework of analysis on the minds of any researcher who is himself seriously biased. The pressures, both psychological and academic, to reach a conclusion acceptable to leading figures in the field of Soviet history, as well as to officials in Russia who control access to archives, are considerable indeed. Consequently, the disadvantages, professionally and otherwise, of reaching a conclusion that, no matter how well demonstrated, will be displeasing to powerful forces in the archival, political, and academic communities, are clear to anyone who is familiar with the highly politicized nature of the field of Soviet and indeed of all of communist history. Accordingly, I consider the word lie to be appropriate only when the evidence clearly shows that Kotkin has made a statement in flagrant disregard for the truth, such as a statement that is not supported in the source Kotkin cites in support of it or is even contradicted by that source. Yet even in such cases we should not rule out the power of a preconceived framework plus a strong bias to blind a non-objective historian like Kotkin to evidence and conclusions that are incompatible with the ASP. Objectivity and the truth. It is a commonplace today that Stalin committed mass murders and gross atrocities. This belief is like the notions, almost universal before the 20th century, that women and non-whites are intellectually inferior. Those notions were common sense, taken for granted by almost every white male of European ancestry, including scientists. They were questioned by few, firmly rejected by fewer still. Yet they were never true. They were avidly promoted because they served definite political and economic interests. An objective study of the evidence now available shows that, contrary to what everybody knows, what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm, none of the mass murders, atrocities, and other crimes alleged against Stalin can be verified by the evidence. Not one of them. On the contrary, the evidence now available proves that Stalin was not guilty of even a single one of the crimes Kotkin is eager to arraign him for. Because this conclusion will shock many readers, the evidence supporting it must be more fully expounded than is normally the case in historical studies. After all, a major conclusion of this book is that, on any important matter, the fact claims even of renowned historians should never be simply believed accepted as true. Instead they must be verified. Why, then, should any reader accept the fact claims in this book, namely, that some statement in Stalin, Volume 2 is false when the same book cautions them not to believe Kotkin? Accordingly, the footnotes, references, and where necessary, the primary documents essential for any reader to check my conclusions, are reproduced here. This adds to the length of this 24 study. But there is no other way to document such a travesty of historical scholarship as Stalin, Volume 2 presents us with. The aim of the present study is to examine the allegations by Kotkin against Stalin. Although at many points Stalin, Volume 2 reads something like a prosecutor's brief against Stalin and the USSR, the present study is fundamentally different. My book is not a defense attorney's brief. It is not an attempt to prove either guilt or innocence. Rather, it is an attempt to find the truth. I have tried hard to do what an investigator does in the case of a crime in which he has no bias, no parti pris, but only wishes to solve the crime. This is what all historians are supposed to do, and what most historians who investigate the more distant past do all the time. I wish to persuade the fair-minded, objective reader that I have carried out a competent, honest investigation. Namely, that I have done the following: collected all the evidence that Kotkin has cited to prove his allegations against Stalin, and also any negative evidence that contests those allegations, studied all this evidence carefully and honestly, drawn my conclusions on the basis of that evidence. Political prejudice predominates in the study of communism and in particular of Soviet history. Conclusions that contradict the dominant anti-Stalin paradigm are routinely ignored or dismissed. Conclusions that cast doubt upon accusations against Stalin or whose implications tend to make him look either good or just less evil than the predominant paradigm holds him to have been, are called Stalinist. Any objective study of the evidence now available is bound to be called Stalinist simply because it must reach conclusions that are politically unacceptable to those who have a strong anti-communist bias, those who are enthralled to the false anti-Stalin paradigm. 25. I wish to persuade the objective reader that I have reached my conclusions on the basis of evidence and its analysis and not on any other basis such as political bias. My aim is neither to arraign or convict Kotkin nor to defend Stalin. I assure the reader that I remain ready to be convinced that Stalin did commit the atrocities alleged by Kotkin if and when evidence is disclosed that supports that conclusion, and that evidence can withstand the scholarly scrutiny to which all evidence should be subject. Before proceeding to study the relevant evidence, we must briefly consider the question of evidence itself. Whereas documents are material objects in our case, writing on paper evidence is a relational concept. In the present study we are concerned with investigating Kotkin's allegations in Stalin, Volume 2 of criminal, atrocious activity by Stalin. There is no such thing as absolute evidence. All evidence can be faked. This point can hardly be overstressed, since many people, including historians, believe that confessions of persons under arrest can be more readily faked than other kinds of evidence. But this is not so. Any statement, a confession of guilt, a denial of guilt, a claim that one has been tortured, a claim that one has not been coerced in any way, may be true or false, an attempt to state the truth as the speaker remembers it, or a deliberate lie. Documents can be forged and, in the case of Soviet history, often have been. False documents have on occasion been inserted into archives in order to be discovered. Or it may be alleged that a given document was found in an archive when it was not. Photographs can be faked. Eyewitnesses can lie, and in any case eyewitnesses are so often in error that such evidence is among the least reliable kind. 7. In principle there can be no such. 7. As I write these lines, a New York Times article relates a striking example of flagrant inaccuracies in eyewitness accounts and cites one of the foremost experts on this subject, Professor Elizabeth Loftus. Witness accounts in Midtown hammer attack show the power of false memory, at https://nyti.ms/lbtgham. 26. Thing as a smoking gun, evidence that is so clearly genuine and powerful that it cannot be interpreted in more than one way. The primary importance of objectivity: identifying, locating, gathering, studying, and interpreting evidence are skills that can be taught to anyone. The most difficult and rarest skill in historical research is the discipline of objectivity. In order to reach true conclusions, statements that are more truthful than other possible statements about a given historical event, a researcher must first question and subject to doubt any preconceived ideas she may hold about the event under investigation. It is one's own preconceived ideas and prejudices that are most likely to sway one into a subjective, inaccurate interpretation of the evidence. Therefore, the researcher must take special steps to make certain this does not happen. This can be done. The techniques are known and widely practiced in the physical and social sciences. They can and must be adapted to historical research as well. If such techniques are not practiced, the historian will inevitably be seriously swayed from an objective understanding of the evidence by her own pre-existing preferences and biases. That will all but guarantee that her conclusions are false, even if she is in possession of the best evidence and all the skills necessary to analyze it. Nowhere is a devotion to objectivity more essential or less in evidence than in the field of Soviet history of the Stalin period. As it is impossible to discover the truth absent a dedication to objectivity, the present study strives to be objective at all costs. Its conclusions will displease, even outrage, a good many persons who are dedicated not to objectivity and the truth but to promoting some anti-communist narrative or to defending the Cold War anti-communist paradigm of Soviet and European history. The role of appropriate skepticism. Throughout this essay I have tried to anticipate the objections of a skeptical critic. This is no more than any careful, objective 27. researcher should do. In the body of the essay I follow each presentation of evidence with a critical examination. Propaganda with footnotes. I have taught American history for 27 years at a university, and I open every class with a standard lecture that focuses on the three kinds of history: what actually happened, what we are told happened, and what we come to believe happened. This is important because we live in a world in which what people believe happened is all that matters, and trying to get to the facts sadly appears less relevant. Scholarship is the attempt to ascertain the truth. Arguments that proceed not from an objective search for truth but from some other motive, such as an attempt to attack or defend some specific allegation or historical paradigm, may fairly be labeled propaganda. When accompanied by the trappings of scholarship, references, bibliography, fraudulent assurances of objectivity, such writing in reality constitutes not scholarship but propaganda with footnotes. It is the conclusion of the present study that Stalin, Volume 2 is precisely such a work. Method of presentation. The present book takes upon itself the task of examining and checking every statement in Stalin, Volume 2 that has an anti-Stalin tendency, and reporting the results of this research of verification. It presents for the reader's consideration the proof that every fact claim of an anti-Stalin tendency in Kotkin's book is false. Most people rely upon the statements by supposedly authoritative figures such as Kotkin. They trust that scholars from respected institutions of learning, with renowned academic reputations, do not falsify important historical events. It is this trust that enables false scholarship to shape opinion on important historical questions. It is no exaggeration to state that, as concerns Stalin and therefore, for the most part, Soviet history of the 1930s, Kotkin's Stalin, Volume 2 is a work of falsification from beginning to end. I have established that this is so through an exhaustive process of checking every footnote, every reference that Kotkin cites in support of any fact claim or statement of an anti-Stalin tendency. The big lie technique, a normal practice for those who intend to deceive others, is to mainly tell the truth, and smuggle in the falsehoods intermingled among the true statements. But on the historical issues studied and analyzed in the present book, Kotkin employs a different method, that of the big lie. Though it is ostensibly not a work of propaganda, Kotkin's book follows the technique of propaganda recommended by Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, such as the following: the function of propaganda is, for example, not to weigh and ponder the rights of different people, but exclusively to emphasize the one right which it has set out to argue for. Its task is not to make an objective study of the truth, insofar as it favors the enemy, and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. The big lie was not original with Hitler. He learned of it by studying the anti-German propaganda put out by the Western Allies during the First World War. After that war, a number of books were written, often by shocked and deceived journalists, exposing these Allied falsifications. 10. Thus there was no need for Kotkin to learn the big lie technique from Hitler. That Kotkin does utilize this technique is beyond question. The present book establishes this fact by carefully checking every one of the references Kotkin uses to support his anti-Stalin fact claims. Kotkin makes no attempt at objectivity. Indeed, his anti-Stalin hostility at times boils over in passages of heated rhetoric, fervent moralizing, and moral condemnation that serve no analytical purpose. Yet objectivity is first among the requirements of any historian worthy of the name. If one does not strive for objectivity from the outset of one's study, one will never discover the truth. The truth was never Kotkin's goal in the first place. Hitler also succinctly explained why the big lie technique is so effective. In this they proceeded on the sound principle that the magnitude of a lie always contains a certain factor of credibility, since the great masses of the people in the very bottom of their hearts tend to be corrupted rather than consciously and purposely evil, and that, in view of the primitive simplicity of their minds, they more easily fall a victim to a big lie than to a little one, since they themselves lie in little things, but would be ashamed of lies that were too big. Such a falsehood will never enter their heads, and they will not be able to believe in the possibility of such monstrous effrontery and infamous misrepresentation in others. Yes, even when enlightened on the subject, they will long doubt and tend. One famous example is Arthur Ponsonby Falsehood in Wartime. It is available online. See https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/falsehood_in_war-time. 30. Waver, and continue to accept at least one of these causes as true. Therefore, something of even the most insolent lie will always remain and stick, a fact which all the great lie virtuosi and lying clubs in this world know only too well and also make the most treacherous use of. 11. A full professor of history at Princeton University, publishing with a major American commercial publisher, can rely on credibility, the only coin in the propagandist's purse. The present study shows this coin to be counterfeit. In this book all boldface emphases are by me, unless otherwise noted. 11 Ibid, Chapter X, Causes of the Collapse. At http://www.hitler.org/writing/main_campf/mkv1ch10.html Chapter 1. Collectivization and Famine. Like other ideologically anti-communist writers, Kotkin insists that the Soviet famine of 1932-33 was caused by Stalin in some manner that makes Stalin personally responsible for all the deaths and suffering that resulted. But Kotkin cites no evidence that Stalin's policies or actions caused the famine. Researchers have given the following causes for the famine. Asterisk. Ukrainian nationalists claim that Stalin deliberately caused the famine in order to punish Ukrainians for their nationalism. This explanation gained some notoriety in the West through Robert Conquest's 1986 book Harvest of Sorrow, and has since been revived by Anne Applebaum's Red Famine. 1. Like all other researchers, Kotkin rejects this deliberate famine hypothesis. Even Conquest ultimately retracted it. 2. Asterisk. The famine was caused by disruptions in agriculture caused by collectivization. Kotkin, who has no sympathy with collectivization, cites it as one cause of the famine. Asterisk. The famine was caused by the program of rapid industrialization. Kotkin assumes that this was another cause. Asterisk. The famine was due to environmental causes that peasants, local officials, and the Soviet government, including Stalin, were slow to recognize. This hypothesis has been set forth by Professor Mark Togger of West Virginia University in many research articles and monographs. Kotkin barely mentions it, and then only in footnotes. Yet this explanation is the only one that is supported by evidence. Stalin's famine? Kotkin repeatedly blames Stalin for the famine, Stalin's famine, involving extirpation of capitalism and denationalization, was incomparably worse. All of these actions were woefully insufficient for avoiding the mass starvation in the countryside caused by his policies, in the face of challenging natural conditions. Once Stalin had caused the horror, even complete termination of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. Stalin had caused a domestic calamity and rendered the Soviet Union vulnerable in the face of Japan's expansionism. Marxist imperatives of transcending capitalism combined with inordinate willpower brought apocalypse. Failing to cite any evidence that Stalin had caused the famine, Kotkin accuses Stalin of blaming the peasants for it. Many contemporaries, such as the Italian ambassador, who traveled through Ukraine in summer 1933, deemed the famine deliberate. 471 Monstrously, Stalin himself made the same accusation accusing peasants of not wanting to work. 472 Kotkin's note 472 is to an article by Michael Ellman. But there Ellman only states that, according to a doctor in Kiev province, leaders and rank-and-file workers, not Stalin, were blaming peasants who did not want to work for their own starvation. Ellman notes that, in a letter to Soviet writer Mikhail Sholokhov, Chapter 1. Collectivization and Famine. 33. Stalin said that some peasants had refused to work, thereby threatening to starve urban workers and the Red Army. In this same article, Ellman states, Stalin's idea that he had faced a peasant strike was not an absurd notion indicating paranoia. It seems that there really were numerous collective refusals by collective farmers to work for the collective farms in 1932, see Kondrashin and Penner, Golod, Chapter 3. Chapter 3 of the Kondrashin-Penner book is titled They Raised, but They Did Not Harvest. So Stalin's statement was not monstrous after all. Kotkin, who has read Ellman's article, knows this. But Kotkin's readers will not know it, and Kotkin does not tell them. In dismissing the deliberate famine fiction, Kotkin blames collectivization for the famine. Nonetheless, the famine was not intentional. 474. It resulted from Stalin's policies of forced collectivization-dekulakization, as well as the pitiless and incompetent management of the sowing and procurement campaigns, all of which put the country on a knife edge, highly susceptible to drought and sudden torrential rains. Davies and Wheatcroft, who write, we regard the policy of rapid industrialization as an underlying cause of the agricultural troubles of the early 1930s, and we do not believe that the Chinese or NEP versions of industrialization were viable in Soviet national and international circumstances. This quotation offers no support for Kotkin's claim that collectivization caused the famine. On the contrary, in ruling out 34. The other paths towards industrialization, it appears to tacitly endorse the Soviet program. 3. Kotkin, twice deluded himself partly from false reporting by frightened statisticians, 4, partly from his own magical thinking that the country was on the verge of a recovery harvest. This is not just a cheap shot, it is false as well. A good harvest for 1932 was not a product of any magical thinking of Stalin's, it was what agricultural experts predicted. Togger writes, the fact that rust was difficult for non-specialists to detect helps to explain the numerous claims in memoirs and testimonies of a good 1932 harvest. Soviet agronomic literature and other published and archival sources from the 1930s, however, which no previous scholarship on the famine has discussed, indicate that in 1932 Soviet crops suffered from an extraordinarily severe combination of infestations from crop diseases and pests. During their travels in summer 1932, Cairns and Schiller observed widespread rust infestations and spoke with Soviet agronomists who confirmed these impressions in Ukraine, in the North Caucasus, Belorussia, the Central Black Earth Oblast, and the Volga region. The Soviet agricultural newspaper even acknowledged major rust infestations, though without. 3. As we shall see. Togger disagrees with Davies and Wheatcroft here. 4. Kotkin cites no evidence of any frightened statisticians. Evidently he has imagined them. Chapter 1. Collectivization and famine, explaining in any detail their extent and consequences. The fact that rust was difficult for non-specialists to detect helps to explain the numerous claims in memoirs and testimonies of a good 1932 harvest. Famine survivors in the Volga region whom the Russian historian Viktor Kondrashin interviewed, however, remembered that in the 1932 harvest the ears were somehow empty, the characteristic one would expect from rusted grain. Nonetheless, agronomists and other personnel in central offices and local branches of NKZ detected the infestation and made efforts to survey it and combat it. Their investigations found that rust had become the most widely distributed disease and caused the most harm to agriculture in Ukraine and in the Soviet Union generally. One study found that brown rust of wheat seriously affected crops in the North Caucasus and Ukraine in 1932, where it destroyed up to 70% of the harvest in some regions, especially near rivers, reduced the weight of grain 44.7% and the number of seeds in ears by 20 to 29%. Wheat sowings had serious rust infestations in all the grain regions of the USSR in 1932, and rust reduced the wheat harvest in the North Caucasus by 50%. These losses help explain why the famine was so severe in that region. Kotkin cites this very study in his bibliography. So he knows his magical thinking statement is false. But he put it in anyway. How many of Kotkin's readers are going to be familiar with Togger's study and realize that there were numerous claims in memoirs and testimonies of a good 193-2 harvest? Mark Togger, Natural Disaster and Human Action in the Soviet Famine of 1931 to 1933, Carl Beck Papers No. 1506. Pittsburgh, PA, 2001, pages 12 to 15. Kotkin asserts. Once Stalin had caused the horror, even complete termination of exports would not have been enough to prevent famine. Then Kotkin states, the regime had no strategic grain reserves left, having released them. Stalin, grain stocks, and the famine of 1932-33, 653. There we read, only more aggressive purchases of food abroad and open appeals for international assistance could have averted many of the deaths. But on pages 128 to 9 Kotkin had already written, always grudgingly, Stalin approved, and in some cases initiated, reductions in grain exports, beginning already in September 1931. In 1932 and 1933 he signed reduced grain collection quotas for Ukraine, the North Caucasus, the Volga Valley, Crimea, the Urals, the Central Black Earth region, the Kazakh Autonomous Republic, and Eastern Siberia on 9 occasions. 476. The 1933 grain procurement target fell from 24.3 to 19.6 million tons, the actual amount collected would be around 18.5 million tons. 477. 1. Altogether, the regime returned about 5.7 million tons of grain back to agriculture, including 2 million tons from reserves and 3.5 million from procurements. So Kotkin admits that Stalin reduced grain exports and grain collection quotas. But why always grudgingly? For one thing, because the cities were starving too. Chapter 1. Collectivization and famine. Stalin also approved clandestine purchase of grain and livestock abroad using scarce hard currency. 479. Just between February and July 1933, he signed or countenanced nearly 3 dozen small allocations of food aid to the countryside, primarily to the North Caucasus and Ukraine, as well as the Kazakh lands. But what about Davies and Wheatcroft's claim that the Soviets could have avoided many deaths by more aggressive purchases of food abroad and open appeals for international assistance. A 2016 study argues that the importation of more foodstuffs was impossible by 1933. The peak of the economic crisis in the first half of 1933 made the import of food in the USSR impossible. 6. Kotkin himself admits this, though his admission is buried in a long footnote on page 942, instead of an anticipated 5.426 billion gold rubles of revenue from all exports over the course of the 5-year plan, the Soviets managed to bring in 3.283 billion. Industry was short 1.873 million rubles, including 832 million just in 1932. The Soviets ran out of convertible currency even for purchases of foreign military technology. Kotkin writes, Stalin had caused a domestic calamity and rendered the Soviet Union vulnerable in the face of Japan's expansionism, while contributing significantly to the ascent in Germany of Hitler, who threatened expansionism, and provoking blistering internal critiques. 486. A serious accusation. But Kotkin gives no evidence that Stalin caused the famine, and cites no reference to crop failures or to any environmental causes. Note 486 reads. Davies, rightly, discounts militarization and instead blames absurd plan targets. This is simply false. We do not know whether Kuybyshev and Ordzhonikidze consistently advocated more realistic plans in the course of 1932. And it is by no means certain that they were opposed by Stalin and Molotov. Some evidence shows that Stalin and Molotov were also prepared to accept reductions in the plan's industries, is an unpublished discussion paper from 1987, far too old to be useful today. If Davies had kept to that view, he would have repeated it elsewhere. Chapter 1. Collectivization and Famine. Resolute in extremis. Stalin ordered the forced return of peasant escapees, the blacklisting of entire counties, and the banning of fishing in state waters or even private charity, anything that would have made it possible to avoid the collectives. 489. The OGPU arrested 505,000 people in 1933, as compared with 410,000 the year before. 490. Note 489 reads, 489. When Kaganovich demonstrated a bit of leniency toward procurements in Ukraine in September 1933, Stalin rebuked him. Klevniuk etal, Stalin I Kaganovich, 479, 479-80. Kotkin is writing about 1933 here. But the Stalin to Kaganovich letter he cites here is dated a year later, in September, 1934. Stalin I Kaganovich 479 contains two letters dated in September 1934, not 1933. And the famine was basically over by September, 1933. 8. Nor is there any evidence here about the highest mortality being in the blacklisted counties. Kotkin has either fabricated this factoid himself or copied it from some other source that has made it up. 9. 8. Document number 479 in the same book, just in case this is a mistake by Kotkin, is a letter dated August 21, 1934 about the reorganization of the People's Commissariat for Army and Navy. 40. Kotkin. The peasants, in their land hunger and separate revolution, had made possible the advent of a Bolshevik regime in 1917-18, now enslaved, the peasants saved Stalin's rule. 495. Kotkin does not cite any evidence to support his outrageous contention that peasants in collective farms were slaves, because, of course, they were not. Here is his note 495. Famine conditions persisted into late fall 1933 and, in some places, would last through summer 1934. And, Human Life in Russia, 80-4. In fall 1933, the regime was pressing for workers to cultivate gardens to grow their own food, on the example of Ukraine's Donetsk region. Pavlov, Anastas Mikoyan, 71. but he then tells us that the industrialization drive did not, in fact, withdraw resources from the countryside or peasantry. During the first 5-year plan, the volume of investment quadrupled, to 44% of GDP by 1932, but none of the massive net increase in investment came from higher agricultural surpluses. 2. Grain exports did not end up paying for imports of machinery. 3. Soviet agriculture made no net contribution to industrialization, on the contrary, it was a net recipient of resources during the plan. True, a key driver of the industrial spurt was new labor power from villages, but the statist system used those workers grossly inefficiently. Another key driver of the spurt was brutally suppressed consumption. Other scholars agree, the peasants were not exploited to fund industrialization. But that means that Marxist imperatives did not cause the famine. As for brutally suppressed consumption, certainly, there was a serious famine. But the suppressed consumption was not caused by Stalin or the Soviet government. Kotkin gives no evidence, nor even an argument, for his assertion that the labor of former peasants was used grossly inefficiently. But it can't be true, for what is the basis of comparison? Surely the real gross inefficiency was the idle labor in traditional peasant agriculture. Collective farms and Soviet farms grew more crops with far less labor, and many peasants went to the cities to find work. 10. In other words, increased efficiency in the use of labor. Kotkin makes this claim. Robert Allen argues that per capita consumption, after falling in the early 1930s, increased significantly, being perhaps a fifth higher in 193.7 than a decade earlier, but he has rightly been taken to task separately by Davies and Ellman. Allen, Farm to Factory, 147 to 50, 185 to 6, R. W. Davies, Ellman, Soviet Industrialization. This claim of Kotkin's is false as well. In the online review Kotkin cites, Davies says that the disagreement about consumption in the 1930s needs further investigation, but concludes as follows, but it is certain that, contrary to popular preconceptions, in the Stalinist period as a whole, between 1938 and the mid-1950s, consumption per head increased substantially in spite of the disastrous impact of the Second World War. The feat that continues to astound the world is that the USSR became an industrialized nation in a decade entirely without foreign capital. During the same decade the Soviet Union modernized its agriculture to the point that the 1,000-year cycle of devastating famine was eliminated forever. All this was accomplished simply through the labor of its own people, planned and organized by the Bolshevik Party. Naturally, this is a bone in the throat for Kotkin and for all anti-communists. Kotkin admits that, industrialization and accompanying militarization began to revive the Soviet Union as a great power, a necessity for survival in the international system. Despite this admission, Kotkin still insists that collectivization was not necessary to modernize a peasant economy or industrialize. However, he does not outline any alternative. Broken. This brings us to the basic dishonesty of Kotkin's account of Soviet agriculture and the Soviet famine. Kotkin fails to confront, indeed, he completely ignores the real reason for collectivization. This was the desperate need to put an end to the 1,000-year cycle of devastating famines, recurring every few years. According to Togger, Russia has a long history of famines, from its earliest history in the 10th century through the 19th and 20th centuries. In virtually all cases these famines resulted from natural disasters that caused crop failures, shortages, and deaths from starvation and famine-related diseases. In addition to the environmental factors, grain traders, nobles, and others often exploited crop failures to take advantage of high prices, and thereby frequently worsened conditions for poor and vulnerable groups. 11. The environmental causes. Togger has spent his scholarly career in studying Russian and Soviet agriculture and famines. His research, drawing upon extensive Soviet-era primary sources and Soviet and Russian scholarship, argues that the famine of 1932-33 was caused by an environmental catastrophe. Togger's view is frequently attacked or ignored altogether by anti-communists simply because his research does not lend itself to blaming Stalin and the Bolsheviks for the famine. For example, Anne Applebaum and Polish researcher Robert Kuznierz, both stridently anti-communist, repeat the outrageous lie that Togger does not cite any evidence. Their readers from ever looking at Togger's heavily documented research, which utterly refutes their own falsifications. Kotkin takes a different approach to Togger's research. During 2016 to 2017, Kotkin conferred with Togger at Princeton University about the famine. But in the text of his mammoth book, Kotkin does not even summarize, much less critically evaluate, Togger's evidence and arguments. As we have seen above, Kotkin simply asserts that, somehow, Stalin caused the famine, though he can cite no evidence to support this claim. In his footnotes, however, Kotkin's tone is different. There he sets forth important aspects of Togger's research and conclusions. Kotkin, text, in 1931, a cold spring followed by a summer drought, a fatal combination, struck the Kazakh steppes, Siberia, the Urals, the Volga, and Ukraine. 48. In his note 48, Kotkin does acknowledge the worldwide drought of 1930 to 1932, drought, in different ways, affected other world regions around this time. In the United States, the Great Southern Drought of 1930 to 31, which coincided with the price collapse and banking failures, inflicted hardship across 23 states from West Virginia to Texas. French West Africa suffered drought, locusts, and its worst famine ever. The French authorities did not relent on tax demands. Mortality in French West Africa was disproportionately higher than in the Soviet Union. China in 1931-32 suffered the opposite problem, large snowmelt and tremendous rainfall that inundated an area equivalent in size to England and half of Scotland. Quotation in Polish and English from Kuznierz's book See Furr, Blood Lies 102-103. Flooding some 52 million people, and killing as many as 2 million from drowning and especially starvation. Togger, Natural Disaster, 8, citing Woodruff, Rare as Rain. Kotkin, text, the worsening terms of trade and tariffs did force the Soviets to curtail imports of consumer and even capital goods. 131. But the Soviets meticulously paid their debts. The pressure to do so partly explains the regime's continued export of grain despite fears for the harvest and low global prices. 132. Only state-imposed deprivation allowed the USSR to avoid external default. Kotkin, note 131. The year 1932 would turn out to be the worst in the history of Soviet foreign trade because of higher tariffs abroad and decreased credit availability. Kotkin, note 132. See also Togger, 1932 Harvest, 88 and 52. Here is the text of Togger's important note. According to the commercial counselor of the British Embassy in Moscow, writing in late 1931, failure to meet its obligations would certainly bring disaster in its train. Not only would further credits cease, but all future exports, all Soviet shipping entering foreign ports, all Soviet property already in foreign countries would be liable to seizure to cover sums due. Admission of insolvency would endanger the achievement of all aspirations based on the 5-year plan and might indeed imperil the existence of the government itself. German Chancellor Brüning told a British diplomat in Berlin in early 1932 that if the Soviets did not meet their bills in some form or other, their credit would be destroyed for good and all. Dohan notes that the country's major creditors began to reduce their credit offerings to the Soviet Union in 1931 to 1932, despite Soviet efforts to pay. Origins of Economic Autarky, 630. This information is vital to any accurate understanding of the famine. Yet Kotkin hides it from his readers by omitting it entirely from his text and even from his footnotes. To find it, one has to obtain this work of Togger's and then read this footnote. Few, if any, of Kotkin's readers will do so. Kotkin, text, tractive power, seed grain, and fodder were scarce. The spring sowing season had proved short, and wheat sown beginning in late May always produced lower yields and was more susceptible to August rains, which would descend torrentially as early as the beginning of the month. Rust epiphytotics damaged a significant part of the wheat harvest, to the surprise of officials who had failed to identify it. Peasants could not distinguish between rust and other diseases, a Soviet agronomist reported. But as Togger has demonstrated, local officials, too, did not understand plant disease and, at harvest time, when they would discover that the crop had been rotted out, would wrongly blame social causes. Togger, Natural Disaster, 15, 40-5. In September 1932, the 1932 harvest was coming in at fewer than 60 million tons, and possibly as low as 50 million, which was close to the horrific result in the famine year of 1921. Togger, who stresses the natural causes of the famine, carefully showed that the annual reports from the collective farms for 1932 implied an extremely low harvest, and that not only the official figure for the 1932 harvest but revised figures given by Davies and Wheatcroft were likely too high. Ultimately, the size of the 1932 harvest remains uncertain, but the annual report data from 40% of the collective farms, which are the only actual harvest data so far discovered, imply a harvest on the order of so million tons. Togger, 1932 harvest. Davies and Wheatcroft estimate the 1932 harvest at 58 to 60 million, but that is based on pre-harvest forecasts. It should be noted, however, that Wheatcroft, who has rejected Togger's views, often stridently, subsequently allowed 50 million as the lower band of the estimate. Stalin ordered the forced return of peasant escapees, the blacklisting of entire counties. Togger, in Natural Disaster and Human Action, a work we cited above and one that Kotkin cites elsewhere but not here, states, the Ukrainian Central Committee found that the blacklisting of villages for failure to meet procurement 48 quotas had little effect, because the countryside was saturated with consumer goods. There's nothing here about entire counties being blacklisted. The source cited by Snyder says that the blacklist was confined to 6 villages. 13. And what did blacklisting mean? Kotkin doesn't tell us, but it sounds bad, right? It simply meant withholding manufactured goods normally exchanged with the peasants for grain. Consequently, there is no evidence whatsoever for the claim that blacklisting resulted in higher mortality, as Kotkin asserts. Kotkin, text, officials concluded that they had broken the peasants' will, indirectly suggesting the regime had partnered with famine to achieve subjugation. 493. The statement is simply untrue. Here is the text of Kotkin's note 493. Stalin would later boast in a discussion of 5 historical turning points: 1905, 1917, the Brest-Litovsk Peace of 1918, the Russian Civil War, and especially collectivization, that the latter entailed a completely novel, historically unprecedented event. Banak, Diary of Georgy Dimitrov, 69. Neither in this note nor anywhere else does Kotkin cite any evidence of officials concluding that they had broken the peasants' will. Indeed, it was the famished peasants who would lift the regime and the country out of starvation, producing between 70 and 77 million tons of grain in 1933, a bumper crop comparable to the miracle of 1930. The degree to which the regime contributed to the bumper harvest, by the distribution of tractors, seed aid, and food relief, remains a matter of intense controversy. Togger, seeking to place the Soviet story in a broader one of agricultural modernization, emphasizes how the collective farm system facilitated Soviet relief efforts and the peasants' ability to generate the harvest that saved them and the country. Togger, Soviet peasants, Togger, Stalin, Soviet agriculture, and collectivization, 109-42. 49. Here at least we see the crux of the problem for Kotkin. Togger's research shows that the collective farm system worked. It not only facilitated overcoming the famine of 1932-33. By putting an end to the medieval system whereby individual peasant families, at least, Those who possessed any land at all, cultivated narrow strips of land, often far apart from each other. Collectivization made possible large-scale, mechanized farming modeled on large American Midwest farms. And this meant that the famine of 1932-33 was the last Soviet famine. Weather conditions did not change. Years of bad weather continued to occur every few years. Local food shortages and even limited starvation would sometimes happen. But with one exception, the famine of 1946-7 disastrous famines would never recur. With 4 such widespread famines. Stephen G. Wheatcroft, the latest student of this famine, concludes that it was caused by catastrophic weather conditions that affected much of the world, the most serious global food shortage in modern history. In the Soviet Union, its effects were exacerbated by the huge destruction of the war. Wheatcroft is firm that the famine was not caused by Soviet 50. Hundreds of thousands or millions of deaths had occurred in just the previous 15 years, in 1917-18, 1920-23, 1924-25, and 1927-28. Thanks to collectivization and the modern, large-scale, mechanized and scientific agriculture it permitted, there were no more famines. It is obvious from Kotkin's text that he strongly disagrees with this analysis. Kotkin consistently blames Stalin's policies, whether collectivization or industrialization, for causing the famine. But he never engages the argument to environmental causation in his text. If his readers do not know about it already, they will never know that such an explanation exists. If his readers are already familiar with Tagor's research, they will note that Kotkin pointedly ignores it. Pointedly, because Kotkin acknowledges Tagor's research, but only in his footnotes. Tagor's research is cited 15 times in Kotkin's footnotes. But Tagor's name does not occur even once in the text of Kotkin's book. In conclusion, Kotkin never cites any evidence to support his often stated contention that the famine was caused by Stalin. Policy. See Wheatcroft, The Soviet Famine of 1946-194-7, The Weather and Human Agency in Historical Perspective. Europe-Asia Studies 64 No. 6, Chapter 2. Kirov and the Kirov Murder. GIGO. Kotkin argues that Stalin framed the men convicted and executed in the Kirov murder trial of December 28-29, 1934, and that Leonid Nikolov, Kirov's murderer, acted alone. But it appears that Kotkin has not researched the question of the Kirov murder at all. He simply copies from books by Alakiri Lena and Matthew Leno. Neither of these two books is either competent or honest. In my own study of the Kirov murder, I have devoted a great deal of attention to analyzing them and exposing their dishonesty. But Kotkin does not even see what is of value in Leno's book. This is Leno's proof that Khrushchev's men were lying about the Kirov murder back in the 1950s, lies that Gorbachev's men simply picked up, dusted off, and recycled in the late 1980s, and that Kiri Lena, Leno, and others pass on to unsuspecting readers. Why all the dishonesty? As usual, it is in service to the anti-Stalin paradigm. In the corrupt field of Soviet history, it is considered unacceptable to find Stalin not guilty of some crime that he has been charged with. In the introduction to his own book, Leno apologizes profusely for his conclusion that Stalin did not have Kirov murdered. This despite the fact that Gorbachev's men had already reached this conclusion with equal reluctance more than 20 years earlier. False claim of tension between Kirov and Stalin. On February 10, 1934, Stalin and his inner circle met, apparently before the Central Committee plenum that evening, and he proposed that Kirov relocate to Moscow as a Central Committee secretary. "What are you talking about?" Molotov later recalled of Kirov's response. "I'll be no good here. In Leningrad I can do as well as you, but what can I do here?" Some evidence suggests that Arhonikich supported Kirov's refusal, Stalin stalked out, and Kirov went to mollify him. There is some ambiguity as to whether the Kirov incident took place in a narrow circle or at the Central Committee plenum. So Kotkin knows exactly what happened at this meeting and even the exact words spoken by Kirov, but doesn't know where the meeting took place? What nonsense! This is a phony footnote. Neither version of Chekhov's conversations with Molotov documents Stalin stalking out or Kirov going to mollify him. Roslyakov claims this happened at a Politburo meeting. But he, a minor official in Leningrad, had no way of knowing what went on in the Politburo and is, at best, repeating a rumor, if he didn't invent it himself. So Roslyakov's account is useless as history and Kotkin has no business citing it. But how are Kotkin's readers to know that? Krasnikov's account does not support, but rather contradicts, Kotkin's story that Kirov protested a transfer to Moscow. According to Krasnikov, Stalin urged Kirov to travel to Kazakhstan to help organize the harvest and then to move to Moscow. The proposal to travel to Kazakhstan Kirov accepted as a necessity, but he tactfully evaded the transfer to work directly in the apparatus of the Central Committee of the CPSU, requesting to remain in Chapter 2. Kirov and the Kirov murder Leningrad until the end of the second five-year plan and the completion of the reconstruction of the city. 53. That's it? Nothing about any disagreement, argument with Stalin, Stalin stalking out, etc. Yet another phony citation by Kotkin of a source that does not provide any evidence at all for a fact claim in the text of his book. What witnesses? Concerning the December 28 to 29, 1934 trial of the Zinovievist group to which Nikolov belonged, Kotkin states. In Leningrad, Ulrich opened the closed trial on December 28 at 2:20 p.m., and read the guilty verdicts before dawn the next morning, death penalty. Not a single Smolny witness had been summoned to the trial. This is nonsense, and dishonest to boot. Neither Kotkin nor anyone else has seen the trial transcript, it is still secret. What's more, there were no Smolny witnesses to call. Kirov's bodyguard, Mikhail Borisov, was too far behind Kirov to see Nikolov shoot him, and had been killed in an auto accident on December 4. Aside from the assassin Nikolov himself, no one had witnessed the murder. Kotkin's Smolny witness business is a dishonest blind. Does Kotkin want us to believe that there was no due process, or something? The trial was not about whether Nikolov had shot Kirov, he had been caught on the spot and never denied it. The question was whether Nikolov's 13 fellow members of the Zinovievist underground were co-conspirators in the murder. None of these men were present when Nikolov killed Kirov. So Smolny witnesses, had there in fact been any, would have been irrelevant to this question. Kotkin cites no evidence to support this. Of course, there were no witnesses to the event at all. Khrushchev era. Gigo again, Nikolov shouted, severe, according to one of Agranov's soft-pedaling telegrams to Stalin, which failed to report that Nikolov and others recanted their testimony. Others have Nikolov supposedly falling to the ground and shouting, "You cannot shoot me." Comrade Stalin promised. Kirillina, Ricochet, 67. Lino states that in 1956, during Khrushchev's campaign of attacking Stalin, a number of the surviving participants in or witnesses to the trial claimed that Nikolov first recanted, then reaffirmed, his testimony implicating others. All this is rumor and or deliberate falsification. Kirillina, on whose book Lino relies heavily, does not contain this supposed claim of Nikolov's. Lino notes that these Khrushchev-era accounts may be embellished. Khrushchev's goal was to find evidence that Stalin had Kirov murdered. Unable to do this, his men fell back on the theory that Nikolov was a lone gunman. Alexander Yakovlev, Politburo member and Gorbachev's specialist in spreading anti-communist and anti-Stalin lies, twice demanded that Gorbachev's special commission come up with evidence to charge Stalin with Kirov's murder. But despite heroic efforts in scouring the archives, they were unable to do so. So they fell back once again on the lone gunman theory. Lino's book is highly dishonest in many respects, as we have demonstrated in great detail. But Lino shows convincingly that Khrushchev and his KGB chief, Ivan Sarav, lied about the Kirov murder to try to blame Stalin. 25 years later, Gorbachev's men dusted off these old Khrushchevero lies and fabricated some new ones of their own. Lino convincingly explains the reason why Khrushchev and Sarav lied about the evidence that Nikolov had indeed been a member of the Zinovievist conspiracy. The commission was charged with investigating the show trials of the later 1930s and determining whether the charges were valid. The Kirov murder and the trials of the Leningrad Center and Moscow Center that immediately followed were just the starting point of the inquiry, but everything that followed depended on these events. If the official charges in the first two trials, that former Zinoviev supporters had conspired to murder Kirov, were entirely bogus, then the indictments in all of the succeeding show trials collapsed. The latter indictments were built on the earlier ones. But if there was some truth to the charge that Zinovievites conspired to kill Kirov, then that preserved the possibility of arguing that the later charges were also valid, at least in part. Therefore Sarav and Rudenko chose to make a clear-cut argument that Nikolov had had no relationship at all with the ex-Zinoviev supporters convicted in the trial of the Leningrad Center. It appears that Sarav or his boss had thought through this strategy, to deny any connection at all between Nikolov and the Zinovievites, even before the secret speech. The evidence is overwhelming that the clandestine Zinovievist conspiratorial group who were tried, convicted, and executed along with Nikolov, were guilty as charged. I demonstrate this in detail in my book. But Lino goes on to believe Gorbachev's men, even though they were clearly lying, just as Khrushchev's men had been doing. As Lino points out in the passage quoted above, the Kirov murder leads inexorably to the three Moscow trials. This threatens to dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet history. According to this paradigm, all the defendants in the three Moscow trials of 1936, 1937, and 1938 must have been innocent, framed by Stalin for some reason or other. Therefore, the Kirov defendants must have been innocent too, and also framed by Stalin. Concocting. Alone. Gunman. Theory. Kotkin. The executions were carried out within an hour. Kotalinov was shot last. This whole trial is rubbish, he had told Agranov and Vyshinsky. People have been executed. Now I'll be executed, too. But all of us, with the exception of Nikolov, are not guilty of anything. Is the report sent by the Politburo Special Commission to Gorbachev's main expert on ideology, Alexander Yakovlev. Yakovlev had tasked this high-level commission to find evidence that Stalin had had Kirov murdered. When they reported to him that they were unable to do so, he sent them back to try again. This spravka is their final response, in which they conclude that Chapter 2. Kirov and the Kirov murder. Nikolov was a lone gunman. But they give no evidence that this was the case. As for these supposed last words by Kotalinov, they do not even cite a source. 1. In fact, this is what Katsayeva testified to Khrushchev's men on April 3, 1956. Even Lino doubts that it happened, saying, if this conversation actually took place, why would Katsayeva, an NKVD guard, have been present? Kirillina cites Yuri Isidov, in Trud November 25, 1990. Sidov, whom both Lino and Kotkin cite, is dishonest, though Lino calls him a reliable researcher. My Kirov book contains a whole chapter on Sidov and his falsifications. Katsayeva's motive in fabricating such testimony is clear. His earlier testimony, that Nikolov had implicated his fellow Zinovievists by talking in his sleep, had been important to the investigation. Khrushchev was busy executing, after phony trials, NKVD men who failed to implicate Stalin and Beria in crimes. 2. Lino calls Katsayeva's testimony about Nikolov's sleep talk a schoolboy lie. But Lino is bluffing here, he has no evidence to support this. It is simply inconvenient for the Gorbachev-Lino notion that Nikolov was a lone gunman, so Lino wishes to dismiss it. Lagoda's collaboration covered up, Kotkin writes. Hundreds more would be shot, none of whom had any link to the murder. Which can mean anything from demotion in one's job or being transferred to another post, to arrest. However, it is an interesting and important fact, though Kotkin does not mention it, that some dozens of terrorists, mainly white Gardists, apparently, were shot during the first days after the Kirov murder, when Genrikh Yagoda, chief of the NKVD, and others were spreading the story that the murder was the work of these émigré groups. After his arrest in March 1937, Yagoda testified that he had tried to deflect attention away from the conspiratorial groups as much as possible, since he was himself involved in the leadership of the rightist conspiracy. Yagoda had opposed the assassination of Kirov but at length compromised and agreed not to hinder it. This testimony is in the Vinogradov book Genrikh Yagoda. Kotkin cites this book many times, but he does not inform his readers about this. Phony claim of phony confessions. Kotkin, the NKVD had been planning a second public trial of 8 Zinovievites willing to incriminate themselves, with Droll testifying about their links to Nikolov. In the event, she would be tried in camera, while several high-profile Zinovievites were added to the 8 unknowns for a public trial, which took place January 15 to 16. The 19 defendants, now headlined by Zinoviev himself, Kamina, and Grigory Yevdokimov, Chapter 2. Kirov and the Kirov murder were charged with fostering a moral atmosphere conducive to the terrorism that had resulted in Kirov's death. They had been promised their lives if they fulfilled their party duty and publicly confessed. The sentence in boldface is a fabrication. Not even Kirilina or Lino make this claim. No wonder Kotkin cites no evidence, not even, as he so often does, phony evidence, to support this statement. There is no evidence that any of these men had been promised their lives if they fulfilled their party duty and publicly confessed. Kotkin omits the unsupported rumor that Nikolov killed Kirov because the latter was having an affair with Droll. But Kotkin can't resist accusing Kirov of womanizing. Kirov was also an infamous womanizer, whose carousing was a matter of citywide gossip. To what extent she knew of her husband's extramarital affairs, ballerinas, young women in the apparatus, remains unclear, but they were certainly Medved's worry. He had to help conceal them, even as he was under severe pressure from Poker in Moscow to strengthen Kirov's protection. Tumshis and Papchinsky claim that Kirov had affairs but cite no evidence whatever, not even rumors. So Kotkin has no evidence whatever that Kirov had any extramarital affairs. He does not even document the citywide gossip. We'll return to Kotkin's omissions about Droll in Chapter 14. To Kotkin's disappointment, Zinoviev and Kamina confessed. Zinoviev admitted that he'd had conversations with people whom the NKVD called the Leningrad Center, for example with Vladimir Levin back in 1932, during his work in livestock requisitions. Kamina at first refused to go along with the canard that his private conversations signified participation in a so-called Moscow Center or had somehow inspired acts of terrorism. Just before the trial, Zinoviev wrote a long, detailed confession in which he confirmed that there had indeed been a Moscow Center, in contact with the Leningrad Center that had murdered Kirov. This confession is reprinted in Rehabilitatsiya, Politicheski Processi, a book that Kotkin references here and several more times. But Kotkin conceals the existence of Zinoviev's confession from his readers. In July and August 1936, confronted with accusations from their own followers, Zinoviev and Kamina finally conceded that they had indeed helped to plan Kirov's murder. We now have pretrial confessions from both of them, along with the extensive pretrial confessions by Lagoda, to confirm this. I quote some of these pretrial confessions in Chapter 12 of The Murder of Sergei Kirov. According to Archgetty, by July 23, Izvestia, September. We have no evidence that the confessions of the defendants at the Kirov murder trial were in any way fabricated, faked, dictated to them, or made under compulsion, threats, or with promises of any kind. No one, not Kirilina, Lino, or Kotkin, has any such evidence either. All the evidence now available, and there is a great deal of it, supports the hypothesis that Kirov was indeed murdered by a clandestine terrorist Zinovievist group which was allied with a similar secret terrorist group of Trotskyists, and that Zinoviev, Kamina and their Moscow-based group collaborated with the Leningrad-based Zinovievist group in planning the murder. Chapter 3. Ordzhonikidze's death. Sergo Ordzhonikidze, an old Bolshevik and longtime close associate of Stalin's, was People's Commissar of Heavy Industry from January 5, 1932, until his death during the night of February 17 to 18, 1937. Kotkin's account of Ordzhonikidze, his death, and his relations with Stalin and Beria, are false from beginning to end. In part, this is due to the fact that Kotkin has clearly never studied this question. But why hasn't he studied it? Because he thinks he already knows the conclusion: Stalin was responsible. This has been the only officially acceptable explanation since Nikita Khrushchev's day. It makes a good anti-Stalin story, so why question it? There is no way to make Ordzhonikidze's death appear the least sinister unless you falsify it so, instead of studying it himself, the responsibility of all historians, he cherry-picks fact claims from rumors, phony studies, and dishonest secondary sources from anti-communist writers. Kotkin has chosen to believe these lies and foist them upon his readers. It's the safe thing to do. Not to do this might leave him open to being called an apologist for Stalinist crimes, or something. Not Kotkin. Kotkin has taken the general shape of his false account of Ordzhonikidze's death from Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech to the XX Party Congress of February 25, 1956. There, as part of his attack on Stalin and Lavrentiy Beria, Khrushchev stated, Beria also handled cruelly the family of Comrade Ordzhonikidze. Why? Because Ordzhonikidze had tried to prevent Beria from realizing his shameful plans. Beria had cleared from his way all persons who could possibly interfere with him. Ordzhonikidze was always an opponent of Beria, which he told to Stalin. Instead of examining this affair and taking appropriate steps, Stalin allowed the liquidation of Ordzhonikidze's brother and brought Ordzhonikidze himself to such a state that he was forced to shoot himself. We know today that Khrushchev's secret speech was a lie from beginning to end. Can Kotkin really be unaware of this? Of two sources, choose the phony one. Kotkin relies principally on two dishonest sources. The first is the 1963 biography of Ordzhonikidze by Ilya M. Dubinsky. Mukidze, which outlines, without sources or evidence of any kind, the story that Stalin and Ordzhonikidze had a quarrel, after which Ordzhonikidze shot himself. But Kotkin has to be aware that the 1967 edition of this same book omits all of this, simply leaves it out. If he doesn't know this, he is incompetent to write about Ordzhonikidze at all. Khrushchev was ousted in October 1964. Under Leonid Brezhnev, the anti-Stalin lies promoted under Khrushchev were significantly toned down. Kotkin's second dishonest source is the book In Stalin's Shadow, The Career of Sergo Ordzhonikidze by Oleg Klevniuk. Klevniuk is a shameless falsifier without any shred of objectivity, fanatically anti-Stalin and anti-communist. Klevniuk too uses only the 1963 version of Dubinsky-Mukidze's work. Klevniuk also fabricates certain details himself. Kotkin also ignores the 2008 article by Vladimir Bobrov. In it, Bobrov shows that there is no reason whatever to doubt that Ordzhonikidze died of a heart attack, as was announced at the time. Khrushchev and Mikoyan, the two sources for the suicide version, each say that the other one told them about the suicide. They also contradict themselves. For example, Khrushchev said in 1961 that he learned of Ordzhonikidze's suicide after the war, while later, in his memoirs, he claimed he learned it during the war. Bobrov shows that the suicide story, which may have originated as a Moscow rumor, was introduced by Khrushchev himself into his infamous secret speech at the XX Party Congress on February 25, 1956. Here I will treat this question briefly. I have discussed it more fully in my book Khrushchev Lied, section 48, pages 114 to 116 and 387 to 388. No strained relations. Kotkin, relations with Arhonikij had become strained. Kotkin cites no evidence at all to support this claim, and for the best of reasons, there is no such evidence. But this lie is central to Oleg Khlevniuk's dishonest portrayal of Orjonikij's death, which Kotkin adopts. Kotkin, in October 1936, Stalin had Arhonikij's elder brother Papulia arrested, a first for a relative of a sitting Politburo member. Arhonikij demanded to see his brother, but Lavrenti Beria, the policeman turned party boss in Georgia, where Papulia worked, said he could allow that only after concluding the https://msuweb.montclair.edu/-furg/babarov-ordzihan08eng.html, Russian original at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/furg/babarov-ordzihan08.html. Chapter 3. Orjonikij's Death Investigation. 224 Arhonikij understood that it was not Beria but Stalin who was behind the incarceration. 225. On October 8, Stalin had Kaganovish's deputy Yakov Lifshitz removed as deputy commissar of railways and, 6 days later, arrested. 226. This is all false. This is a Khrushchev-era article that echoes the lies in the first edition, later withdrawn, of Dubinsky Mukit's book. But how could Kotkin's readers know this? And, wait a minute, who uses newspaper articles as primary source evidence for a historical event, says that this arrest did not disturb Beria's and Orjonikij's friendship. And neither of these sources has anything about Sergo knowing Stalin was behind the incarceration by Vaxburg. One's own admission, what he writes is only hearsay, rumor. In any case, there is nothing about this subject in Vaxburg, page 123. Moreover, Vaxburg states on page 124 that Papulia was arrested in November, not October. Arkady Vaxburg was a strongly anti-communist journalist and author of Potboilers who had no way of knowing what Orjonikij knew and doesn't claim to know here. No decent historian would ever Vaxburg as a source. But Vaxburg writes what Kotkin wants, so in it goes, gigo. More phony references. Kotkin prints a number of lies about Beria and Orjonikij. He was arrested on June 28, part of Arhonikij's clan that Stalin was extirpating. 73. Already back on October 21, 1933, Stalin had written to Kaganovich, Pavlunovsky destroyed the artillery. Arhonikij must be given a scolding for having trusted 2 or 3 of his favorites. He was ready to give state benefits to these imbeciles. Stalin to Kaganovich, Rgaspi, F81, OP3, D100, I38-9. Pavlunovsky would be shot on October 30, 1937. There's nothing here about Stalin extirpating Orjonikij's clan. 3. Another such lie is the following: Gamsakhurdia shared Beria's loathing of Arhonikij. But Gamsakhurdia had been among those deported to Solovki in connection with the 1924 uprising, and after his release and return, Beria had had him rearrested for an affair with a young publishing executive arrested for Trotskyism. But then Beria pardoned him, observing that sexual intercourse with enemies of the people was permitted. 82. Rayfield, Death of Paulo Iashvili, 636, 647, Rayfield, Literature of Georgia, 247. Countless others were executed, including Dmitry Shevardnadze, a painter who had established the country's National Gallery in 1920, he had led opposition to a proposal by Beria to tear down. 3. According to one of the reports, Ezhov gave to Stalin. Pavlunovsky was involved in a conspiracy to murder Orjonikij. Lubyanka Golgotha, 116. Tbilisi's ancient Mediki Church. 69. There's nothing in the Rayfield article about any of Kotkin's statements, and nothing about Beria's loathing of Orjonikij. On the contrary, Sergo Beria writes that his father and Orджonikij were best friends. Sergo says he was named after Orджonikij, who was his godfather and very close to my father his whole life. 4. According to the Russian Wikipedia page on Gamsakhurdia, it was Beria who freed him from arrest for ties with Lydia Gasviani, exposed as a Trotskyist. The story in Rayfield about Beria releasing Gamsakhurdia, who slapped him on the back and told him that sexual relations with enemies of the people were permitted is undocumented, evidently, a rumor. And more phony references. Kotkin, also on December 4, 1936, in a memo circulated to all Politburo members, Stalin dressed down Ordzhonikij for having hidden long ago correspondence with Beso Lomanids, who had been pronounced a posthumous enemy after committing suicide, while party boss, in Magnitogorsk the year before. The accusation of having concealed information from the Central Committee was one of Stalin's most threatening. What also rankled was that Lomanid's suicide note had been read over the telephone to Ordzhonikij by Lomanid's deputy in Magnitogorsk, and that Ordzhonikij was providing a pension to Lomanid's widow and money to their son. Stalin had reports that Ordzhonikij was bad-mouthing him behind his back to his cronies Mamaya Orakilashvili and Chelvalyeva. 281 At the plenum, Ordzhonikij joined in the vicious attacks against Bukharin. This is all dishonest. This memo is Stalin's letter to Politburo members of December 4, 1936, pointing out that Lomanids had told Ordzhonikij in 1929 about his oppositional views and Ordzhonikij had not informed the Central Committee. 5. As a result, Lomanids was appointed first secretary of the Transcaucasus Committee of the party. Therefore, Stalin was indeed criticizing Ordzhonikij here. But Kotkin omits the fact, known since 1980, that Lomanids was expected by Trotsky's son Leon Sedov, writing to Trotsky in 1932, to join the bloc of rights, Trotskyists and other oppositionists before long. 6. This is objective information, from Trotsky's own papers in the Harvard Trotsky Archive. It could not possibly have been fabricated to falsely implicate Lomanids. So Stalin was correct. Ordzhonikij's keeping silent about Lomanid's anti-party sentiments was indeed a serious political error. Moreover, Lomanids lied even in his suicide note to Ordzhonikij, which was read out to the latter in a telephone conversation by Lomanid's second-in-command. In it, Lomanids continues to claim that he is being slandered. But now we know that he was lying, even here in his suicide note. Klevniuk quotes this directly, in a book cited by Kotkin. But Kotkin fails to inform his readers about it. I would like to thank my Moscow-based colleague, Vladimir Lvovich Bobrov, for obtaining for me a copy of this archival document. The Russian original, together with my translation, are in Furr, Trotsky's Amalgams, Appendix, Document 1, 504 ff. 71. On pages 271 to 277, Klevniuk reports, from his own book, that in September 1937, long after Ordzhonikij's death, Orakilashvili admitted that Ordzhonikij had listened to Lomanid's attack Stalin. Klevniuk's source is the 1991 work Beria. Konet Kari, page 387. That essay is by Popov and Apokov, two Gorbachev-era writers who composed a long series of articles attacking Beria. P&0. Cite very few sources, all of them from secret and unpublished documents, so no one could check them. But no sources at all are given here. So this fact claim is, at best, a rumor. Rumors are not evidence, nor are collections of rumors, history. Kotkin's claim that Stalin had reports is an especially flagrant falsehood. For Klevniuk states plainly that we do not have any reports. While we do not have reports of the NKVD to Stalin about the mood of his comrades in arms, there is a high probability that the signals about the meetings and conversations of the Transcaucasians who gathered at Ordzhonikij were reported to Stalin. Evidently, Kotkin has simply invented the Stalin had reports business. As for Shulva-Ilyeva, Klubniuk does not even mention him. Kotkin's claim of attacks against Bukharin at the December 1936 Central Committee plenum is false too. The materials we have from that plenum contain no vicious attacks against Bukharin by anyone, and not a word by Ordzhonikidze on any subject. 7. Was Pyatakov literally a skeleton? Kotkin. On the evening of the 29th, Ordzhonikidze visited his former first deputy, Pyatakov, in prison for the last time and observed his utterly smashed face. There is no reference here for this statement. Presumably Kotkin has in mind Bukharin's alleged remark to his wife, Larina, that Kotkin quoted earlier in the text. Meanwhile, Stalin had Bukharin summoned to a confrontation with Radek and Pyatakov, who were delivered from prison. Bukharin told his wife that Radek had denounced him as a spy and terrorist with whom he had plotted Stalin's murder, and that Pyatakov resembled a skeleton with its teeth knocked out. Larina, this I cannot forget. 312. Kotkin's statement is absurd. Pyatakov's face was certainly not literally smashed. Larina doesn't even claim that it was, any more than she claimed Pyatakov was literally a skeleton. Ordzhonikidze was present at the Bukharin-Pyatakov confrontation, the text of which been published. 8. Nothing was mentioned there about any injury to Pyatakov. A little more than a month later Pyatakov was a defendant at the public Moscow trial of January, 1937, where he testified at length. No one in the large audience, including many foreign observers, mentioned any injuries to Pyatakov's face. What's more, it is quite possible that Bukharin never used these words. Larina claimed to be remembering what Bukharin had told her many years before. She first drafted her memoir during the Khrushchev years, when she was trying unsuccessfully to have Bukharin rehabilitated. It contains other false statements. It reflects the fact that under Khrushchev the best way to get someone rehabilitated was to slander Stalin and Beria as much as possible. Kotkin refers to a confrontation with Radek and Pyatakov. This too is false, for there was no such confrontation. Bukharin had a face-to-face confrontation with Pyatakov on December 7, 1936. His confrontation with Radek was more than a month later, on January 13, 1937. The falsified tale of Sergo's death. Kotkin, on February 17, 1937, Ordzhonikidze arrived at his commissariat, across the way from Old Square, at 12:10 p.m., 2 hours later than usual. He seems to have gone over to talk to Stalin, being one of the few people who could enter the dictator's Kremlin apartment. 50. Upon returning to his own Kremlin apartment, in the same amusement palace, Ordzhonikidze evidently had a shouting match over the telephone with Stalin, with profanities in Russian and Georgian. 51. The NKVD had been searching Ordzhonikidze's apartment, an obvious provocation. 52. The remainder of Ordzhonikidze's day was occupied with meetings, including a Politburo meeting at 3 p.m. to go over the plenum reports. Stalin hand-corrected Ordzhonikidze's draft resolution on sabotage, insert-a-page passages about Trotsky at 9. Igor Pikolov and Vladimir L. Bobrov have analyzed one in Iakir I Bukharin, Spletny I Dokumenti. Rossiyski Koloko / 2005, also Chapter 7 of Pikolov's book Veliki Obel 9 Ani Vajd. 74. Wreckers. In the early evening, Ordzhonikidze made his way back to the commissariat for more meetings, leaving for home at 12:20 a.m. Later that morning, he did not emerge from his bedroom to take breakfast. When one of his subordinates came by in the afternoon, he refused to receive him. At around dusk, his wife, Zinaida, heard a gunshot in the bedroom. Ordzhonikidze was dead. Ordzhonikidze bumped into Bukharin's wife, Anna, on Kremlin grounds returning to his apartment. Larina, Nizabivayamo, 333. 51. Dubinsky Mukharadze, Ordzhonikidze, 6. Arhonikij had lived in the so-called children's section of the Grand Kremlin Palace, but when the palace was being reconstructed, Arhonikij and others moved into the amusement palace, near the Trinity Gate, where Stalin had lived until the 1932 suicide of Nadia and where Bukharin lived. 52 Lzvestia, November 22, 1963, Dubinsky Mukids, Orjonikij, 6. The evening before, Yezhov was received alone in the little corner. Na Prim, 202. Alternately, the apartment search may have occurred on February 16, prompting Arhonikij's tête-à-tête with Stalin on the morning of February 17. 53. Klevniuk, in Stalin's shadow, 143-9, Medvedev, let history judge, 402-3. Around midnight, Arhonikij had met with his deputy for the chemical industry to discuss Donbass coke plant sabotage. After leaving the commissariat, Arhonikij might have spoken again with Stalin. Dubinsky Mukids, Orjonikij J6. 75. Sergo and Stalin evidently had a shouting match. So, where's the evidence? The fact is that not one of these statements of Kotkin's is true. A characteristic error is Kotkin's misreading of Larina's memoir, page 333, as saying that Orjonikij was returning to his apartment. Actually, it was Larina who was returning home and Orjonikij who was leaving. As I was approaching our home, I saw that Sergo Orjonikij came out of the entrance next to ours, closer to the Trinity Gate, and headed for the car. They were already in the Kremlin. Heading for a car meant that Orjonikij was leaving, not arriving. Klevniuk has invented Orjonikij's last evening of life. He has based his account on the dishonest first edition of Dubinsky Mukid's book, which relates the completely undocumented tale about Orjonikij's shouting match with Stalin, etc. As we pointed out above, the second edition of 196-7 takes all this out. There is no evidence that Orjonikij's apartment was searched or that he had a meeting with Stalin. Or, indeed, that he committed suicide at all. Praise equals ridicule, Kotkin. Kotkin, on the morning of February 28, Molotov, in place of Arhonikij, delivered the report on sabotage in industry, and ridiculed Arhonikij's counter-investigations that minimized wrecking. 76. This is false. In fact, the truth is just the opposite. Molotov praised Orjonikij's anti-sabotage activities multiple times, p. 16. Nor did Molotov ridicule Orjonikij's investigations. Molotov said that the Ginsburg-Pavlovsky investigation begun at Orjonikij's order was mistaken in finding that sabotage at the site did not attain a significant development. Molotov said that he trusted them, but yet they had been unable to uncover sabotage. Kotkin. Arhonikij had confided thoughts of suicide to Kaganovich and Mikoyan. But Vladimir Bobrov has proven that Khrushchev and Mikoyan lied big time about Orjonikij's death. Kotkin hopes you don't know what Kaganovich really thought. Kotkin. In published photographs taken near the body, Kaganovich was seen expressing visibly strong emotions, grief, anger. He had lost his soulmate, and he knew Stalin had been sadistically pressuring the infirm Arhonikij. Kaganovich, tough as nails, explosive, was spiritually broken. This has to be false. Kotkin gives no evidence for anything like this about Kaganovich. Asterisk, it is not in Mikoyan's autobiography, the nearest footnote. Asterisk, Kaganovich himself says nothing about this in his interviews with Felix Joeff. On the contrary, he says that Sergo was his 77. closest friend, that Sergo supported the attacks against enemies, that Sergo never talked about suicide, and that he, Kaganovich, never heard of any arguments between Stalin and Sergo, and calls such stories a lie. Kotkin knows this work, which refutes his unsupported claim. But Kotkin hides it from his readers. 10. Mikoyan's autobiography is itself unreliable. It was published years after his death by his son, and has some probable insertions, as Michael Ellman has suggested. 11. It was clearly written to support Khrushchev's line against Stalin. Mikoyan had been the first party leader to attack Stalin during the XX Party Congress, days before Khrushchev's secret speech. 12. For more on Mikoyan's dishonest autobiography, see Chapter 15. Another Lie from Mikoyan. Kotkin. Stalin went on to break Mikoyan, summoning him in 1937 to discuss the arrest of his subordinate in the Food Industry Commissariat, Mark Belenky. Then, after Mikoyan supposedly protested and Stalin called him blind in matters of personnel, summoning him again to show him protocols of Belenky's confession. Have a look, he confessed to wrecking, Stalin said. You vouched for him. Go and read it. Mikoyan called it a blow against me. Mikoyan was in Stalin's office on November 2 and 14, 1937, both times with Yezhov. Mikoyan, Tak Bilo, 318-9, Na Prim, 224. 1. Degree Felix Joef. Tak Govoril Kaganovich. Lspov Stalinskogo Apostola. Moscow, Ateshstvo, 1992. 11. The Road from Ilich to Ilich, The Life and Times of Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan. Slavic Review 61, 141. 12 XXS est Komunistickskoy Partii Sovetskogo Swayoza. Stenografischskiachet. Duker showed that the organization of rightists and Trotskyists in the food industry, represented by Belenky, was associated with a counter-revolutionary right-wing Trotsky organization in the People's Commissariat of Foreign Trade, represented by Weitzer and Kleplyankin. A summary of the most important testimonies of those arrested by the GUGB of the NKVD of the USSR for February 10, 1938. Dated February 13, 1938, number 100,890. 79. This is in the important document collection. Lubyanka Golgotha, 95. Belenky is also named in reports on pages 101 and 111. Kotkin never cites this important collection of investigative documents. But the important thing is this: these were reports to Stalin, not fabrications. 12J. Stalin in order to break Mikoyan. It would have been irresponsible for Stalin not to have informed Mikoyan about serious charges against his subordinate. Therefore, Stalin had sufficient reason to suppose that Belenky might have been guilty. We have no evidence that he was framed. We do not know whether Belenky was guilty. We don't have his NKVD investigative file or the rehabilitation report on him, if there was one. In his autobiography, Mikoyan had ample opportunity to discuss the charges against Belenky and refute them. But he never mentions Belenky again after this passage. 80. Dictator? First among peers? How about despot? Kotkin, members of the inner circle were no longer comrades of the ruler. Stalin was no longer first among peers, but a despot. As one scholar explained, up to 1936, the leading group was held together by shared convictions in a shared project, but after 1937, the nature of the group changed. Ries, Stalin as leader, 1937-1953, 207. What nonsense! Up to this date. February 1937. Stalin was not a dictator but only first among peers. Then why has Kotkin been calling him a dictator before this point in his book? Ries, as we shall see, is in error. Documents. Against Kalinin and Rudzutak. Kotkin. Mikoyan and Beria, assigned to comb through Arhonikij's personal archive, discovered 2 sealed folders, which held compromising Tsarist police materials on Politburo members Kalinin and Rudzutak's. 14 Arhonikij had marked the folders "Do not open without me." Kvashankin, Sovetsko Rukovodstvo, 9-10. 14. For some reason, Kotkin uses the Latvian spelling. In scholarship, however, the Russian spelling Rudzutak is used. Here is the text from the introduction to Kvashankin's book. After the death in February, 193-7, of G.K. Orjanikij, A.I. Mikoyan and L.P. Beria, who, on the instructions of the Politburo, were analyzing the archives of the deceased, discovered 2 envelopes sealed with wax seal with the inscription in Orjanikij's hand, "Do not open without me." 6 in these envelopes were several documents from the archives of the police department, seized from the investigation cases of a number of Bolshevik figures. Thus, on March 25, 1929, a copy of the testimony of M.I. Kalinin, from an interrogation of February 1900, was sent from the Leningrad Regional Party Committee to Moscow in the name of Orjanikij. The interrogation protocol began with the words of Kalinin, "Being summoned for questioning as a result of my petition, I want to give frank testimony about my criminal activities." Then followed a detailed account of contacts with propagandists and participation in the work of the illegal circle. In addition to the copy of the interrogation protocol, the originals of this protocol and Kalinin's petition to the Minister of Justice, filed from the St. Petersburg Pretrial Detention Center, were also kept in the envelope of Orjanikij. These documents, apparently, were removed from the original archive files and sent to Moscow a little later. 7. Along with Kalinin's documents, an archival certificate was kept in the envelope about Yat. Rudzutak, convicted at the end of 1909 to 10 years of hard labor in the case of the Vindov organization of the Latvian Social Democratic Labour Party. The inquiry showed that during the investigation Rudzutak disclosed a group of members of the organization and the police searched the addresses he had given and seized weapons and propaganda literature. This archival reference was sent from the Central Historical Archive in Leningrad to the Central Council of the All-Union Chapter 3. Orjanikij's death Politkaterzhan Society in December 1928. This is the text from Kvashankin. Sovetsko rukovodstvo, 9-10. However, as so often with Kotkin's sources, there are problems. There's nothing at all about this in Mikoyan's autobiography Tak Bilo. Why not? What's more, Oleg Klevniuk writes as follows. Thanks to the new documents, we know that in 1928 in the archives of the police department compromising materials on M.I. Kalinin and Yat. Rudzutak were found. In the report of Kalinin's police interrogation of February 1900, it was said, "Being summoned for questioning as a result of my petition, I want to give frank testimony about my criminal activities." Kalinin, according to this protocol, told the police in detail about the work of the illegal circle. From the archival certificate in the case of Rudzutak, convicted of 10 years of hard labor in 1909, it follows that during the interrogations he disclosed a group of members of the organization. At the addresses given to them, searches were carried out and weapons and 84 propaganda literature were seized. In his introduction, Kvashankin says that these documents were discovered in February 1937, by Mikoyan and Beria, in envelopes, not folders, as Kotkin states, in Orjanikij's archives, with a message that clearly intended to keep them secret. Kvashankin's book was published in 1999. But in his 2015 book Klevniuk states that the documents were discovered in 1928. Klevniuk goes on to suggest, as usual, without evidence, that Stalin had used these documents to blackmail his supporters. Kvashankin says that both the document about Kalinin and that about Rudzutak were sent in 1929 to Orjanikij. Both Kvashankin and Klevniuk cite the same archival identifiers, so they are talking about the same documents. This fact suggests that either Klevniuk, Kvashankin, or both, had not actually read the document in question but had only seen a selection from it. Or, perhaps, Kvashenkin read it and Klevniuk just copied from Kvashenkin. One thing is clear. Kotkin has not read it. Asterisk, why haven't these documents been published? Kvashenkin claims to have seen them as early as 1999. Yet in 2015, Klevniuk only quotes the same one sentence from them. 85. Do these documents exist at all? If they do exist, are they genuine, or forgeries? It is the job of scholarship to recognize problems like this and either to resolve through research, or at least to alert readers to them. Kotkin does neither. 86. Chapter 4. Trots and the Bloc. I have published 2 books on Leon Trotsky's activities during the 1930s. Trotsky's Amalgams uncovers and examines the lies by Trotsky and his son, Leon Sedov, about the bloc of Trotskyists, rights, and other oppositionists. Kotkin also touches on this important issue. It is the subject of the present chapter. In the same book, I also devote 12 chapters, more than half of the book, to examining the testimony at the Moscow trials, in an attempt to determine whether that testimony should be accepted as what it appears to be, what the defendants chose to say, or whether the defendants' testimony was fabricated, scripted by the prosecution, forced from them by threats or promises, and therefore should not be considered to be valid evidence. This section is now published separately as the Moscow trials as evidence. 1. On the basis of the evidence now available to all researchers, I prove that Trotsky lied consistently about virtually everything concerning his own activities and about events in the Soviet Union. I also show that, whenever we can check a fact, claim made by one of the trial defendants against evidence that is independently obtained, we find that the trial testimony is valid. Therefore, the testimony in the Moscow trials is valid evidence, and should be used as such in historical study. In my second book, Evidence of Leon Trotsky's Collaboration with Germany and Japan, I gather and study the evidence now available about this important charge against Trotsky, which was featured in the second and third Moscow trials of January, 1937, and March, 1938, respectively. I conclude, as any objective student must, that, on the basis of the evidence now available, we must affirm that Trotsky did indeed collaborate with Germany and Japan. I cannot summarize these 2 book-length studies here, and refer the interested reader to them. Therefore, the present chapter will be short. All the evidence available to me and which I study in these books is available to all researchers. But Kotkin either ignores it, bias by omission, or, as we shall see, falsifies it. To do otherwise, to recognize that Trotsky lied, and did indeed collaborate with the Axis, utterly dismantles the anti-Stalin paradigm of Soviet history that Kotkin bends all his efforts to uphold. In the first Moscow trial of August, 1936, Trotsky was accused of forming a bloc of rights and Trotskyists. By bloc was meant a political alliance for concerted action between clandestine opposition groups operating illegally within the Soviet Union. The aim of the bloc was the overthrow of the Stalin leadership. Trotsky always denied that any such bloc existed or that he would have ever considered forming such a bloc with what he called capitulators, those who had publicly renounced their support of the Trotskyist opposition and promised future support for the Bolshevik party line. Since Khrushchev's day, the existence of this bloc has been denied by the Soviet, then the Russian, governments, and by all scholars of Soviet history, whether Soviet, Russian, Western anti-communist, or Trotskyist. In January, 1980, the Trotsky Archive at Harvard University was opened to researchers. Almost immediately a research team directed by Pierre Brouet, in his day the foremost Trotskyist historian in the world, discovered that a bloc of rights, Trotskyists and other oppositionists, had indeed existed and that Trotsky had approved it. Shortly thereafter, American scholar Archgetty discovered other documents in the Harvard Trotsky archive that proved that Trotsky wrote to former oppositionists, capitulators in 1932, undoubtedly to urge them to return to opposition. Trotsky swore that he had not contacted them and would never do so. Again Trotsky lied. Throughout the 80s and 90s Brouet went on to discover other lies by Trotsky. Kotkin cites Brouet's research. He must also know Getty's 1985 article on the Trotsky archives, which was published in Soviet Studies, the foremost vehicle in the world for research in Soviet history. But Kotkin does not inform his readers what this research proves, that during the 1930s Trotsky lied consistently about his activities. Trotsky lied in his Bulletin of the Opposition, in all his articles and books, in his supposed refutation of the 1936 Moscow trial, the Red Book. Trotsky lied to the 1937 Dewey Commission, and the commission members believed him. Kotkin conceals all this from his readers. Is this a lie? If not, what is? Stalin had the OGPU blackmail or entice Trotsky supporters internally exiled in the USSR to denounce him in the Soviet press. Radek signed a denunciation of Trotsky that was published in Pravda Yuli 13, 1929. Even Beloborodov and Ivan Smirnov would publicly break with Trotsky. Rakovsky, in Astrakhan, nearly alone remained loyal. Trotsky kept a photograph of him on his desk. For a detailed study of Trotsky's lies at the Dewey Commission hearings of 1937 see Furr. Trotsky's Amalgams. Chapters 17 and 18. Kotkin has fabricated this, literally made it up. There is no evidence that the OGPU compelled Trotskyists to denounce him. Neither Deutscher LOCCIT nor Brouet LOCCIT say anything about this. Brouet, Bolshevik-Leninist faction, was published in 1988. It has nothing at all about the OGPU either enticing or blackmailing oppositionists to capitulate, much less to denounce Trotsky. On the contrary, by 1990 Brouet had concluded that the capitulations were false. Levsidov called the Smirnov group either the former capitulators or the Trotskyist capitulators. Everybody had known, from 1929 on, that people in the Smirnov group had not really capitulated but were trying to fool the apparatus, and were capable of organizing themselves as an opposition within the party. The fact was so universally known that Andrés Nin, the Spaniard deported from the Soviet Union in August 1930, explained it openly to his German comrades of Die Permanente Revolution, who printed his declaration without apparent problem. 3. Kotkin cites this very article. So Kotkin knows that the supposed capitulations were phony. That means that Kotkin's claim that Stalin had the OGPU blackmail or entice Trotsky supporters internally exiled in the USSR to denounce him in the Soviet press constitutes deliberate deception of his readers. There is no other way to explain it. If this isn't a lie, what is? Why would Kotkin, like Khrushchev's men and then Gorbachev's men, do this? No doubt because the existence of the clandestine bloc of rights and Trotskyists was one of the central charges in Pierre Brouet party opposition to Stalin and the First Moscow Trial. In John W. Strong, ed. Essays on Revolutionary Culture and Stalinism. Columbus O.H., Slavica Publishers, 1990, pages 98-111, 104. The Moscow Trials, and Trotsky had consistently denied that any such bloc existed or could exist. Therefore, to acknowledge that it really did exist would dismantle the allegation, universal among Trotskyists and anti-communists, that the Moscow trials were ups fabricated by Stalin. Antisemitism in Kotkin's use of names. Kotkin, at Stalin's behest, the propagandist Mini Gubelman, who went by the name Yemlian Yaroslavsky, answered with an essay, M.R. Trotsky at the Service of the Bourgeoisie, or L. Trotsky's First Steps Abroad, published in Russian in the Soviet press, essentially a salve for Stalin's ego. Bolshevik, 1929, number 5 and 9. What's the point of using Yaroslavsky's birth, Jewish name? As recorded in the memoir of the well-known Soviet writer Konstantin Simonov, Stalin himself said that doing so was anti-Semitic. A person has the right to write under a pseudonym he has chosen for himself. But, obviously, somebody wants to emphasize that this person has a double name, to emphasize that he is a Jew. Why emphasize that? Why do that? Why spread anti-Semitism? Who benefits from that? For Kotkin does not call Grigory I Zinoviev by his birth, Jewish name Ovsei Gersh Aronovich Radomyslsky. He does not call Lev Kamina by his birth, Jewish name Rosenfeld. He does not refer to Karl Radek by his birth, Jewish name Sobel son. And he doesn't refer to Leon Trotsky by his birth, Jewish name Libobrinstein. Evidently Kotkin's anti-Semitism is restricted to people he does not like, supporters of Stalin. Yaroslavsky's brother kept his birth name Gubelman, was a lifelong Bolshevik and died full of honors in 1966. Yaroslavsky's son kept the name Yaroslavsky and became a major general, famous pilot, and hero of World War II. Trotsky and the Bloc. Kotkin. Sidov wrote to his father in invisible ink that a bloc had formed inside the USSR of Zinovievites, the Stenlomanids group, and Trotskyites, an apparent reference to the small riot in conspiracy. Trotsky received the letter on October 4, 1932, Trotsky Archive, Harvard, T 4782, Davies, Crisis and Progress, 246-7, citing conversations with Pierre Brouet, editor of Trotsky's notebooks in French. This is another falsehood by Kotkin, in this case, bias by omission. The text of Sidov's letter makes it clear that the bloc was not small. Davies, 246, notes that the bloc consisting of Zinovievites, the Stenlomanids group and Trotskyists. Moreover, it had nothing to do with Ryutin. No small Ryutin conspiracy existed. Ryutin was simply one member of the rightist conspiracy that entered the bloc in 1932. Here is the relevant part of the letter. Has been organized. In it have entered the Zinovievists, the Stenlomanids group and the Trotskyists. The group of Safar Tarkhan has not formally entered yet, they stand on too extreme a position, they will enter the truth in a very short time. Concerning their enormous mistake in 27 was made during negotiations with our people concerning the bloc, immediately before the exile of Z and K. 5. This is the bloc of oppositionists, the same bloc referred to in the Moscow trials. Brouet admits this in his 1980 article, which Kotkin footnotes elsewhere, though not here. Kotkin is deliberately deceiving his readers by withholding this information from them. Evidence of Trotsky's conspiracy with Germany and Japan. In the second and third Moscow trials, a number of defendants testified at length about Trotsky's conspiracy with Hitler's Germany and militarist fascist Japan against the Soviet Union. Trotsky, of course, denied any such thing. But this means nothing, since he would do so whether he were guilty or innocent. We now have a lot of evidence that Trotsky did in fact collaborate with Germany and Japan. As we have seen, Kotkin has not simply denied that the bloc of rights, Trotskyists and other oppositionists really existed, but has also falsified the evidence. It should be no surprise that Kotkin ignores entirely the evidence of Trotsky's collaboration with the Axis, even though it is in document collections that he himself uses. 6. We also have a great deal of evidence that Trotskyists within the USSR were doing just what the Trotskyists in the second and third Moscow trials testified that they were doing. Planning assassinations and sabotage, and were working with German agents. 7. At present we have evidence in two forms: pre-trial interrogations and confessions of people involved in oppositional activities within the Soviet Union, and confessions, including now the actual trial transcript, of Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky and the 7 other top-level military leaders arrested, tried, convicted, and executed. For this evidence, see Furr, Trotsky's Amalgams. Volume 3 of my Trotsky studies will have much more such evidence. Chapter 5. First. Moscow. Trial. Kotkin's principal methods of misdirection and falsification in this chapter are, bias by omission, ignoring evidence that disproves Kotkin's fact claims but which his readers will not know about. Argument by scare quote, the use of phony references that do not provide evidence for the statements Kotkin makes in his text. It appears that Kotkin has not bothered to actually research any of these topics himself. At best he relies on secondary sources, works of research, or what appear to be research, although many of those whom he cites are phony researchers. Kotkin also relies on works that are not even secondary sources, works that contain fact claims that are not supported by any evidence at all, not even phony evidence. Fallacy number 1. Begging. The question. Kotkin prefaces his chapters on the trials of the 1930s this way: Stalin instigated an epic version of the time-honored authoritarian device of trumped-up conspiracies linking internal with external enemies, but the Soviet case differed in more than just scale. Rhee's pages contain no evidence whatever. Like Kotkin, Rhee simply assumes that the conspiracies were fabrications, the logical fallacy of begging the question. Roy Medvedev, author of the other monumental work on the terror, endeavored to separate Chap 5. First Moscow trial Stalin from the sacred Lenin and depicted him as a traditional tyrant, but he similarly asserted that Stalin was motivated by lust for power, boundless ambition, as if all tyrants murdered their own elites not just on such a scale but also with forced confessions to fantastical crimes they had not committed. The phrase lust for power, boundless ambition is indeed on Medvedev, 585. But Kotkin either does not realize, or pretends not to realize, that Medvedev's book contains almost no evidence. It is mostly based on Khrushchev-era attacks on Stalin which have since been disproven with primary documents from the Soviet archives. 1. Fallacy number 2, the argument from incredulity. Kotkin again. The conspiracies in the Soviet Union were invented. This is Kotkin's position throughout. He cites no evidence to support this claim. Naturally, because it is false. It is Kotkin's obligation, as a historian, to inform his readers about this evidence. But to do so would dismantle the whole purpose of his book. Hiding the evidence against Valentin Olberg Kotkin, Trotskyists had also seized attention. Valentin Olberg, a provincial teacher who happened to have just returned from Germany, was arrested by the NKVD, which extracted testimony from him that he had come back with a special task assigned to him by none other than Trotsky, a terrorist act against Stalin. Olberg named other terrorists he had recruited. Arrests followed. 245 By spring the NKVD would arrest 508 Trotskyists, one of whom was found in possession of Trotsky's personal archive for 1927. Stalin ordered the NKVD to furnish Yezhov with copies of all documents pertaining to Trotskyists and freed him from overseeing party organs, a task passed to Yezhov's deputy, Georgy Malenkov. Yezhov now oversaw the NKVD full-time. Vyshinsky wrote to Stalin and Molotov of a separate case of a Trotskyite group just turned over to the courts with supposed plans for a terrorist act against the dictator Stalin on Red Square back during the Revolution Day parade, while Yagoda and Vyshinsky together wrote to him about the liquidation of a Zinovyevite organization of 34 people, asking how should they be tried. Kostov et al., Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 715-6, 716-20, 723. 97. Either Kotkin hasn't researched Olberg, or he is concealing the evidence from his readers. Chase's fine book, published in 2001 and now seriously out of date, does document Olberg's Trotskyism and expulsion from the German CP. Direct correspondence of Olberg with Trotsky is preserved in the Harvard Trotsky Archive, a fact that Kotkin fails to mention. Kotkin also omits any mention of the draft of a pamphlet on Olberg by Austrian Trotskyist Kurt Landau, also preserved in the Harvard Trotsky Archive. Landau confirmed that Olberg really was a Trotskyist. Moreover, Landau said that Olberg had given him the impression that the technical work that the Russian comrades wanted him for was more important than for us. 3. There has never been any evidence to doubt Olberg's confession that he planned to murder Stalin. On the contrary, we now have much more evidence to confirm Olberg's guilt, including confessions by his wife Betty and his brother Pavel, both of whom knew about and abetted his conspiracy. 4. The collection of documents in which these confessions are printed was published in 2013, in plenty of time for Kotkin to have made use of it. But he ignores it. I will discuss this evidence in detail in Volume 3 of my Trotsky studies. If the anti-Stalin paradigm is to be upheld, the charges at the Moscow trials must be deemed fabrications and all the defendants, like Olberg, victims of a frame-up. So Kotkin suppresses the evidence. As for the Kostov book, the documents in it are indeed very important. As usual, Kotkin says nothing about them. These investigators' documents discuss contacts between the Trotskyists and Zinovievists arrested in early January, 1936, and the underground Zinovievist group in Leningrad that murdered Kirov on December 1, 1934. These documents specifically discuss the contacts with Kotalinov, one of the leaders of the Zinovievite group that murdered Kirov. The document on page 723 of this book shows that some of these people were not executed but given prison sentences. Fallacy number 3, argument by scare quote note 246, Jansen and Petrov, Stalin's loyal executioner, 46-8. These pages, also full of scare quotes, contain no evidence that the defendants were innocent. Olberg is not even mentioned. Note Kotkin's use of argument by scare quote. Kotkin uses this dishonest rhetorical ploy when he wishes to conceal from his readers that he has zero evidence to support his anti-communist conclusions. 5. Kotkin. Stalin pressed for wider arrests, using the unique instruments only he commanded. He dispatched a secret circular drafted by Yezhov and edited by the dictator to party organizations, which was to be read aloud to all party members and which. 5. I examine argument by scare quotes as a technique of deception in Furr, Kirov, 87 ff. Quoted the testimony of the various accused Trotskyists. 99. Argument by scare. Quote yet again. This circular of July 29, 1936, is largely made up of quotations from confessions of conspirators. There is a lot of evidence that they are genuine. So far behind the scenes that it vanishes. Kotkin. The 5-day trial of the Trotskyite Zinovievite Center commenced on August 19, in the October Hall of White Corinthian Columns in the House of Trade Unions. 104. The spectacle followed an extended period of behind-scenes torture, scripting, and rehearsing, and this time it would result not in mere exile or imprisonment. The defendants, besides the 5 German communists who confessed to Gestapo ties, were 11 prominent Bolsheviks of the 1926-27 opposition. 105. 10 of the 16 happened to be Jewish. Invited audience members numbered some 150 people, including 30 hand-picked foreign journalists and diplomats, as well as many plainclothes NKVD operatives, but not the relatives of the accused. Despite slip-ups that betrayed the fabrication, the defendants, all communists, publicly confessed to being wreckers, spies, terrorists. Kamina, together with Zinoviev and Trotsky, organized and guided this conspiracy, Stalin's former close associate stated. I had become convinced that the party's Stalin's policy was successful and victorious. We, the opposition, had banked on a split in the party, but this hope proved 6 Furr. Moscow trials. 100. Groundless. We could no longer count on any serious domestic difficulties to allow us to overthrow Stalin's leadership. This is all false. In reality, there is no evidence whatsoever that any of the defendants were to Richard, nor of any scripting or rehearsing at all. So, naturally, Kotkin doesn't cite any evidence. 7 to HL with reality. Let's quote Orlov again. In giving his one example of slip-ups that betrayed the fabrication, Kotkin shows his own incompetence. Kotkin's note 106 reads, testimony about a 1932 meeting that had allegedly taken place with Trotsky in Copenhagen's Hotel Bristol ignored that the building had been torn down in 1917. Orlov, Tana Istoria, 70. This too is all wrong. The Hotel Bristol was never torn down. In fact, the building that was once the Hotel Bristol still stands in the center of Copenhagen. 8. Ironically, it is the slip-up of Kotkin's that betrays his falsification. It would be hard to believe that Kotkin did not bother to find out that the story is false, except that there are so many other examples of his incompetence. Geo Eltzman's NKVD file has now been declassified. 9. It shows that the NKVD did not fabricate or confuse anything. Rather, the NKVD men checked up on Geo Eltzman's statement about the Hotel Bristol, discovered his error, and suggested to Geo Eltzman that he had gotten the name of the Bristol pastry shop confused with that of 7. For a study of the Moscow trial's testimony, see Trotsky's Amalgams. Chapters 1 to 12, now updated and published separately as the Moscow trials as evidence. Vladimir Bobrov for providing me with these archival documents. I will publish it in connection with Volume 3 of my Trotsky Studies. Chap 5. First Moscow Trial 101. The Hotel Next Door. Geo Eltzman admitted that he might have been done this. But the most important point is this: Geo Eltzman made the same error at the trial. We know now that the prosecution knew he had made a mistake. Yet Vyshinsky did not correct him. The prosecution permitted Geo Eltzman to testify as he chose to do, even though they knew he was in error. Therefore, this slip-up, on Geo Eltzman's part, is strong evidence that the trial was not fabricated in any way. Instead of researching this issue, Kotkin relies upon Orlov's long discredited book. More than 30 years ago, American scholar Arch Getty exposed Orlov's book as untrustworthy on pages 211-212 of his classic study Origins of the Great Purges. John Costello and Oleg Tsarev also cite many demonstrable lies by Orlov. 10. How dare Kaganovich tell the truth? Kotkin writes. Another falsehood. The Iakoflev book states that Kaganovich inserted his and Ordzhonikidze's names into the sentence. But even RPP does not claim that he or anyone had inserted them into the confessions of the accused. Mrakovsky, one of the defendants in the trial, had stated that Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich were to be assassinated. Reingold named these three plus Ordzhonikidze, Postishev, Kozier, and others. Zinoviev admitted that his 10 John Costello and Oleg Tsarev. Deadly Illusions. New York, Crown, 1. Group planned to assassinate Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich. Therefore Kaganovich did not fabricate anything, but simply corrected the text of the sentence by inserting his own name. But how could Kotkin's readers know this, since he conceals it from them? Begging the question yet again, Kotkin, Bukharin, hiking the Pamirs in Central Asia, had hurried back to Moscow to find Stalin away on holiday, and would write the dictator a letter, which also found its way into the holiday mailbag, rapidly endorsing all the fabricated charges of the trial, except those about himself. Stalin had afforded Bukharin an opportunity to defect. In February 1936, he had appointed Bukharin to lead a commission to purchase a Marx Engels archive in France, leaving the trip's duration up to Bukharin and permitting the pregnant Larina to join him. But his father, brother, first wife, second wife, and daughter lived in Moscow, and the trip to France had taken place before Zinoviev and Kamenev had been executed. On the eve of Kamenev's execution, Stalin wrote to Kaganovich that Kamenev, through his wife, had sounded out the French ambassador about supporting a possible Trotskyite Zinovievite government. I believe Kamina also sounded out the English, German, and American ambassadors, Stalin added. This means Kamina was supposed to reveal to these foreigners the plans for the conspiracy and the murder of the leaders of the party. This also means Kamina had already revealed the plans to them, for otherwise the foreigners would not have begun talking about the future Trotskyite Zinovyevite government with him. 117. Did Stalin believe this? Was he straining to justify his political murders to Kaganovich? These questions remain unanswerable. This is a problem for anyone who, like Kotkin, assumes, a priori and contrary to all the evidence, that the trials were frame ups. Rather than consider the evidence, Kotkin calls the trial political murders and says that the problem remains unanswerable. Of course it is only unanswerable if one ignores the evidence and assumes a priori that Kamina was innocent, as Kotkin does. Once again, Kotkin commits the logical fallacy of begging the question, assuming that which must be proven, not assumed. 11. This letter of Stalin's to Kaganovich is also online at http://istmat.info/node/36927. In reality, these remarks of Stalin's are good evidence that Stalin believed Kamina's confessions, and therefore that those confessions were genuine. Stalin's remarks make it clear that he believed that Kamina had really been guilty of the conspiracy of which he was charged and to which he had confessed. Kotkin overlooks evidence that Kamina was guilty. Kotkin has also omitted an important section from this same letter to Kaganovich. Second, from Reingold's confessions it is clear that Kamina, through his wife Glebova, was feeling out the French ambassador Alphand concerning possible relations of the French government with a future government of the Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc. Obviously, Glebova is well informed about all this sordid material. We must bring Glebova to Moscow and submit her to a series of meticulous interrogations. She might reveal many interesting things. This passage is strong evidence that Stalin did not know in advance what Reingold was going to confess at the trial and was drawing conclusions based on those confessions at the time. In other words, Stalin was trying to figure out what was really going on. Once again, that means that Stalin had not stage-managed Kamina's confession. Oleg Khlevniuk, the Russian editor of this collection, an anti-communist historian to whom the practice of objectivity is completely foreign, appears to have realized this and tried to twist Stalin's words into an attempt at fabrication. One of the ciphers shows how Stalin supervised the fabrication of such cases. In this telegram, Stalin not only orders Kaganovich to interrogate the already arrested wife of Kamina, but directly lists what testimony should be extracted from her, about Kamina's connections with Western ambassadors in Moscow and Western diplomats' awareness of plans for plotting and killing the leaders of the CPSU. 105. Khlevniuk is lying, or, perhaps, deluding himself. We know, and Khlevniuk and Kotkin must know too, that Glebova was not framed. Instead, she was let off with the help of NKVD conspirators. Here, quoted from a volume that Kotkin cites elsewhere, though not here, is NKVD man D.M. Dmitriev's confession concerning this event. I remember the following cases. 1. The case of Tatiana Kameneva. She was the wife of L.E. Kamina. We had information that Tatiana Kameneva, on instructions from L.B. Kamina, went to the French ambassador in Moscow LF and with a proposal to set up a meeting with L.B. Kamina for counter-revolutionary discussions concerning help by the French government to underground Trotskyites inside the USSR. IN Chertoke interrogated Tatiana Kameneva and steered away from this accusation, making it possible for her to avoid testimony about this fact during the investigation. 12. 106. Rather than evidence that Stalin was fabricating confessions, this is strong evidence that he was not doing so. On the contrary, conspirators within the NKVD were deceiving Stalin in cooperation with the bloc, including Kamina's wife. Since this is good evidence that Stalin was not fabricating these trials, it is logical that Khlevniuk and Kotkin withhold it from their readers. but it is dishonest for them to do so. Shame on Stalin for not violating Soviet law. Kotkin, Stalin supervised the trial from afar, sternly instructing Kaganovich that the sentences had to mention Trotsky and Sedov. 118. A few hours after the court had adjourned on August 24, Ulrich, at 2:30 a.m., pronounced the defendants guilty and condemned all but one to death. Later that day, the regime staged a grand aviation display at Moscow's Tushensky Aerodrome. Planes flew difficult maneuvers. Parachutists dropped from the sky. The enemy's schemes, a teacher in the Institute of World Economy and International Relations recorded in his diary, cannot stop our enormous successes. 119. Kamina and the others wrote appeals for mercy in the pre-dawn hours. Perhaps, as would be rumored, Stalin had promised them their lives in exchange for public confessions to crimes they had not committed. 120. But well before the end of the trial, 72-hour period for appeals specified in Soviet law, Kamina, Zinoviev, and the rest were executed in the cellars. Yezhov retrieved the bullet casings as souvenirs. Both Kamina and Zinoviev still cherished some hope. Stalin had indeed promised to spare their lives if they would make a full confession and repent. They had not realized that everything had been predetermined. Fokaganov is lying here. There is no evidence to support this claim that Stalin had promised to spare their lives for a confession. As with Kotkin and all those who adhere to the anti-Stalin paradigm a priori and in defiance of all the evidence, Fokaganov has to try to explain why the accused confessed if, as the anti-Stalin paradigm demands, they were all innocent. Never trust Fokaganov. Fokaganov's historical works are dishonest. Archgetty has written, we can judge them, it seems to me, according to two criteria: how well are they able to communicate significant historical information and interpretation despite prescribed controls, and how good is their research. In this admittedly idiosyncratic definition, I think Fokaganov fails on both counts. First, his writing, both in the Soviet era and the post-Soviet time, faithfully mimics, without nuance or Aesopian message, exactly what his employers want to hear. Others manage to do otherwise. Second, because of my interest in similar topics, I have had occasion to check and verify several of Fokaganov's more important archival footnotes in his Triumphi Tragedia. I can report that a substantial number of them do not refer to the documents they purport to cite, even by the most generous paraphrase. Often, his notes cite documents wholly unrelated to the matter at hand. Some of this, of course, can be explained by innocent mistake or clerical accident, of which we are all guilty. Chap 5. First Moscow trial at one time or another. Some of it can be explained by the fact that Fokaganov himself almost never darkened the door of an archive. In good Soviet style, he headed a team of hungry but, to us, anonymous juniors who actually did the research, selected the documents, and presented them to the Mandarin for approval. I have it, first-hand, that he worked this way. But even with these caveats, there can be no excuse for citing Stalin's order to torture prisoners to a stenogram of Zhdanov's speech on elections. Such examples are legion. This assessment of Fokaganov's scholarship is as accessible to Kotkin as it is to me or to anyone. But well before the end of the 72-hour period for appeals specified in Soviet law, Kamina, Zinoviev, and the rest were executed in the cellars. Yet another falsehood. The trial ended on the evening of August 23. 72 hours were indeed permitted for appeals. But each of the 4 appeals we now have is dated August 24, 1936. That means that the defendants had appealed within about 24 hours. Therefore, far from being broken, the law was adhered to. But it is evidently important to Kotkin to claim that Stalin violated Soviet law, so he falsifies this issue. For some reason Kotkin claims that Yezhov retrieved the bullet casings as souvenirs. This statement is not accurate, the reality was far more gruesome. Iagata retrieved the bullets themselves, extracted from the skulls of the executed men. See the following article. 14H Russia List, September 26, 1998. The bullets which had killed the two prominent Bolsheviks were kept as a kind of souvenir by the chief of the NKVD, Genrikh Yagoda. When, after a year and a half, his turn came to the firing squad, the bullets moved to his successor Nikolai Yezhov, who was shot, in turn. 2 years later. One would think that this macabre bit of information would help Kotkin make the trial and execution look bad. It seems that incompetence alone can explain this omission by Kotkin. 15. Yaroslav Shimuov, DVE Puli Na Pamiat. Radio Svoboda, August 24, 2016. At https://www.svoboda.org/a/2794308.html Chapter 6. Second Moscow Trial. We now have overwhelming documentary evidence that the defendants in the Second Moscow Trial were guilty, and that Leon Trotsky did indeed conspire with the Nazis and the Japanese militarists against the USSR. Kotkin has this evidence too. But Kotkin's readers will not learn about it. Kotkin conceals it from them in order to argue, without evidence of any kind, that the trial was a frame-up. We have already examined this quotation of Larina's in Chapter 3. Stalin had Bukharin summoned to a confrontation with Radek and Pyatakov, who were delivered from prison. Bukharin told his wife that Radek had denounced him as a spy and terrorist with whom he had plotted Stalin's murder, and that Pyatakov resembled a skeleton with its teeth knocked out. The transcript of the confrontation with Pyatakov has been published. In it, Pyatakov fully confessed his guilt at this confrontation. According to Larina, Bukharin told her that Ordzhonikidze wanted to hit Pyatakov. Small wonder. Pyatakov had been his trusted zam, second in command in the Commissariat of Heavy Industry. 1. Confrontation is short for face-to-face confrontation, a right accorded prisoners to confront and question their accusers. Kotkin does not inform his readers of this. There was no joint confrontation with both Radek and Pyatakov, they were separate confrontations more than a month apart. 112. There is a great deal of evidence against Pyatakov. For a discussion of it, including non-Soviet evidence that is surely well known to Kotkin, see Trotsky's Amalgams, especially Chapter 8. We also have Sergo Ordzhonikidze's speech of February 5, 1937, to leading members of the Commissariat of Heavy Industry, where Pyatakov had been his assistant. It is clear from this speech that Ordzhonikidze believed Pyatakov guilty. You think that if I had as my first deputy a man like Pyatakov, who had worked in industry for the past 15 years, who had tremendous connections with all sorts of people, you think that this person couldn't possibly sneak one or two of his people in. But sneak them he did. Some of them were found out, others were not. 2. The Russian version of Ordzhonikidze's speech was not available when Getty and Naumov wrote in the late 90s. It was finally published in 2011 and is now online at http://istmat.info/node. 48634. Chapter 6. Second Moscow Trial. You have, after all, heard of their tactics. Who among you has raised the question of finding out how things are going on in your chief directorate? You think that a wrecker materials. I told him about Lifshitz and Pyatakov, who were on the point of being exposed. Frenovsky's confession statement was not published until 2006. The Gorbachev-era text cited by Kotkin, O tak nazываемом, was published in 1989, at a time when no one could compare the false claim in it with what Frenovsky actually said. Here we have very strong evidence of Pyatakov's guilt. Kotkin knows this. He cites texts from this volume many times. As we will see in future chapters, Kotkin cites this very document, Frenovsky's confession statement, many times. But Kotkin simply refuses to tell his readers what Frenovsky said. Presumably because Frenovsky's confession demolishes Kotkin's notion that the Moscow trials were frame-ups of innocent men. We now have a great many interrogations and confessions by the defendants at this trial and by others who implicate them, in Volume 2 of the 2013 collection Politburo I Left Trotsky. We will examine them in a future volume of our ongoing Trotsky research. Kotkin ignores all this evidence too. Of course. This evidence dismantles Kotkin's fable about the supposed frame-up of the Moscow trials. Better hide this evidence. Notes 351 and 352 contain no evidence relevant to the trial. 5 to the People's Commissar for Internal Affairs of the Union of Soviet SOC. Republics, Commissar of State Securitylst Degree Beria LP. From the arrested suspect Frenovsky MP. Statement. Lubyanka 1939-1946, 33-50. Quotations are on page 39 and 41. English translation at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/-furg/research/fridaynovskyang.html. 118. Arguing from incredulity again. Kotkin, Furchtwanger found the allegations preposterous. And yet the oppositionists had organized a conspiratorial meeting, in summer 1932, at Zinoviev's dacha, where expelled party members of the Leningrad opposition had discussed reviving their old links to Trotsky. A message from Trotsky to join forces had been carried into the Soviet Union. Stalin was also correct that the NKVD had missed these contacts, which was evidently part of the basis for his statement, in the September 1936 dismissal of Yagoda, that the NKVD was 4 years behind. 354. Of course this was a pathetic block incapable of consequential action. 355. But the meeting was not an invention. The terror charges, too, contain the minutest kernel of truth. This paragraph contains some interesting falsehoods. For one thing, Furchtwanger did not find the trial preposterous at all. He only thought that the charges of Trotsky's collaboration with Germany and Japan were weakly supported. Here is the passage from Dimitrov's diary, cited in Kotkin's note 353, 2 February 1937. Furchtwanger to see me. On the trial, 1. Diversionary actions, espionage, terror proved. 2. Also proved, that Trotsky inspired and directed. 3. Trotsky's agreement with Hess 124 and the Japanese is based only on the confessions of the defendants. Chapter 6. 2nd. Moscow trial, no evidence whatsoever. 4. The fact that Radek and Sokolnikov were not sentenced to be shot will be exploited abroad as evidence that they furnished such testimony deliberately in order to save their lives. 5. The abuse hurled at the defendants leaves a disturbing impression. They are enemies, deserving of destruction. But they did not act out of personal interest, and they should not to have called them scoundrels, cowards, reptiles, etc. 6. Why such a great fuss over the trial? Incomprehensible. An atmosphere has been created of extreme unrest among the population, mutual suspicion, denunciations, and so forth. Trotskyism has been killed. Why such a campaign? 119. Furchtwanger found the principal charges credible but complained that the only evidence of Trotsky's conspiracy with the Germans and the Japanese was based on confessions. Trotsky's conspiracy with Hitler's Germany. But Furchtwanger was in error. He did not ask himself what other kind of evidence could possibly exist. What did he expect? A letter about the conspiracy signed by Hess and Trotsky themselves. There is a great deal of evidence, from various sources, that Trotsky was indeed in conspiracy with Germany and Japan to defeat the USSR in a war. We will present a lot more evidence of Trotsky's conspiracy with Germany in the 3rd volume of our study of Trotsky's activities. 6. See Furr, Trotsky's collaboration. The truth, the fact that Furchtwanger, or anyone else, does not believe the charges is not evidence that the charges were false. Such reasoning is called the argument from incredulity. 7. It applies to Kotkin, too. Kotkin rejects, i.e., refuses to believe the charges against the defendants in this and the other trials. But he has no evidence whatsoever that these charges were false. And it is evidence, not whatever Kotkin, or anybody else, believes, that is decisive. The bloc did function Kotkin. Of course, this was a pathetic bloc incapable of consequential action. This is false. In Trotsky's amalgams we have cited and discussed evidence that the bloc continued to function at the Suzdal political isolator, where Smirnov was confined. In 2017 yet more evidence of vigorous political activity by prisoners from the opposition was discovered hidden at the political isolator at Verkhnuralske. 8. Here we can just refer the reader to the confession statement by Mikhail Frenovsky cited above, and its online English translation which Kotkin ignores. Nor was Smirnov accused of organizing the conspiracy to murder Kirov in 1934, as Kotkin falsely claims. Smirnov was accused of being a leader of the bloc, and members of the bloc who were not in prison organized Kirov's murder. Smirnov specifically denied having had anything to do with terrorist. 7. See, for example, https://rationalwiki.org/wiki argument_from_incredulity. 8. See historic discovery of left opposition manuscripts from the early 1930s. August 27, 2018, at http://www.wsws.org/n/article/2018/08/27/left at 27.html. There are a number of articles about this discovery on the Russian language internet. Chapter 6. Second Moscow Trial. 121. Activities, though he admitted that he was an organizer of the bloc that did carry out such actions. He was, however, accused of a more active role by his admitted co-conspirators. Vyshinsky, was the center organized on the basis of terrorism? Smirnov, yes. Vyshinsky, were you a member of that center? Smirnov, yes, I was. Vyshinsky, consequently, those instructions were meant for you too? Smirnov, yes, they were communicated to me. Vyshinsky, they were not only communicated through you but were also instructions for you? Smirnov, they were forwarded as instructions. Vyshinsky, did you accept them? Smirnov, yes. Vyshinsky, how can you maintain, then, that Trotsky, from whom these instructions originated, was not an authority for you? Smirnov, I listened to those instructions and communicated them to the center. The center accepted them, but I took no part in its work. Remove Stalin. Kotkin. After a decree had rescinded Trotsky's Soviet citizenship, he had written a spirited open letter to the 122. Central Executive Committee of the Soviet asserting that Stalin has led us to a cul-de-sac. It is necessary, at last, to carry out Lenin's last insistent advice, remove Stalin. 356 Trotsky had not written remove by assassination, but how else could it be done? Trotsky, et Krito Pisma. Trotsky's words are, Ubrat Stalina. 11 Ubrat was the word used by all the conspirators. 9. Kotkin is correct to suggest that it meant kill because there was no other way. At the second Moscow trial of January, 1937, Radek said that he understood that Trotsky meant Stalin should be killed, though Trotsky never used a word like kill. Note 357. The NKVD agent Zborovsky managed to report that, on January 22, Trotsky's son Lev Sidov had told him apropos of the accusations, now there is no longer vacillation, Stalin should be killed. Fokoganov. Trotsky. 2, 197. Although, in an article, Trotsky had written that the only way to compel the bureaucracy to hand over power to the proletariat is by force, in a subsequent article on the Kirov murder he wrote that assassinating Stalin would accomplish nothing, because he would just be replaced by one of those Kaganoviches. Klasovaya priroda Sovetskogo gosidarstva, violatan oppositii, no. 9. Trotsky knew that the word used in the addition to Lenin's letter to the Congress is replacement, not the verb ubrat. This document, attributed to Lenin, is probably a forgery, according to Russian historian Valentin Sakharov, whose research Kotkin accepts in Volume 1 of his Stalin biography Chapter 6. Second Moscow Trial 36-7, 1-12, Trotsky, Stalinskaya Byurokrataya Ayubayistvo Kirova, Fokaganov. Triumph I Tragedia, 11/I, 270. 123. For a thorough discussion of Sedov's statement to Zborovsky, see Trotsky's Mal 9 AMS 292 FF, Trotsky and Terror. There we demonstrate that this and other statements by Sedov constitute strong evidence that Trotsky and his son were lying when they were assuring the world that they opposed assassinating Stalin and others. Of course they would deny it, whether or not they were actually planning assassination. Conspiracy necessarily involves lying. Therefore, their denials mean nothing. We have much evidence that Trotsky counted on using force against Stalin and his supporters. But Trotsky could not say so publicly. Has Kotkin actually researched this topic himself? If he has, why does he repeat old falsehoods, mainly from Cold War-era anti-communist research? The primary sources available today, many available for decades, prove that Kotkin's claims of nefarious actions by the Soviets in Spain are false down to the last one. Kotkin relates how Andrew Nin, formerly a secretary of Trotsky's, became a leader of the POUM in Spain, publicly broke with Trotsky and Trotsky, also publicly, with him, and that Trotsky's position was that there should be a full-bore anti-capitalist revolution in Spain. This latter position meant opposition to the Spanish Republic, a bourgeois democratic regime, and with Soviet policy, which was to support such governments in order to gain as large a united front against fascism as possible. One in Stalin's worldview, Nin's hoary link to Trotsky alone rendered the POUM Trotskyite. As we saw in Chapter 4, we have good reason to think that Nin's and Trotsky's supposed break, scare quotes deliberate here, was a cover for continued collaboration, just as Radek, Pyatakov, and many other Trotskyists admitted. The Soviets certainly must have assumed that. Given the materials that he claims he has read, Kotkin must know it too. 1. The Soviets wanted a popular front government willing to work with them. But they did not want to scare off the anti-communist capitalist powers France, the UK, and the USA. The Soviets knew that, unless the blockade against the Spanish Republic by these powers was dropped, the Republic was doomed. Also, the Soviets and the Spanish Communists were realistic. They realized that no Bolshevik-type communist revolution was possible with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy arrayed against the Republic. Chapter 7. Spanish Civil War. There was also the POUM's independence, criticizing the Stalinist line while claiming the mantle of Marxism. Some members of the POUM, moreover, openly admired Trotsky, and some of its officials discussed inviting him to take up residence in Barcelona. Sometimes fabricated nightmares have a way of coming true. 125. Here Kotkin wants it both ways. On the one hand, Kotkin insists that the POUM was not really Trotskyist. This is evidently what he means by Stalin's fabricated nightmare and by ignoring Nin's, Erwin Wolf's, and Landau's ties to Trotsky. But on the other hand, Kotkin concedes that POUM acted like a Trotskyist party would be expected to act. Kotkin. Throughout Europe, significant doubts reverberated among leftist intellectuals about the alleged treason of the executed Bolshevik revolutionaries, but in Republic Spain, the POUM's La Batalla was almost the only newspaper to detail, let alone condemn, the Moscow Showcase trial, labeling the Soviet Union a bureaucratic regime of poisonous dictatorship. Tit for tat, the lead editorial in the September 1936 issue of the Communist International NOL, issued in multiple European languages, condemned the POUM as fascist agents masquerading as leftists, with ties to Trotsky, Kamina, Zinoviev, Franco, Mussolini, Hitler. 184. Here too Kotkin shows that POUM used Trotsky's own terminology to condemn the first Moscow trial, thus tacitly conceding that POUM acted as though it were a Trotskyist party. In the same issue, Palmira Togliatti presented Stalin's retrospective criminalization of long-ago factional. 126. The truth activity as an act to defend democracy, peace, socialism, and the revolution. Ercole, Uroki Processa, 37, 43. The Moscow trial has had a catastrophic effect and has dreadfully compromised the policy of the Popular Front, the Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding had lamented in August 1936. McDermott and Agnew, Comintern, 156. This is all wrong. What's more, Kotkin knows it. Mikhail Frenovsky, Yezhov's second in command, stated in April 1939 that the Moscow trial's defendants really were guilty. At the time of the trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others, when the testimony about Bukharin was published in the press, Evdokimov was in Moscow. He became very upset and in a conversation with me, said, "The devil only knows how he will be able to extract himself from this whole affair. I just don't understand Yagoda at all, what he is doing, why he is broadening the circle of persons for repression, or maybe the nerves of these people are weak, they will give out. But it could have been possible to direct the course of the investigation in such a manner as to leave oneself safe in any case." 2. Today we have a great deal of evidence that Zinoviev, Kamina, et.al. were guilty. Their factional activity was not of long ago and had by no means ended. Kotkin knows about this evidence too. There has never been any evidence that any of the Moscow trials were frame ups, the defendants innocent, tortured, threatened, or otherwise forced or cajoled to make false confessions. 3. This is the bottom line reason that Kotkin has recourse to unsupported statements. Lies and unsupported fact claims, as though this is so obvious that no evidence is needed, are his only resort. Ironically enough, since all the evidence we now have supports the hypothesis that the Moscow trial's defendants were indeed guilty and Trotsky really was collaborating with the Nazis and Japanese, it turns out that Togliatti's statement that the first Moscow trial was an act to defend democracy, peace, socialism, and the revolution was true. Anti-Trotskyism really was anti-fascism, even though few Trotskyists outside the USSR knew it. Communist massacres. Kotkin discusses the Paracuelos massacre of nationalist supporters in 1936 and then describes it as the worst of the many massacres in the Republic's zone perpetrated by leading Spanish communists and their Soviet advisors, Gorev, Orlov, and Koltsov. Paul Preston, whose book Kotkin footnotes at this point, gives the figures of nationalist victims as somewhere between 2,200 and 2,500. The men killed were in fact fascists. They were General Malas, that is, Francisco Franco's fifth column. But Kotkin is bluffing again. He does not identify a single one of what he calls the many massacres. Preston says nothing about many massacres either, nor about any involvement in these or in any massacres by Gorev or Koltsov. In fact, the Paracuelos massacre is the only such massacre by the Republicans. Kotkin's utter lack of objectivity. If a historian were to claim that the 196 7 My Lai massacre of 500,600 Vietnamese civilians, a real atrocity that included rape, murder and the use of children for target practice, was just the worst of many massacres by America's soldiers, many or most other historians and readers would cry foul and demand, "Where's your evidence for these many other massacres?" And, obviously, they would be correct to do so. For same here. Kotkin should give evidence for this claim, instead of relying on his readers' anti-communism to let him skate by with the kind of utterly unsupported allegation of many massacres that would never be tolerated if the charge had been made against American soldiers. The Barcelona May Days revolt. Kotkin, Koltsov also wrote how Trotsky was supposedly giving directives to the POUM and how the POUM had restructured in the usual Trotskyite fashion in order to engage in terrorism. In reality, we know that Trotsky was indeed giving directives to the POUM, and Kotkin has to know it too. Trotsky's secretary Erwin Wolf went to Spain as the emissary of the International Secretariat of the Furr International, Trotsky's organization, and therefore as Trotsky's own emissary. Other Trotskyists, like Andrew Nin and Kurt Landau, continued to act consistently with Trotsky's ideas. As we explained in Chapter 4, the Soviets would naturally have assumed that their break with Trotsky was phony, as both Pyatakov and Radek, and later Christian Rakovsky, testified that their public breaks with Trotsky had been, and as Andrew Nin himself had said that all such retractions were. Erwin Wolf had not even pretended to break with Trotsky. He had come straight from Trotsky in Norway to Spain with only a brief stopover in Belgium and France. 5. According to Trotskyist. 4. In fact, there is reliable evidence for many other massacres by American soldiers in Vietnam. There is no such evidence for many massacres by communists in the historian Pierre Brouet, whose works Kotkin cites. Trotsky's supporters reported to him in 1936 that most POUM militants in Barcelona were in fact Trotskyists. 6. No wonder Trotsky dispatched an emissary Wolf. The Barcelona May Days uprising was an attempt at an anarchist Trotskyist seizure of power in Catalonia in the midst of the war. On May 5 the insurgents even declared a provisional government. The Spanish Communists and Soviet NKVD would certainly have understood the presence of leading Trotskyists like Wolf and Landau as additional evidence that the May Days uprising had been planned in advance. It is significant that neither Wolf nor Landau was arrested and disappeared until long after the May Days uprising. What Koltsov really wrote. Kotkin. Koltsov accused the POUM Trotskyists of attracting only riffraff and scum. 319. Tens of thousands of workers and people's militias who were sacrificing their lives to save the Republic were cowards and fascist hirelings. Yet another false statement by Kotkin, though you'd never know it unless you checked Koltsov's articles, all in Russian, and how many of Kotkin's readers are going to do that? Koltsov wrote that all the scum flocked to Trotsky, not that all of the POUM fighters were scum. 5. There his partner, H.J., 77. 130. Wherever the vile hand of Trotsky is stretched, it sows lies, betrayals and murder. Everything sinister, criminal, all scum, all the human scum flies to his call for vile thuggish acts. In his January 21, 1937 article in Ispansky Dnevnik, Koltsov draws a clear distinction between Nin and a few other persons in the POUM leadership, and everybody else. 7. Koltsov wrote this before Radek's dramatic disclosure, during the 2nd Moscow trial of January 1937, that Trotskyists were indeed active in Spain, and before the Barcelona May Days revolt, which was nothing if not a stab in the back against the Spanish Republic. POUM was a Trotskyist front. Kotkin. Meanwhile, the January 1937 editorial of the Communist International, written in Stalin's signature style of questions and answers, pointedly noted that the Spanish Trotskyists conduct themselves like the advanced guard of the notorious Fifth Column of Franco insurgents. Is it possible to support the heroic struggle of the Spanish popular masses without fighting against the traitorous Trotskyite band? No, it is impossible. 334. La Batalla, the POUM's organ, responded that Stalin is destroying, without looking back, everything that opposes him. Stalin maintains his incontestable power with terror. Orlov seems to have pushed in January 1937 for approval for an armed uprising in the nationalist rear, in Spanish Morocco, but the Spanish Republican government did not support the idea, wary of overly antagonizing France given the proximity to French Morocco. Costello and Tsarev, Deadly Illusions, 274, 46-7 and 21. Orlov finally became official NKVD station chief in Spain in late February 1937. Here the POUM paper La Battala was writing about the Second Moscow Trial, the Trotskyist trial which began on January 21, 1937. Today we have much more evidence that the conspiracies to which the Trotskyists in this trial confessed were real conspiracies. Of course, this evidence is also available to Kotkin. But he never tells his readers about it. Articles like this one and many others from the POUM newspaper would have been taken by the Soviets as proof that POUM was a Trotskyist front. And it turns out that the editors of the Comintern journal were correct. POUM leaders, including Kurt Landau, had tried to organize in Barcelona a conference of anti-Soviet forces to discuss the overthrow of the Spanish Republican government, culminating in the May Days Revolt. Meanwhile, in article after article the POUM newspaper echoed Trotsky's attacks on Stalin and the USSR. Nin was in the POUM leadership, Wolf was an advisor to POUM, and Landau was one of its activist propagandists. Fascists prepared. Barcelona Revolt. Kotkin. Later, Franco would boast that his agents had provoked the Barcelona anarchist uprising so as to disorganize the Republic's rear. No doubt his agents did try. 132. But Kotkin fails to cite the evidence that the fascists had provoked the uprising. According to General Wilhelm Vopel, Hitler's ambassador to Spain, Franco himself claimed that agents of his were also involved in instigating the anarchists to revolt. As for the disorders in Barcelona, Franco informed me that the street fighting had been started by his agents. As Nicolas Franco further told me, they had in all some 13 agents in Barcelona. One of these had given the information a considerable time ago that the tension between the anarchists and communists was so great in Barcelona that he would guarantee to cause fighting to break out there. Actually, the agent had succeeded, within a few days of receiving such instructions, in having street shooting started by 3 or 4 persons, and this had then produced the desired result. 8. Kotkin also never mentions the most important fact that the Nazis themselves were also involved in planning the May Days Revolt. Here is a part of the 1942 accusation by a Nazi court against Haro Schultzboysen, a Soviet spy in the Nazi Luftwaffe. At the beginning of 1938, during the Spanish Civil War, the accused learned in his official capacity that a rebellion against the local Red government in the territory of Barcelona was being prepared with the cooperation of the German Secret Service. This information, together with that of Polnitz, was transmitted by him to the Soviet-Russian embassy in Paris. 9. 8. The ambassador in Spain to the Foreign Ministry. May 11, 1937. Documents on German Foreign Policy 1918-1945. Series D Volume IL. Genini and the Spanish Civil War 1936-1939. London, His Majesty's Stationery Office, 1951, number 254, 286. Either Kotkin knows about this evidence and hides it from his readers, or he does not know about it. In the first case, he is being dishonest, lying by omission. In the second case, he is incompetent to write about this topic at all. The NKVD did not instigate Kotkin. The NKVD, too, had infiltrated the POUM to instigate an attempted seizure of power as a pretext to crush it. This is another phony citation by Kotkin, for Sharapov does not say that the NKVD were trying to instigate anything. Here is what he writes. Since December 1936, NKVD agents introduced into the POUM had been reporting preparations by the POUmists and anarchists of an armed uprising in Barcelona. Reported, substantially, not instigated. Nazi agents infiltrated Trotskyists. Sharapov goes on to cite Schultzboysen's intelligence that German agents had penetrated Trotskyist circles in Barcelona in order to foment a putsch. In the beginning of 1937, the Berlin residency of the Foreign Division of the NKVD received an anonymous message that German agents had infiltrated the Trotskyist circles in Barcelona with the intention in the near future to organize a coup. Also, terrorist attacks against activists of the Communist Party and the Young Communist League of Spain were being prepared by the POUists. In this way, the well-known Catalan communist Antonio Ses was killed. Later, in February 1938, Leon Narvik, a captain of the International Brigades, a communist and Orlov's agent in the POUM, a native of Russia, was killed. Kotkin knows about this after all, he cites Sharapov's book. But he conceals it from his readers. Grigolevic's activities. Kotkin, he also liquidated Trotskyists. 1 Andrew and Mitrokhin Archive, 114. Syudoplatov, Special Tasks, 193, V Madrid I A Rukovodil Grupoi, Primakov, Okerki, 3, 148-54. 135. More phony citations by Kotkin. There is nothing about this on page 114 of Mitrokhin Archive, which deals with World War II. On page 87 the book breezily claims that Grigolevic had taken a leading role in liquidating Trotskyists during the Spanish Civil War. But it cites no evidence, or even names. It's not evidence. In the interview cited by Kotkin, Grigolevic himself did not claim to have liquidated Trotskyists. For the Primakov citation, see the next section. What death squad? Kotkin. Grigolevic had arrived in Barcelona with his death squad on May 3, 1937. Grigolevic participated in the kidnapping and murder of Nin. Yet another falsehood by Kotkin. Here is the text from Primakov 3, 153. An important milestone in the Spanish biography of Max is the part in the suppression of the armed mutiny in Barcelona in May 1937. The parties of the anarchists and the Trotskyists, which had their own military formations, withdrew their units from the front, brought them to Barcelona, and on May 2 tried to seize power. Already on May 3, Max, as part of a special squad of 10 Seguridad workers, arrived in Barcelona. Before them were the following tasks: immediately stop the bloodshed, and locate and, if possible, arrest the rebel leaders and commanders of the rebel military units. In part, this was done on the first day, and finally on the next, with the support of the incoming reinforcements. So this passage in Primakov, 3, 153, concerns how Grigolevic helped to suppress the anarchist Trotskyist May Days uprising in Barcelona. There is nothing here about any death squad and nothing about any involvement of Grigolevic in the kidnapping and murder of Nin. 10 Nin not tortured. Kotkin, after Nin was arrested, Orlov's thugs kidnapped him from Spanish prison and took him to a secret place of confinement maintained by the NKVD at Alcalá. 10. In fact, there is some testimony that Grigorovich was involved in the Nin affair, but Kotkin doesn't cite it. See Boris Volodarsky, Stalin's agent, The Life and Death of Alexander Orlov. Henry's, the birthplace of Cervantes. There, they tortured him to get him to confess he was a fascist agent. With much of the POUM leadership awaiting trial, such testimony was thought necessary to persuade the public to support death sentences. Nin refused to confess to treason, Trotskyism, or other crimes. He was executed in secret by Grigolevic's death squad on the Alcalá de Henares highway and buried there. That the NKVD kidnapped, interrogated, and then killed Nin is not in doubt. Their reasons were clear. Nin had been a leader of a stab-in-the-back revolt against the Republican government, in the midst of a war against the fascists. Moreover, through Schultz poison, the NKVD knew that the Nazi Secret Service was involved in the revolt. The Soviets either knew or suspected that Nin was still an emissary of Trotsky's, as Erwin Wolf certainly was. They knew that Trotsky was in league with the Germans. The Soviets knew too that Landau and Wolf were working with the POUM leadership, which included Nin as a leading member. What is in question here is whether Nin was tortured as Kotkin claimed. Here Kotkin is repeating fascist disinformation. He has no evidence that Nin was tortured because there is none. Paul Preston, the most objective historian of these matters and one cited by Kotkin, says that Nin was not tortured. Before being transferred to Alcalá de Henares, Nin was questioned in Madrid 4 times by Jacinto Rosell as secretary of the Brigada Especial on 18, 19, and June 21. Nothing about Rosell's questions or Nin's answers in the transcript signed by Nin and published by the POUM itself suggests anything other than a legally conducted interrogation. 138. Without torture. The often unreliable Jesus Hernandez claimed that Nin was tortured and interrogated by Erlov and others for several days, in an effort to make him sign a confession of his links with the fifth column. This is highly unlikely. A confession was needed as the basis for a trial and, for that, Nin would have to be seen to be in good physical shape and testify that he had not been tortured. 11. Neither Sharapov, Naumydengan, nor Costello and Tsarev mention torture. Moreover, neither claim that Grigalevic had any role in Nin's kidnapping or in his murder. Costello and Tsarev do not mention Grigalevic's name at all. This is simply more disinformation foisted upon Kotkin's readers. Chapter 8. Third. Moscow Trial. Kotkin butchers and falsifies his account of the Third Moscow Trial of March 2 to 15, 1938, much as he has the first two, by the omission of important evidence and outright fabrication. We begin with a flagrant and indicative example of omission, and then a blatant falsehood. Bukharin and Jules Humbert draws. Kotkin's bias. By omission. Humbert Draw's name does not appear in Kotkin's index. Presumably only names that occur in the text of the book, not in the footnotes, are indexed. So unless you carefully read every page of this monster book, 909 pages of text plus 159 pages of triple column footnotes in tiny type, you will never see this reference. This gives Kotkin the scope for more dishonesty, not that he needs it. For Bukharin did not, as Kotkin delicately puts it, mention getting rid of Stalin. What Bukharin told his friend Humbert Draws is that he and his followers had decided to murder Stalin. Bukharin also told me that they had decided to use individual terror in order to rid themselves of Stalin. Humbert Draws published these memoirs in Switzerland in 1971. He was long out of the Comintern and under no pressure from the Soviets. Moreover, this passage occupies only a few lines in a memoir of more than 500 pages. Bukharin's words to his friend Humbert Draws expose as dishonest his letter to Stalin of December 10, 1937, his testimony during the Third Moscow Trial, and his 2 appeals for clemency. Although Bukharin claimed that he had completely disarmed, confessed and repented all his crimes, he still concealed the fact that he had been planning to kill Stalin as early as 1929. We, the scholarly world, now possess a great deal of evidence not only about Bukharin's activities in the clandestine terrorist opposition bloc, but about his specific crimes. These primary documents and this research are as available to Kotkin as they are to everyone else. One must assume that Kotkin knows about them and decided not to inform his readers about them. That would constitute deliberate deception. 2. Humbert Draw's revelation make nonsense of Kotkin's claim here. Stalin charged Bukharin and his allies with deviation from the party line. Thus did the dictator fashion for himself and the regime a new high-profile internal foe. 10. Note 10 is to a very old book, Robert Tucker, Stalin as Revolutionary, A Terrible Psychohistory. But Tucker was one of Kotkin's mentors, so Kotkin gives him a few undeserved citations. As we've seen above, Kotkin is aware that Bukharin was plotting to murder Stalin as early as 1929 or even earlier, but suppresses this, as he does on page 58. Stalin's persecution of his friend Bukharin in 1929-30 revealed new depths of malice, as well as self-pity. The Ryudin platform was really the Bukharin platform. Kotkin. Stalin constantly urged more public trials. That included Martimian Ryutin, author of the devastating For Internal Condemnation of Forced Collectivization and Stalin's Dictatorship. The Ryadin platform had come up at the Second Moscow trial in late January 1937, but it had not been a central aspect. 253. Whereas Ryadin had been the actual implacable opponent and Bukharin had never joined a party opposition, Bukharin was the preeminent symbol. 254. Kotkin refers to the Ryadin platform about a dozen times in this book. But he never informs the reader that, as has long been known, Ryadin did not write this document at all. It was really written by Bukharin and Alexei Rykov, the main defendants at the Third Moscow trial, along with two others, Mikhail Tomsky and Nikolai Uglanov. 3 Note 361 p.922 records Trotsky's much later claim that Kamenev had warned him in 1926 that Stalin might kill him. Kotkin concedes that Kamenev never confirmed that publicly and Trotsky had said nothing about it at the time. 4. I pass over Kotkin's description of this document as devastating. In fact, the intellectual poverty of this long, rambling document, shown by its relentless personal attack on Stalin and the paucity of realistic political program, demonstrates the bankruptcy of the opposition. For an English translation by an admirer of Ryadin, see Sobhanlal D. Gupta, ed., The Ryadin Platform. 142. We can be sure that Kotkin knows this because he cites the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume of documents numerous times. In it, in the interrogation of Valentin Astrov, a student and follower of Bukharin's, we read: The Ryadin platform in essence was not a document by Ryadin, but by the center of the rights. Slepkov spoke about the content of this platform and, in particular, said that it contains the demand for the use of all means of struggle against Stalin's leadership, including terror. He also said that the main authors of this platform are Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky and Uglanov, and that in the organization it is agreed, in the event of the failure of this platform, to declare it a private matter of separate right groups, namely the Ryadin group. In this same document, Astrov also testifies about Bukharin's leadership of an opposition group. Bukharin admitted this during the Third Moscow trial. Bukharin. Perfectly true is the assertion made by the accused Ivanov, Chapter 8. Third Moscow trial. To the effect that I kept him informed of the stand of the right center, from the Ryadin platform to the latest stands, of which the court is fairly well informed. 128. Bukharin. The fixation of the question about insurrectionary organizations that was approved by the right center was first indicated in what is called the Ryadin platform. Rykov. As regards lines of principle, the so-called Ryutin program was characteristic of the period 1930-33. This Ryadin program was discussed twice in 1932 at Tomsky's summer residence with my participation. In addition to myself, there were present at the first meeting Bukharin and Tomsky and a number of other persons, among them Vasily Schmidt and Uglanov. Vyshinsky, was Bukharin there? Rykov. Bukharin was at the first meeting, when the original theses were drawn up. Rykov. The platform was called after Ryadin, because it was published by supporters of the rights, the Ryadin group, from Uglanov's Moscow organization. During the investigation instituted in connection with this platform, this group took the whole responsibility upon itself. This had been decided on beforehand, so that we ourselves should not be called to account for the platform. We managed to do this thanks to the fact that Yagoda was at the head of the OGPU. Vyshinsky, so Yagoda shielded you. Rykov, and to make it easier to do this, the program itself contained a phrase which expressed a certain sense of aloofness from Bukharin, Tomsky and myself. It said something to the effect that these three were waste steam. This was done from motives of double dealing. Bukharin, I reported to the court in your presence that actually the orientation on terrorism, strictly speaking, was already contained in the Ryadin platform. This evidence makes clear the fact that there was no small Ryadin group, the words Kotkin uses when describing Trotsky's agreement to form a bloc with the rights and other oppositionists. Kotkin certainly know this. but he hides it all from his readers. In doing so he falsifies the whole issue. Kotkin quotes from the Ryutin platform on page 70 as well. As elsewhere he attributes it to Ryutin, though he surely knows that it was not written by him but by Bukharin and others. Why? Apparently because Kotkin thinks it necessary to continue to claim that Bukharin had never been in any opposition group. We can be sure about Ostrov's testimony about Bukharin's leading role in the right opposition and co-authorship of the Ryutin platform because Ostrov lived until 1993, and published 2 articles about these events, one of them published even after the end of the USSR. Ostrov had the opportunity to retract his statements about Bukharin. But he never did so. A series of falsifications. Kotkin. On March 2, 1938, the Third Moscow trial finally commenced, like the first 2, in the October Hall of the House of Trade Unions, in front of nearly 200 spectators, including the usual hand-picked foreign journalists and diplomats. It lasted 18 sittings. A total of 21 defendants, 9 of whom had sat in the Central Committee, were in the dock. 3 were doctors of the Kremlin medical staff. Stalin had edited Chief Procurator Vyshinsky's script. The accused had spent long hours memorizing their testimony. Bukharin, Krestinsky, Rykov, Christian, Rakovsky staunch. Bolsheviks confessed that they had plotted to assassinate Lenin and Stalin since 1918, had murdered Kirov, Mzilwansky, Kuibyshev, Gorky's son Maxim, had conspired with Nazi Germany, Japan, and Great Britain to partition the Soviet Union, hand over territory, and abolish collective farms. 255 Yezhov had falsely promised at least some defendants their lives in exchange for self-incrimination. 256 NKVD interrogators sat in the first row, a reminder that re-interrogation could take place between sessions. 257 Krestinsky had been beaten horribly, according to the head of the Lefortovo prison's hygiene department. His entire back was a wound. 258 Still, on the first day, Krestinsky repudiated his confession and pleaded not guilty, causing a sensation. That night he was re-interrogated. He had a wife and children, and on the second day he nodded his assent when asked if he was guilty. It is now clear why there are interruptions of supplies here and there, why, with our riches and abundance of products, there is a shortage first of one thing, then of another, Vyshinsky thundered. It is these traitors who are responsible for it. Kotkin squeezes a long series of falsifications into this one paragraph. We distinguish among them above by alternating underlining and boldface. Falsehood number 1, there is no evidence whatsoever that the accused had spent long hours memorizing their testimony. This is a complete fabrication on Kotkin's part, invented out of thin air without even a phony footnote. Bukharin, Krestinsky, Rykov, Christian Rakovsky staunch Bolsheviks confessed that they had plotted to assassinate Lenin and Stalin since 1918. Falsehood number 2, only Bukharin was accused of plotting to assassinate Lenin and Stalin. Even he was charged not since 1918 but in 1918. Some left socialist revolutionaries testified that his plot had been genuine. Bukharin denied that he had plotted to assassinate Lenin and Stalin, but he agreed that he had been part of 2 plans to arrest, but not kill, Lenin. Stephen Cohen, Bukharin's biographer, put it his way: Kotkin, when opponents of the triumvirate pointedly compared current norms with the free discussions during the Brest controversy, Bukharin tried to discredit the earlier period by disclosing that Lenin's arrest had been discussed by left communists and left socialist revolutionaries in 1918. Confessed that, had murdered Kirov, Mzinsky, Kuibyshev, Gorky's son Maxim, had conspired with Nazi Germany, Japan, and Great Britain to partition the Soviet Union, hand over territory, and abolish collective farms. Falsehood number 3, only Yagoda confessed to being a party to these murders. Krestinsky confessed to working with Tykhaevsky and the other military commanders to help defeat the USSR in a war with Germany. Rakovsky confessed to spying for Britain and Japan. Rykov confessed to being part of the Right Trotskyite bloc. Moreover, by 1938 none of these men were staunch Bolsheviks any longer. Kotkin knows this, of course. More false claims. Here are some details about Kotkin's phony documentation. All these notes are on page 1006 of Kotkin's text, note 255. The indictment was presented for an international audience by Yaroslavsky, meaning of the Soviet trials. The defendants' biographies had been rewritten to make them descendants of capitalists and priests. Falsehood number 4, even this trivial factoid is a fabrication. None of the defendants are described this way either in the trial transcript or in Yaroslavsky's booklet. Note 256. On Yagoda's attempt to negotiate for his life, see the Prison Snitches Report, Vinogradov, Genrik Yagoda, 233-5. Lie number 5, Vinogradov. Genrik Yagoda 233-5 is V.M. Kirshon's report on Yagoda in prison. But there is nothing here about any attempt to negotiate for his life. Nor does Yagoda claim that he was innocent. On the contrary, Yagoda affirms his guilt. Note 257. Conquest. Reassessment, 341-98. McLean. Escape to Adventure, 59-83, Hideller, Yezhov Scenario, 34-55. Falsehood number 6, the Conquest and McLean pages are simply their whole chapters on the 1938 trial. Only Hideller claims that 148 NKVD interrogators sat in the first row of seats. But he cites no evidence that they did so. Note 258, Sokolov, N. Krestinsky, 120-42, Trud, May 26, 1988. Falsehood number 7, there is nothing in Sokolov, N. Krestinsky, about any beating. Sokolov merely says, one may only guess what kind of working up he suffered, what physical and moral torments he had to endure. Trud was the national trade union newspaper of the USSR. As Sokolov's article is from 1989, I assume he would have cited the Trud 1988 article if it had contained any evidence that Krestinsky had been tortured. And since when is a trade union newspaper article evidence? See below for the proof that the story of Krestinsky's beating is a lie. Falsehood number 8, this lie is more interesting. Conquest is able to cite only rumors. Popov, however, says the following, translation, the methods of restoring such stubborn people are now well known. Here is the testimony of the former head of the medical section of the Lefortovo prison of the NKVD USSR Rosenblum, given to them in 1956. Krestinsky, from interrogation, was brought to our hospital in an unconscious state. He was severely beaten, the whole back was a complete wound, there was not a single uninjured place on it. It is not difficult to imagine how the executioners tried, knocking out from Krestinsky a painful false confession. 149. This is reaffirmed, without quotation, on in RKEB 2, 463, the Khrushchev-era reinstatement of Krestinsky's party membership. It turned out that the testimony about his hostile activities was obtained from Krestinsky by cruel tortures, which was confirmed by the physician of the Lefortovo prison, Comrade Rosenblum A.A. This is hearsay, without any documentation. Moreover, it cannot be true. Between March, 1954, and December, 1958, Ivan Sarav was Khrushchev's head of the KGB. Sarav's letter about the Third Moscow trial, dated July 7, 1956, knows nothing about any beating of Krestinsky after he had retracted his confession on the first day of the trial. 6. Sarav quotes NKVD man Aronson who 150 quoted NKVD man Nikolov saying that they had put Rakovsky together with Krestinsky, and Rakovsky had convinced Krestinsky to confess. Obviously, if Krestinsky had been beaten, the NKVD men would know, they would have done it. Serov would have put this much more dramatic accusation in his report if he had known about it. But he knew nothing about it. And Serov would have known about it, if it had happened. Therefore, the story about the beating of Krestinsky is a fabrication. Kotkin knew, or should have known, about this too. In conclusion, Kotkin's account of the Third Moscow trial is false in every respect. We have a great deal of evidence today that the defendants in all three Moscow trials were guilty of at least those crimes to which they confessed. 6. Serov's report is published in Proces Bukharina. 1938 g. Spornik Dokumentov, 852-858. It is online at several sites, including at http://istmat.info/node/46740 Chapter 9. Tukhachev's affair. Today we have a great deal of evidence that Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky and the 7 other high-ranking military commanders who were tried, convicted, and executed with him on June 11 to 12, 1937, were guilty, as charged, of conspiracy with the Nazis and Japanese, and with Leon Trotsky, to defeat the Soviet Union in a war. Indeed, we have so much evidence that a single volume with appropriate commentary could not hold all of it. My Moscow colleague, Vladimir L. Bobrov, and I are planning such a volume of documents plus commentary to set forth this evidence. But the official viewpoint, the only one acceptable in academic, political, and public discussion, because the only one consistent with the anti-Stalin paradigm, is that Tukhachevsky and all the rest were innocent, victims of a frame-up by Stalin for reasons unknown. In order to sustain this viewpoint, all the evidence must be either dismissed as faked in some way or simply ignored. Kotkin chooses the latter strategy, he ignores the evidence. In addition, Kotkin has recourse to argument by scare quote. He puts scare quotes around words like confession when they contradict the ASP. But he has no evidence to refute them. Let the reader not be fooled. Argument by scare quote is the refuge of those who refuse to question their own preconceived ideas and biases but have no evidence to support those biases. No honest, competent historian falls back on this tawdry, deceptive insult to the reader's intelligence. Has Kotkin ever seriously researched the Tukhachevsky affair and related military purges? I doubt it, because of the many erroneous references he makes. We will point out some of them below. 152. Kotkin. Failing that, he wrote to Yezhov on January 25 that NKVD foreign intelligence possessed information from foreign sources, dating back many years but never forwarded to higher UPS, revealing a Trotskyite organization in the Red Army. Sensationally, the documents linked Marshal Tukhachevsky to foreign powers. This is the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission. It has been published several times in a number of different places. We shall point out below that Kotkin cites the same text but in different printed editions, as though he were citing different sources, though in reality they are all the same source. For example, Voenyi Archivirosii, 111, is the same document and the same passage. Why quote them both? To give readers the false impression that they are different sources that confirm each other? Dishonest, but what other reason could there be? There is nothing about any of this in Kostov, Deatelnost Organov, 188-9. This is Kostov's doctoral dissertation, available at Yale. Pages 188-9 do not mention Tukhachevsky at all. This is a phony reference. Kotkin, Artuzov knew full well how such compromising materials had been planted in Europe in order to make their way back to Moscow. In the 1920s he had helped lead just such an operation. Mlechin does suggest that Artuzov, who had directed the Trust disinformation operation in the 1920s, had framed Tukhachevsky. But Mlechin cites no evidence whatever. Naturally, Kotkin's readers will not know this. So this is yet another phony footnote. It is dishonest of Kotkin to cite Mlechin's unsupported speculation as though it were evidence. The veracity of one person's unsupported opinion, Kotkin's, in this case, is not confirmed by the equally unsupported opinion of one, or of any number, of other persons in this case, Mlechin. No evidence of fabrication. Kotkin. Now, to these fabricated documents he appended a list of 34 Trotskyists in military intelligence. His cynical efforts at ingratiation and revenge would not save his own life, but Artuzov had guessed right about Stalin's intentions. Radek at his public trial on January 24, 1937, had mentioned Tkakhevsky's name as a co-conspirator. Radek then tried to retract, but the deed had been done. Report of Court Proceedings, 105, 146. After the first Moscow trial, Werner von Tippelskirch, a German military attaché in Moscow, had reported to Berlin the speculation about a pending trial of Red Army commanders. Eriksson, Soviet High Command, 427. Yet another phony footnote. There is nothing about Stalin's intentions in these works, nor could there be. Kotkin is channeling the spirit of the long-dead Stalin. 154. Nor is there any evidence that these documents were fabricated, as Kotkin claims not only none in the works he refers to, but there is no such evidence anywhere. Nor is there any evidence that Artuzov planted these documents. As for the list of 34 Trotskyists, note the argument by scare quote, this is in all of the editions of the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, since all are identical. In Lebedev it is on pages 11 to 12. Artuzov sent a note to Yezhov on January 25, 1937, in which he reported to him about the agent's reports on the military party that had previously existed in the OGPU. To his note Artuzov appended a list of former employees of the Razveduk, who took an active part in Trotskyism. On a note by Artuzov Yezhov wrote on January 26, 1937, Comrades Kursky and Lplovsky. It is necessary to take into account this material. Undoubtedly, a Trotskyite exists in the army. This is also evident, in particular, from the Tangle case, not fully investigated. Maybe there's a clue here too. Claptrap. Look in the Mirror. Kotkin, Chapter 9. Tkakhevsky affair. Explanations for Stalin's rampage through his own officer corps have ranged from his unquenchable thirst for power to the existence of an actual conspiracy. 6. Nearly every dictator lusts for power, and in this case there was no military conspiracy. This is true nonsense. By definition, there can be no evidence that there was no military conspiracy, so Kotkin cannot possibly know this. Even if there were no evidence of a conspiracy, that would not prove that no conspiracy had existed, for the point of a conspiracy is to leave no evidence. The most any historian could say is, we have no evidence that such a conspiracy existed. But Kotkin can't say this. Not honestly, anyway. For in the case of the Tkakhevsky affair there is an enormous amount of evidence that the conspiracy existed. Moreover, we have no evidence that this evidence was faked. Kotkin is no one to accuse others of claptrap. Here is a passage from Davies' mission to Moscow concerning what Davies learned from the head of the Russian desk at the German Foreign Office. Had an extended conference with the head of the Russian desk at the German Foreign Office. To my surprise he stated that my views as to the stability of internal Russian political conditions and the security of the Stalin regime would bear investigation. My information, he thought, was all wrong. Stalin was not firmly entrenched. He stated that I probably 156 would find that there was much revolutionary activity there which might shortly break out into the open. There's much other evidence along these lines. Kotkin does not mention this passage. He does cite another one, from Davies' letter of June 28, 1937, to Sumner Wells. The best judgment seems to believe that in all probability there was a definite conspiracy in the making looking to a coup d'état by the army, not necessarily anti-Stalin, but anti-political and anti-party, and that Stalin struck with characteristic speed, boldness, and strength. Note that the passage Kotkin omits contains evidence that the Germans expected a revolt against the Stalin government, while the one he cites contains no such evidence. Again, no evidence. Kotkin, out of approximately 144,000 officers, some 33,000 were removed in 1937–38, and Stalin ordered or incited the irreversible arrest of around 9,500 and the execution of perhaps 7,000 of them. Red Army officers, Air Force officers, and military political personnel were discharged, either because of expulsion from the party or arrest. 11,596 would be reinstated by 1940. As Voroshilov noted, some 47,000 officers had been discharged in the years following the Civil War, almost half of them in the years 1934–36, around 10,000 of these discharged were arrested. Few were higher UPS, however. Confusingly, sometimes the totals include the Red Air Force, and sometimes not. An Akanun Voyna, 188. Souvenirov, Tragedia. RKKA, 137. In 1939, when Stalin turned off the pandemonium, 73 Red Army personnel would be arrested. 157. The bottom line, Kotkin offers no evidence for his claim that perhaps 7,000 officers were executed. Ries's 1996 book is far too old for the flood of Soviet documents available since then. A well-known study by Gerasimov, published in 1999, states, in 1937 11,034 persons were subjected to repression or bo/o of the listed size of the command staff. In 1938, 4,523 persons, or 2.5%. At the same time, a shortage of command staff in these years reached 34,000 and 39,000, respectively, i.e., the proportion of repressed of the shortage in the command staff was 32% and 11%. 3. By repressed persons the author refers to command personnel dismissed from the Red Army for 1 GI. Gerasimov, FF Действительно Viliani Repressi 1937–1938 GG. Na Officerski Korpus RKKA. Rossiyski Storishevsky Journal 1. This important article is online in several places, including at http://www.hrono.ru/stati/2001/rkkot_repar.html. 158. Ties with conspirators, arrested and not restored later to the army. 4. RGVA. F.4. OP10. D141. L205. 5. Cf. Meltiukov, M.I., P114. Gerasimov states that a total of 11034 plus 4523 equals 15,557 officers were repressed, not executed. Gerasimov references Meltiukov's article from Ateshestvennail Storia 5, 109–121. In that article Meltiukov notes that there is insufficient evidence for any definite conclusion. That was also the situation 3 or more years earlier, when Ries researched his article. An in-depth study of these issues is hindered by an insufficiently wide source base. Despite the rather stormy discussion of this problem in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the introduction of documents into scientific circulation was not as significant as one would expect. The documents that did appear, although they specified CE110 issues, did not allow a comprehensive study of this problem. As a result, disagreement over the main issues of this topic remains. Chapter. Kotkin. In the little corner, the despot tutored. Yezhov on portraying a conspiracy with a shadow government, ready to take over, Yagoda as head of the Council of People's Commissars, Tykhaevsky as Defense Commissar, Bukharin as General Secretary of the party. Peterson would be shot on August 21, 1937. This is a phony footnote. There is nothing in Kostov whatever about Stalin tutoring Yezhov. Evidently Kotkin invented this. As for Peterson, he had been the commandant of the Kremlin Guard, a crucial position for those plotting any coup d'état. 3 is a great deal of evidence available against Peterson. For example, N.S. Cheryshev cites a lot of it in his book Komendantei Kremlia. Cheryshev proceeds from the assumption that all the officers were innocent. However, as a military historian, Cheryshev had access to a great many documents that no other scholar could see, and he often quotes extensively from them. He does so in Peterson's case, and the evidence he cites strongly supports Peterson's guilt. Kotkin cites this very book by Cheryshev. But he never mentions any of this evidence, and never returns to Peterson. The Areo telegram Kotkin. Also in April 193-7, the NKVD intercepted and photographed a communication from the Japanese military attaché in Warsaw to the General Staff in 160. Tokyo. NKVD foreign intelligence could not read the Japanese and had to go to Lefortovo prison for assistance from R.N. Kim, a Soviet counterintelligence agent on Japan who had been arrested as a foreign spy. The document was composed in the hand of the Japanese attaché's aide, handwriting well known to Kim, and conveyed that contact had been established with an emissary of Marshal Takaevsky. This secret message for Tokyo had been sent not by ciphered telegram but by diplomatic pouch, which traveled from Poland to Japan through the Soviet Union. Japanese intelligence appears to have intended the secret document to be intercepted. 30-3. Stalin could have had the information delivered into the hands of the Japanese in Warsaw, in order to have it leaked back through foreign channels, perhaps to persuade Voroshilov. Once again, Lebedev is Voenol Storozhevsky Archiv, Vypusк 2, 1997. This is a rare journal, available at only a few research libraries. So, very few of Kotkin's readers will know that this is the same Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, completed not later than July 26, 1964. The Spravka is available in RKEB 2, 753 ff. This volume is available at many more libraries, and therefore this, rather than previous versions in hard-to-find journals, is the usual source cited for this document. I have now put it online at http://msu-web.montclair.edu/-furg/research/spravka.pdf. The Spravka has never been translated into English. For a number of years an edition of the Shvernik Report was said to be under preparation at the Yale University Press Annals of Communism page. This project has apparently been abandoned. No wonder. The report exposes the desperation Khrushchev's men felt when they were tasked to come up with evidence that the Takaevsky affair defendants were innocent but failed to find any such evidence. Not only were they unable to do what Khrushchev and co. assigned them to do, but they came up with evidence, such as this Areo telegram, that the Takaevsky affair commanders were in fact guilty. No wonder the Spravka was never published under Khrushchev. A quarter-century later Gorbachev's men used it, without attribution. It was not published until the USSR was no more. 162. Kotkin's notion that Stalin set up the Areo telegram simply shows how desperate he is to explain away any evidence that points to Takaevsky's guilt, in this case, guilt of conspiring with the Japanese. We have a good deal of additional evidence that Takaevsky conspired with both Japan and Germany, but Kotkin ignores all of it. Did he think that there was too much of it to explain away? Concerning the Areo telegram, I refer the reader to my own detailed study in Trotsky's Amalgams, Chapter 10, 218 ff. There I study and expose the lame, transparent Khrushchev-era attempt to argue that the Areo telegram is a fake. I have done nothing clever here. Anyone who takes the trouble to study these few pages from the Spravka could see the same things I saw. But Kotkin never bothered, or, if he did, he conceals that fact from his readers. More scare quotes Kotkin. Corps Commander Primakov, 9 months in Lefortovo, had refused to admit his guilt, but finally on May 8, 1937, he confessed and implicated others. 202 Note all the scare quotes, a dead giveaway that Kotkin has no evidence. Note 202, Delo o tak nazywajomoy antisowieckoy trotskystoy organizacji w Krasnoj Armii, 4728, Artyzow Rehabilitacja, kak I do bilo, 2, 678. Kotkin is using argument by scare quotes in the hope of covering up the fact that he has no evidence that Primakov's confession is false. In reality, we have no reason to doubt Primakov's confession. Here are Primakov's words, from the source cited by Kotkin: "For 9 months I was in denial before the investigation in the case of the Trotskyist counter-revolutionary organization. In this denial I came to such impudence that even at the Politburo before Comrade Stalin I continued to deny and in every possible way to minimize my guilt. Comrade Stalin correctly said that Primakov is a coward. To remain in denial about such a matter is cowardice. Indeed, for my part, it was cowardice and false shame over my deception. I hereby declare that when I returned from Japan in 1930, I contacted Dritze and Schmidt, and through Dritze and Putna, Mrakovsky, and began Trotsky at work, about which I will give full testimony to the investigation." Kotkin's citation of RKEB 2, 678, is another phony reference. It contains no evidence that Primakov's confession was not genuine. As for the passage in Zdanovich, Organi, 320, it states this: "In August 1933, in the 8th section of the OGPU's Special Political Division, which dealt exclusively with the struggle against the opposition within the CPSU, a memorandum was prepared on V. Primakov. The SPD staff noted that in June 1928, he filed an application for a break with the opposition of a double-dealing nature, in fact continuing to keep his Trotskyite positions. This does not confirm but contradicts what Kotkin has written. No doubt Kotkin believed that no one would check Viktorov the swindler. As for Viktorov's article in Pravda, which Kotkin cites here, since when is a newspaper article evidence? Newspapers are at best the first rough draft of history, not historiography itself. And Pravda, the official paper of the Communist Party, never made any claims to objectivity or devotion to the truth, especially since Khrushchev's day. Once again, garbage in, garbage out. Viktorov was a former prosecutor who had been involved in Khrushchev-era rehabilitations. He published many articles in historical journals and at least one book, Bez Grafa Sekretno. Kotkin cites Viktorov's book, though not here. In this book Viktorov repeats, normally without evidence of any kind, the Khrushchev-Gorbachev anti-Stalin version of events. This specific article by Viktorov, from Pravda of April 29, 1988, to be precise, from page 3 of that issue, illustrates Viktorov's dishonesty in a number of ways. 2 examples will suffice. First, 165. Viktorov states that the transcript of the June 11, 1937 trial of Tkakhevsky and the rest is only a few pages in length. The transcript consisted of just a few pages in all. On page 231 of Viktorov's 1990 book Bez Grafa Sekretno we read: "The transcript contained just a few pages. Viktorov was lying. The transcript was declassified in May, 2018. It is 172 pages in length. So either Viktorov knew this, and lied about the number of pages to make the trial appear to be perfunctory, or Viktorov did not know how long the transcript was not allowed to see it himself, and just passed along this lie to the readership." Viktorov also quotes from Frenovsky's confession statement of April 11, 1939. Therefore, he has been allowed to read it, though it was not published until 2006. But Viktorov omits Frenovsky's admissions that the defendants in the Moscow trials, plus Yezhov and he himself, were indeed conspiring against the Soviet government. So Viktorov deliberately suppressed these damning sections. Or, he was only given excerpts, but implied to his readers that he was fairly summarizing the document. But Kotkin has read the whole of Frenovsky's confession statement, and Kotkin is still concealing it from his readers. So Viktorov's article and his book are fraudulent. They are useful examples of how Gorbachev and his assistants, building upon Khrushchev's falsifications, lied wholesale about Stalin and the events of the 1930s. Gorbachev's totally dishonest version is the 166 anti-Stalin paradigm. It is still the official version of Soviet history of the Stalin period. It's Kotkin's responsibility to know about this and to inform his readers. So why doesn't he do this? Because like Viktorov, Kotkin is retailing the anti-Stalin paradigm, not trying to discover the truth and tell it. If Viktorov's book and article are a fraud, and they are, Kotkin's book is a fraud on a much bigger scale. Kotkin. Stalin received Tukhachevsky in the little corner on May 13, in the presence of Voroshilov, Molotov, Yezhov, and Kaganovich, and reassured the marshal that everything would be sorted out, mentioning a problem with Tukhachevsky's lover, Yulia Kuzmina, who supposedly was a foreign agent. 204 No 204, Voenyi Archivy Rossii 141, Lebedev, M. N. Tukhachevsky I Voeno Fascistki Zagovor, 182, N. Prim 1 209, Viktor A. Alexandrov, Delo Tukhachevskogo. Var. 41 is once again the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission. So is Lebedev, the very same document. The passage noted by Kotkin here reads: May 13, 1937, as established by the Book of Registration, Stalin personally received Marshal Tukhachevsky in the Kremlin. We have not been successful in finding in the archives any materials concerning the subject of Stalin's and Tukhachevsky's talk. Kotkin's own sources says that there is nothing about the subject of this talk. Yet Kotkin claims he can tell us what the talk was about. As for Viktor Alexandrov's book, it was published in Paris in 1959, then in several languages, including English. The Russian edition is 1996. It has long been dismissed as a potboiler fabrication. See Paul Blackstock, Books for Idiots, False Soviet Memoirs, Russian Review 25, 3, 290 ff. Once again, no evidence of torture. Kotkin. Around this time, August. Kork, head of the Frunze Military Academy, was arrested and beaten into testifying. On May 15, Boris Feldman, head of the Red Army Cotters Department, was arrested, and, under severe torture, he incriminated Tukhachevsky, Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin 1 NKVD. This is another dishonest citation. Kostov and Samuelson, 11415, has nothing about beatings and torture, as Kotkin surely knows. Kostov and Samuelson simply claim, without any evidence, that Kork and Feldman were beaten or threatened. Curious readers can find out more about Yulia Kuzmina, and in Julia Kantor, Voina Imir Mikla Tukhachevsko from Putna and Primakov. Additional testimonies about the military conspiracy were obtained by beatings. On this basis, on May 14 to 15, Kork and Feldman were arrested. On May 20, Yezhov sent the protocol of Feldman's interrogation of May 19 to Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, and Kaganovich. Thanks to the policy of carrot and stick, Feldman agreed to confess that there was a military Trotskyist conspiracy in the Red Army headed by Tukhachevsky. During the last week of May, from 22 to 29, Tukhachevsky, Eidman, Yakir and Yubarevich were arrested. Here Kotkin gets his references to Kostov confused. He cites Lubyanka 1922-1936. In reality, Boris Feldman's confession is in the next volume in the series edited by Kostov, Lubyanka 1937-1938, on pages 170 to 176. 3. It is interesting that Kotkin fails to mention that at note 25, p. 641, to this document, Kostov et al. Claim that Feldman and others were tortured. But they have no evidence to support that claim. 3. It may be read in Russian at the excellent lsdmat.info site, http://istmat.info/node/3107. And Kotkin, of course, has none either. He has invented it, covering his own falsification with phony footnotes. When in doubt, invent. As for Kostov and Samuelson's carrot and stick, do they think that police in the West do not act in this way? But the real point is this: they have no evidence even for this statement. They are lying, in the service of the anti-Stalin paradigm. Note, too, that Kotkin escalates Kostov and Samuelson's carrot and the stick not just to torture, but to severe torture. When in doubt, be creative, just make it up. And Kotkin accuses Stalin of fabricating. Artuzov's important confessions. Kotkin, on May 20, Artuzov was arrested in his office on the second floor of Lubyanka and accused of being a rightist alongside Yagoda, as well as concealing material implicating Tykhaevsky. His interrogation protocols, which he signed with his own blood, would also assert that Yagoda had told him of widespread NKVD dissatisfaction with the Soviet leadership, whose despotism stands in crying contradiction to declarations of Soviet democracy. Lubyanka, 203, Tumshis and Papchinsky, 1937, Bolshyakistka, 404-6, 445-51. Artuzov would be executed on August 21, 1937. This is a classic example of Kotkin's bias by omission. Tumshis and Papchinsky, 445-451 give the text of a letter by Artuzov to Yezhov of March, 1937, long before his arrest in May. Rodina. 170. 1995, No 2 is Borisopolniak, Chestnyshiy Tovarish? Rastraliat, Rodina 2, 1995, 83-88. But, according to this article, Artuzov confessed completely. The article reproduces much of his confessions. This means that the Sopolniak article does, in fact, contain valuable evidence. But it is evidence that supports the real existence of the opposition conspiracy. So Kotkin neither uses it nor tells his readers that Artuzov's confessions are there. Artuzov also confessed at his trial, which guaranteed his conviction and execution. Artuzov signed what? Kotkin writes, his interrogation protocols, which he signed with his own blood. Even this is false. According to Kotkin's own source, Sopolniak's article, Artuzov left a note written in his own blood in which he denied being a German spy. Pagonii, Lubyanka J2, 203, is not at all a work of scholarship. It is a coffee table book by the FSB, the successor to the GPU dem VDKGB. But it has great photographs and document reproductions. It even has a color photographic reproduction of this very note of Artuzov's. It is written on the back of some kind of prison receipt, as the accompanying note to Vainchtok, chief of the 10th section of the GUGB of the NKVD, states. The note reads as follows, translation. Citizen investigator. I cite evidence that I am not a spy. If I were a German spy, then, 1. I would not have sent to the Swiss embassy Makovsky, who received my documents. I would have kept the documents for myself. 2. I would have arranged through the Germans to get some kind of transit document to travel abroad. The arrest of Tallis. 171. How could Kotkin have gotten this wrong, a note on a receipt instead of a signature on an interrogation transcript? Carelessness. Did he think that no one would ever bother to check? Did Kotkin even see this page? In any event, Artuzov also confessed to espionage for other foreign governments, and did not retract those confessions in this note. Artuzov's confessions are of great interest. He confirms the conspiracies by Rykov, Bukharin, and Tomsky, and that of Tkakhevsky. Artuzov's second confession is partially reproduced by Sopelniak here, and also partly reproduced in the volume Genrik Yagoda 487-499. Artuzov's confessions present strong evidence that the conspiracies did exist. Kotkin does not mention this fact. Nor does he quote those parts of Artuzov's confessions. It's a measure of Kotkin's contempt for his readers that he dared to cite this article at all, since anyone who reads it will immediately see Kotkin's dishonesty. Good evidence of German spies. Kotkin. In an internal memorandum that day, addressed to Yezhov and Voroshilov, the despot ordered that all Soviet agents abroad and their handlers be rechecked, because military intelligence and its apparatus have fallen into German hands. Stalin's memo noted that from the point of view of intelligence, we cannot have friends, there are immediate enemies and potential enemies, and deemed the Czechoslovaks with whom the Soviet Union had a mutual assistance pact the enemies of our enemies, nothing more. He would have been a signal for that. The document. The note is unfinished. According to the accompanying note, Artuzov got the blood from his nose. 172. Ordered Soviet personnel not to share intelligence secrets with Czechoslovakia or any other country, and to fully assimilate the lesson of the cooperation with the Germans, whereby Rapallo, close ties, created the illusion of friendship. The Germans have remained our enemies, and they penetrated us and implanted their network. He added, we have had enormous victories, we are stronger than all politically, we are stronger economically, but in intelligence we have been smashed. Understand, they smashed us in intelligence. 219. Note 219, Stalin also underscored the need to portray Soviet spies as genuine patriots, heroes, of their country, in order to attract youth, talented people, girls, scientists to intelligence work, but warned that the enemy's strong intelligence and our weakness are a provocation to war. Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 290-3. See also Vinogradov, Tretye Reform Organov Bezopasnosti, 2, 76-96, especially 93. One account has Stalin going in person, on May 22, 1937, to Military Intelligence HQ, Gorbanov, Voenaya Razvedka v. 1934-1939 Godake, 57. On the consequences, see also Alexev et.al., Encyclopedia Voennoy Razvedki, 508-9. Although Kotkin gets the date wrong, it was on May 21, not May 22, 1937. Gorbanov does reproduce the common quote from Stalin telling the Foreign Intelligence Service that it had been penetrated by the Germans. Stalin again elaborated on this fact in his talk on June 2, 1937, before the expanded meeting of the Military Council. This is good evidence that Stalin believed that German penetration had indeed occurred, and that he also believed the confessions of the military men when they admitted that they had spied for Germany. Stalin got to see all the evidence much more than we have now, and we now have a lot. To any objective student, this is further evidence that the military conspiracy was genuine. Yet again, no evidence of torture. Kotkin, civil defense followed. Its head, the ethnic Latvian Roberts Idamanis, was arrested on May 22 and, under torture, incriminated 20 others. Yezhov had the interrogation protocols on Stalin's desk quickly. The despot wrote on them, all those people named by Eidman in civil defense immediately arrest 220. No verification of their specific spying activities and any damage caused. No 220, Voenyi Archivy Rossii, 44, Lebedev, M. Tkakhevsky I Voenno Fashistki Zagovor, 188. See also Pankov, Conquer Eidman, 103. Voroshilov had recommended promoting Eidman to head of anti-aircraft, arguing that it needed someone of major authority. Whitewood, Red Army, 212. Var, page 44, is the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission again. So is Lebedev, 188, Yet again, the very same document. Plus, this is yet another phony footnote. Kotkin cites this document as though it offered evidence that Eidman was tortured, but it doesn't. Khrushchev's men interrogated, or claimed to have done, Karpysky, a former NKVD man, who testified that the Lefortovo prison was a terrifying place. But Karpysky refused to state that Eidman had been beaten or tortured. He could have done so, and Khrushchev's men would no doubt have liked him to do. 174. Pankov is a 1965 Khrushchev-era book with no evidence whatever. During Khrushchev's time, books like this one were published about all the Tkhachevsky affair defendants, as well as about others. None of them have any evidence. Kotkin does not seem to realize that their sole value is as witness to the fact that Khrushchev would not even allow his own house historians to have access to archival evidence. 5. And that they had no evidence that these men had been innocent victims of a frame-up. Bloodstains on a Tkhachevsky. Confession. Kotkin. In the cellars on May 26, a mere 4 days after his arrest, Tkhachevsky began to sign whatever interrogators put in front of him. Zinovy Ushakov, who prided himself on obtaining confessions no other investigator could extract, mercilessly beat Tkhachevsky, whose blood dripped onto the pages of a confession to crimes he did not commit. By some accounts, Tkhachevsky's teenage daughter, Svetlana, was brought to the prison, where the interrogators told him they would rape her. 223 No 223, Kantor, Voina Imir, 386-7, Svetlana Tkhachevsky's statement in Yulia Kantor, Mikhail Niko/Evik Tkhachevsky, www.pseudology.org/kernel/tukhachevsky.htm. The Central Committee, without a plenum, expelled Tkhachevsky as well as Rudzutoks from the party and handed them over to the NKVD. Kostov etal, Lubyanka, Stalin I Glavno Upravilnye, 190, Getty and Namuov, Road to Terror, 448. Ushakov would be executed in January 1940. 5. See the discussion and reference by Petropospolov to a conference of historians in 1962 in Furr, Khrushchev Lie 206 and note. Kotkin is, well, let us say, being less than truthful when he states that Tkhachevsky began to sign whatever interrogators put in front of him. Here's how we know that. The Kantor article he cites at the Pseudology site is the text, without the illustrations, of an article Kantor originally published in the Russian newspaper Izvestia of February 21, 2004, pages 10-11. One of the illustrations in the Izvestia article is of a corner of a Tkhachevsky statement of May 26, 1937, in which he states that he headed the anti-Soviet conspiracy and which shows the so-called bloodstains. Kantor also mentions the handwriting on this statement on page 377 of her book Voina Imir Mikla Tkhachevskogo, which Kotkin cites. From the illustration we can tell that Tkhachevsky's handwriting, on the page with the supposed blood drops, is very even. As for the supposed blood stains, if that's what they are, and if they are Tkhachevsky's, Kantor reproduced a photograph of them in her Izvestia article. I have put it online here, https://missouri.montclair.edu/ferg/research/tuck_confess_with/blood.jpg. I have included my own examination of this so-called evidence, titled Bloodstains on a Tkhachevsky Confession, as an appendix to the present chapter. No evidence of alleged rape threat. The same Pseudology article quotes an official of the Central Archive of the FSB that there is no documentary evidence to support the rumor about any threat to rape his daughter. Tkhachevsky's daughter, Svetlana, recalled that during the investigation she, then a teenager, was brought to the arrested father and threatened with rape if he did not sign a confession. Is this true? And I hear the strictly correct answer. There is no documentary evidence supporting such an episode. Kotkin is eager to include this rumor. but he is equally eager to hide from his readers the fact that there is no evidence to support it. There is no mention of any such thing in Elena Kantor's 600-page book Wojna I Mfr Mikla Tkaczewskiego, which Kotkin cites 3 times in his book and also in his bibliography. Kantor had the cooperation of Tkaczewska's family, photographs of some of whom appear in her book. It's obvious why Kotkin includes this rumor. He is grasping at straws, looking for anything that might suggest that the confessions of Tkaczewska and the other military leaders were false, made under torture, threats to family, etc. But he can't find any such evidence, so he has to hide the truth. As for the following statement in Note 223, it is yet another falsehood by Kotkin. The Central Committee, without a plenum, expelled Tkaczewska as well as Rudzutoks from the party and handed them over to the NKVD. The source and page Kotkin cites contains 2 documents: the motion by the Politburo to expel Tkaczewska and Rudzutok from party membership and to submit their cases to the NKVD, dated May 24, 1937, and the corresponding text of the Central Committee Plenum Resolution, dated May 25 to 26, 1937, of the resolution of the plenum of the Central Committee confirming this. The text, only partially published, of the June 1937 CC plenum states that this resolution was passed by approach, poll, either by telephone or by telegram. 6. Begging. The question of torture. Again. Kotkin. Even as he had the Soviet military brass tortured for being agents of fascism. False. Here again Kotkin commits the logical fallacy of begging the question, assuming that which must be proven, not assumed. As we have noted several times, there is no evidence that any of the Tkaczewska affair defendants were tortured. Krivitsky. As evidence. Kotkin. Germany's military attaché in Moscow. General Ernst Kostring was sending constant updates to Berlin, as Stalin knew. In Berlin's diplomatic circles, German officials confidentially whispered how not all of their spies in the Soviet armed forces had yet been caught, egging Stalin on. 225 No 225, Krivitsky, J. and Stalin's Secret Service, 234. Krivitsky's book was ghostwritten by professional anti-communist liar Isaac Don Levine. According to the exceptionally thorough biography of Krivitsky by the anti-communist author Gary Kern. 7. Krivitsky was upset at this. On this page, however, Krivitsky 6 Elena Prudnikova. Khrushchev Tvorci Terrora, 604-607, this citation is on p. 606. 7. Gary Kern, A Death in Washington. Walter G. Krivitsky and the Stalin Terror. Revised and Enlarged Edition. New York, Enigma Books, 2004. 178. Reveals that one of his superiors in the intelligence service had evidence that the Germans were indeed conspiring with Tkaczewska. There is no evidence that this was false, that the Germans were egging Stalin on, as Kotkin claims. By now it should be clear to the reader that no conceivable evidence would ever convince Kotkin that Tkaczewska et al. Were guilty. Kotkin is simply not interested in the truth. Gaymarnik's suicide. Kotkin, on May 28 to 29, Yakir and Uberevasius were arrested. On May 30, 8 days after Gaymarnik had inscribed in favor on the post facto arrest order for Tkaczewska, he himself was dismissed. The next day he killed himself in his apartment on Bolshoy-Rzhevsky Street. 226 No 226, Fokaganov, Triumphi Tra 9 Edia, I/2, 263, Krasnaya Zvezda, June 4, August 13, 1964. Pravda announced his suicide on June 1, 1937. There were nearly 800 suicides in the Red Army in 1937, and more than 800 the next year. Klevniuk, 1937 I, 207. Gaymarnik had been parroting the Stalin line, telling a party meeting in the military, 4ex, Comrades, the Japanese German Trotskyist agents, spies, and wreckers are in a full range of our army organization, in the staffs, the institutions, the academies, the military training institutions. He repeated this in more speeches before his arrest for being the phenomenon he was warning against. Whitewood, Purge of the Red Army, 296, citing RGVA, F9, OP29, D319, I2. Gamarnik certainly did commit suicide. But this is not evidence of innocence any more than it is of guilt. Kotkin cites Klevniuk, 1937 Y, 207, who writes, "In the Red Army alone in 1937, according to 0.f. Suvenirov, 782 cases of suicides were registered, and in 1938, 832 cases." Klevniuk's note 2 reads, "The suicide figures are in Suvenirov. Communist. Number 17. But Suvenirov says, in all, the Army registered 782 cases of suicide and attempted suicide in 1937, and in 1938 832. So there were not nearly 800 suicides in the Red Army in 1937, and more than 800 the next year, but suicides and attempted suicides." Klevniuk lied about what Suvenirov wrote, and Kotkin followed Klevniuk. 8. Kotkin cites Cherushev, Udar Posvoim, elsewhere and in his bibliography. But did he read it? For these figures are repeated in N.S. Cherushev, Udar Posvoim, p. 179, with reference to an archival document. While Kotkin gets it wrong, Cherushev gets it right: suicides and attempts at suicide. 8. For some reason Suvenirov omits any totals for suicides and / or attempted suicides in his much longer 1998 book Tragedia RKKA. 180. Good evidence that conspiracies existed. Kotkin. Stalin dictated, edited, and pored over the interrogation protocols, then circulated and referred to them as if they were factual. 227. Note 227, Minakov, Zia at Varatam Marshalskoy Shinely, 249-358. Either this is a bluff or there is no such thing as a bluff. Minakov's book contains no evidence for Kotkin's claim that Stalin concocted false confessions and then circulated and referred to them as if they were factual, and if it did, it could hardly be spread over 110 pages. Moreover, Minakov is the author of several books in which he claims, with much evidence, that the military conspiracy did indeed exist. The main point here is this: the fact that Stalin carefully studied and annotated the transcripts of the interrogations and, in Kotkin's words, referred to them as if they were factual, is stringent evidence that Stalin believed they were, indeed, factual, that is, genuine. How are Stalin's actions to be explained otherwise? When you don't know, assume. Kotkin. And yet, in the end, he ended up justifying the trials he knew to be falsified, on the basis of cultural snobbery and the political imperative to close ranks against fascism. There's nothing in it about knowing the trials to be falsified, because, of course, he could not possibly know this, since he had no evidence that they were falsified, and we know today that there is no such evidence exists. All the evidence suggests that the trials 181 were not falsified. So how can Kotkin make such a statement? Argument from incredulity. Kotkin gives us a classic example of the argument from incredulity, a logical fallacy. Instead, attendees were compelled to spend the first day reading interrogation protocols about a fantastic homegrown fascist military plot by calling the conspiracy fantastic. Kotkin is simply saying, it is unbelievable, that is, I, Stephen Kotkin, cannot believe it. 9. So what? Whether Kotkin or anyone else believes a statement is true or not is irrelevant to whether that statement is true or false. Tukhachevsky's Confessions. Kotkin NKVD interrogator torturers had compelled Tchaikevsky to compose a post-facto war plan of defeat, which amounted to a version of the sophisticated doctrines he had been advancing for years and the Soviets had been successfully practicing at maneuvers. Note the heavy reliance on argument by scare quote. And this is another bluff, i.e. a tactic of deception. For there is no evidence here that torturers had compelled Tchaikevsky, etc. There is no evidence that Tchaikevsky's confession, plan of defeat, published in Melodaya Gvardia 10-11, 1994, was scripted or dictated by the NKVD, or is anything other than what Tchaikevsky himself chose to write. As so often, Kotkin can cite no evidence that Tchaikevsky was tortured or in any way compelled to write a false plan of defeat. So he simply asserts that Tchaikevsky was tortured. This is the logical fallacy of begging the question again. Kotkin also conceals the important testimony in Tchaikevsky's article about the conspiracy and its ties to the Rights and to Trotsky. Here is one such passage. In 1932, on more than one occasion, I talked to Feldman, criticizing the army's leadership and the policies of the party. Feldman expressed great misgivings about the policies of the party in relation to the countryside. I told him that this should warn us, military workers, to be on our guard and suggested to him to organize a military group, sharing the views of the rightists, which would be able to discuss these matters and take the necessary steps. Feldman agreed, and thus was begun the creation of the anti-Soviet military Trotskyist conspiracy. I told Feldman that I already had established links with Inukij, who represented the leadership of the rightists. There are many more such important passages. An English translation of Tchaikevsky's plan of defeat has in fact been published and is readily available. Kotkin fails to inform his readers about it. Kotkin discusses a transcript he never read. Kotkin, at the trial, Yakir acknowledged the existence of the center but shifted blame onto Tchaikevsky. Feldman did the same. When Kork tried to absolve himself and attack the others, they incriminated him, calling him a liar and provocateur. Primakov had volunteered an additional handwritten denunciation of commanders not yet arrested. Dybenko pressed Tchaikevsky for details about his planned palace coup, and Blyukher pressed Yakir to elaborate on Gamarnik's counter-revolutionary Trotskyid plotting. 5 of the 7 military men sitting as judges with Ulrich would soon be executed themselves, except for Budyonny and Shapashnikov. 183. First, the scare quotes, there was an actual trial, not a trial. Second, as of May 2018, the full transcript of the trial of Tchaikevsky et al. Has been declassified and is available to scholars. It provides yet more compelling evidence that the military conspiracy was real and that Tchaikevsky and the rest were guilty of at least what they confessed to. Also, Kotkin is, at best, in error here, yet again. Zenkovich is quoting from Belov's letter to Voroshilov, not from the trial transcript. Kotkin has also misunderstood Zenkovich's statement, not on page 510 but on page 508, where he says that Feldman's statement, not the whole trial transcript, occupied 12 pages. Tchaikevsky. Journal of Slavic Military Studies 10, No. 1, 151-195. 184. How could Kotkin have made such an elementary error? Was he so eager to depict the trial as a very brief kangaroo court that he misread Zenkovich? Or did Kotkin do this deliberately, knowing that almost no one would ever check the reference? Incompetence? Or deliberate fraud? As so often in Kotkin's book, either is possible. Yakir's letter to Stalin. Kotkin. Everything had taken place behind the scenes. On June 8, prison wardens had presented the 8 defendants with their formal indictments, and the next day Yakir had addressed a petition for mercy to our own close comrade Stalin, who wrote on it, "He is a scoundrel and a whore." Other Politburo members had to read it as well. After collecting the signatures, Stalin wrote on the document, "My archive." 269 behind the scenes. What scenes? Is Kotkin complaining that there wasn't a public trial? Are military tribunals public in the free world? Nonsense. This is just a cheap shot, one of many in Kotkin's book. But it is only the proverbial tip of the iceberg concerning Yakir's letter. A world record? Same source cited 3x in 1. The attentive reader who actually peruses footnotes will think these are 3 different sources. But they aren't. Once again these 185 are all the same source. The Spravka of the Shvernik report prepared for Khrushchev cited in 3 different publications. The third, RKEB2, is the citation universally used today, since this is a standard, important source book. The first 2 are never cited any longer, since they are very hard to find. Moreover, this document is available online, so why not give that reference for the reader's convenience? As for everything had taken place behind the scenes, ironically it is Kotkin who conceals the following important facts, asterisk that Yakir confesses to treason in this letter. Asterisk that Marshal Zhukov in 1957, and then Khrushchev's KGB chief Alexander Shelepin in 1961, quoted this letter but omitted Yakir's confession. They did so in order to give the impression that Yakir was claiming that he was innocent. The complete text of Yakir's letter has now been declassified. I reprint a translation below so that the reader can see the section that Kotkin is concealing, in boldface. Dear, close comrade Stalin. I dare address you in this manner because I have said everything, given everything up, and it seems to me that I am a noble warrior. Devoted to the party, the state, and the people, as I was for many years. My whole conscious life has been passed in selfless, honest work in the sight of the party and of its leaders, then the fall into the nightmare, into the irreparable horror of betrayal. And during that short period of my life there were always within me 2 persons, one who had worked much and honestly for the army, the Soviets, the party, and another, who thought up and was preparing vile acts hostile to the country. The investigation is completed. I have been formally accused of treason to the state, I have admitted my guilt, I have fully repented. I have unlimited faith in the justice and propriety of the 186 decision of the court and the state. The investigation has been completed. I have been accused of treason to the state, I have admitted my guilt, I have fully repented. I have unlimited faith in the justice and appropriateness of the court and the government. I know that there can and must be only one sentence, death. I am prepared for this sentence. Nevertheless I appeal to you and to the government and beg you to believe in the possibility of my correction, to believe that I can still be of use to the state, to which I dedicate my whole being. Perhaps you will consider and decide to allow me to go somewhere in the far north or east, in Kolyma, to work and on rare occasions to learn about the magnificent land of the Soviets, mine again. I ask you to permit me, even though rarely, to take up Pravda and to see, by the amount of the sowing, the production, the transportation, the victories of the party, of the Soviets, and of the people, whom I have betrayed. I beg you, and I understand that I do not have any right to do so. Now I am honest in my every word, I will die with words of love for you, the party, and the country, with an unlimited faith in the victory of communism. 11. A cheap shot to distract readers. Kotkin. The single-day trial of the military men took place in Camera, near the Kremlin, on the 2nd floor of the 3-story military Collegium building. 275 in the chamber, Collegium members could avail themselves of sausages, black caviar, pastries, chocolates, fruit. Chief Military Judge Vasily Ulrich was known to enjoy a brandy. The food and drink business is from a Khrushchev-era statement of a former orderly at Lefortovo and a crude 1991 Gorbachev-era smear of V.V. Ulrich, the chief judge of the military tribunal. What's more, neither is referring to this specific TNO1. Jansen and Petrov take the cognac story from a 1991 article which contains no evidence whatever. Kotkin has obviously cited the smear job in an attempt to poison his readers' minds, in order to deflect our attention away from the fact that it is Kotkin himself who is concealing the evidence that Tchaikevsky, Yakir, and the rest were in fact guilty of conspiring with Germany and Japan. Bias by omission. Again. Kotkin. Budyonny reported that day to Voroshilov, in a 19-page memorandum, that from the testimony of Tchaikevsky, Kork, Yakir, and Uberevasius it is evident that they decided to work out first on their own initiative the plan for the defeat of the Red Army during the war and only after that to clear it with the German General Staff. Because of their arrest they did not finish still, Budyonny concluded, I consider that nonetheless they passed it on to German intelligence. Had shaken his head no during the reading of the charges and testimony, and denied passing any classified documents to the Germans. In the end he pronounced himself guilty. Voenyi Arkivirosii, 55-6, Lebedev, M. N. Tchaikevsky I Voeno Fashistki Zagovor, 199-200, APRF, F3, OP24, D310, L170-83. See also the report of another judge, I. P. Belov, in Christiani and Mikoleva, L.E. Repressioni, 192-8. Budyonny's report was addressed to Voroshilov, not to Stalin. This looks like a careless error since the archival copy in the Fokoganov papers is indeed 19 pages long and does have the archival identifier numbers cited by Kotkin. It has been published in Russia at least twice and is online in Russian. 12. An English translation of Budyonny's letter is also available online. 13. The interested reader can consult it and see for herself what Kotkin omits. Like Yakir's letter, the text leaves no room for doubt that the military commanders, and Trotsky as well, were guilty of conspiring with the Nazis. Kotkin conceals all this from his readers. It is no surprise, then, that Kotkin does not quote the relevant parts of these documents. Just as Kotkin ignores Frenovsky's statement of April, 1939, all of Izhov's confession statements, the appeals of the Moscow trial's defendants, and all the rest of the primary source evidence that shows that these conspiracies were real, not fabrications by an evil Stalin. When you don't know, invent. Kotkin. Just before midnight. Ulrich sentenced all 8 to death. The men were led down to the cellar, where the NKVD's head executioner, Vasily Blokhin, used German Walther pistols to execute the fascist hirelings. This is a falsification. There is nothing in Lebedev, really, the Spravka of the Shvernik report, as we have seen, about who the executioner was. The Spravka simply states that Vyshinsky, Ulrich, Trzesersky, Ignatiev, and NKVD Commandant Blokhin were present at the execution and signed the document verifying that the executions had been carried out. 14. Perhaps Kotkin says that Blokhin was the executioner, and that he used German Walthers, because in the official, and dishonest version of the Katyn massacre, which falsely blames the Soviets, it is claimed that Blokhin was the executioner and used German Walther pistols. As we have shown in the mystery of the Katyn massacre, the evidence, the solution. 15. The evidence is very clear. The Soviets cannot possibly have committed the Katyn massacres, so it follows that Blokhin did not shoot the Polish POWs. As for using German Walthers, the Germans did that. Why would Kotkin fabricate an insignificant detail like this one? To convince his readers that he is thorough? Whatever the reason, he did make it up, or, perhaps, copy from someone else who did. Kotkin cites a letter. 2 years late. Kotkin. Incarcerated Red Army men inundated the defense commissar with desperate letters about their torture. 14. Kotkin does not tell us who Ignatiev was. According to the Spravka, this was a Captain Ignatiev, Commandant of the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. 15. Kettering OH, Erythra 6S Press and Media. Begging for his help. Kliment Yefremovic. You must check how the cases against the commanders of the Red Army are being handled, a group of Civil War comrades wrote to him. You will find that materials are extracted from the arrested by means of force, threats, and turning men into limp rags. In Afanasev, a dishonest book, as we shall see. This quotation is dated May 15, 1939, 23 months after the Tkhachevsky trial and executions, 6 months after Yezhov had resigned and Stalin and the Politburo had ordered NKVD repressions to be stopped. Argumentum e silentio Kotkin. In fact, evidence indicates that Voroshilov knew full well the charges were a lie. Just one of many examples. Between May 7 and 10, Voroshilov issued a plan for liquidating wrecking check all warehouses, all construction sites, all secret information storage holdings, all military units, but he did so without naming a single example of actual wrecking in the army. Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 75. This passage is in Kostov and Samuelson, page 75, but it is not evidence that Voroshilov knew the charges were a lie. This is argument from silence, a logical fallacy. But see the following passage. But he did believe. Kotkin, the authority of the army in the country is shaken, Voroshilov wrote, again in notes to himself. The authority of the commanding group has been shaken. This means that the methods of our work, the whole system of governing the army, my work as commissar, has suffered a shattering crash. 303 Note 303, Souvenirov, Narkomat Obrany, 29. Notes to himself for his November 1938 speech to the main military council show how far Voroshilov had come. Souvenirov, Tragedia RKKA, 74-5. The quotation in Kotkin's text at this footnote is indeed in Souvenirov, Narkomat Obrany, page 29. But in the second Souvenirov citation in Kotkin's note, Tragedia RKKA 74-5, Souvenirov says that Voroshilov sincerely believed that the armed forces were full of spies, etc., thus contradicting what Kotkin has just said. No wonder Kotkin omits this fact. How could he cite a source that not only fails to support his fact claim, but says the direct opposite of what Kotkin claims it says? Evidently because for Kotkin these citations are window dressing, a sham to fool the rubes, us, his readers. He is so sure that no one will check and find him out. The Far Eastern conspiracy was real. Kotkin, NKVD bigwig Vsevolod Balitsky had been transferred from Ukraine to fabricate a Trotskyite fascist conspiracy in the Soviet Far Eastern Army, the country's critical line of defense against Japan. This is a particularly flagrant falsification. Elsewhere in his book Kotkin cites the late Professor Alvin D. Cooks's 2 articles The Lesser of Two Hells. Cooks discovered that Genrikh S. Lyashkov, the NKVD general who replaced Bolotysky in the Far East, 192, and then defected to the Japanese, told his Japanese handlers that there really was a conspiracy in the Far Eastern Army, naming names. This is evidence of this highest importance since it confirms the real existence of the military conspiracy. 16. What's more, this is non-Soviet evidence, since Lyashkov was in Japanese hands when he said it. Kotkin conceals all this fascinating and important stuff from his readers. This another series of falsehoods. Kotkin. Stalin's war preparations also bore the mark of his executions of thousands of loyal officers, especially top commanders like Vasily Blyukher, whose eye had been deposited in his hand before he died under torture, and the gifted Mikhail Tkhachevsky, whose blood had been splattered all over his confession to being a German agent just before Stalin signed the pact. 40 On August 25, 1939, 26 months later, not just before. Blyukher Kotkin. On October 22, 1938, NKVD operatives appeared at Voroshilov's dacha, where the 39-year-old Blyukher and his 23-year-old wife were staying. They arrested the couple and took them to Moscow. Yezhov had signed the order, but Beria oversaw the interrogation in Lefortovo. Back in summer 1937, Stalin had said that Tkhachevsky and Gaymarnik, on orders from the Japanese, had tried to remove Blyukher from command of the Soviet Far Eastern Army. Now, in fall 1938, Stalin had Blyukher accused of being a spy for the Japanese since 1922. Under interrogation. Beria's men reduced Blyukher's face to a bloody pulp. He lost an eye, yet the marshal refused to confess. Blyukher would die under torture. Beria telephoned Stalin with the news, after which the marshal was cremated. Blyukher died on November 9, 1938. He would be convicted and sentenced to death posthumously, on March 10, 1939. Dushankin, ot so/data du Mars Hala. His wife received 8 years in the Karaganda camp complex. The Dushankin book was published in 1960 in an edition of 150,000 copies, and republished in 1964 in another 100,000 copies, as part of the Khrushchev-era anti-Stalin campaign. It contains no evidence to support its conclusions and is useless for research. Under Khrushchev, similar books were published about Tkhayevsky, Yakir, Primakov, Eidman, and others. Kotkin fails to cite the 2008 book by Nikolai Velikhanov, Lzmina Marshalov, Betrayal of the Marshals. No doubt this is because Velikhanov's book contains evidence that Blyukher and others were guilty. Kotkin does cite the 2 articles by Koaks which contain similar important evidence. But he conceals that evidence from his readers. Koaks relates that Lyashkov told his Japanese military handlers that Blyukher had indeed been conspiring against the Soviet government. Omitting the evidence of Blyukher's guilt, Blyukher also admitted being in touch with Rykov, who had offered him a position. Blyukher told Gilin that before the removal of Rykov he was in connection with him and had often written that the right wing wished to see him at the head of the armed forces of the country. Publicly, Lyashkov was saying that all the conspiracies were fabrications by Stalin. But at the same time he was privately informing the Japanese that serious conspiracies did in fact exist. Moreover, what Lyashkov told the Japanese is consistent with the charges at the January 1937 and March 1938 Moscow trials and with the charges against the military conspirators, both the Tkhayevsky affair figures and those against military and party officials in the Far East. We also now have a few selections of interrogations of Blyukher in 1938. In one of them Blyukher explicitly mentions a letter from Rykov that stated exactly what, according to Cooks's research, Lyashkov told the Japanese. The beginning of my contact with the rights took place in 1930. These political waverings and unsteadiness of mind became known to Rykov and permitted Rykov in 1930 to write to me an anti-party and anti-Soviet letter, which I hid from the party, and in which he spoke of his desire to see me at the head of the military. This agrees with Cooks's account of what his Japanese informants told him about Lyashkov's words, already quoted above. Other snippets of interrogations of Blyukher implicate Diribus, Lavrentiev, Pokus, Arenstam, and other figures whom Lyashkov identified as participants in the military conspiracy in the Far East. Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese confirm them. By the same token, Lyashkov's statements to the Japanese refute the notion that these statements were false, the result of torture, threat, or simple NKVD fabrication. Excerpts from Blyukher's interrogations are contained in Velikhanov's book on pages 342 to 344. Of the 26 pages of Blyukher's handwritten confession, Velikhanov reproduces a few paragraphs only. But in them Blyukher confirms that he joined the conspiracy of the Rights in 1930. Conclusion. This critique has established that Kotkin has extensively falsified the evidence about the Tkhayevsky affair in order to create the false appearance that Stalin and his associates framed innocent men. We now possess far more evidence of the guilt of Tkhayevsky and the other military commanders executed with him than I outline above. As of May 2018, he transcript of the trial of Tkhayevsky etal of June 11, 1937, has finally been declassified and made available on the Internet. As of November 2018, most of the NKVD investigation file on Tkhayevsky has been declassified as well. The testimony given there by the defendants will remove any doubt in the mind of the objective reader that these men were guilty of the crimes to which they confessed. But Kotkin, in company with many or perhaps even most scholars of the Stalin era, is anything but objective. No conceivable evidence can change his mind, or theirs. Denial of the evidence is the rule, and objectivity is the exception, in the corrupt field of Soviet history of the Stalin era. 1e at http://istmat.info/node/59108, with PDF file at http://upload/59108/rgaspi_7.171.392_process_2hachevskogo.pdf. It is also available at a Ukrainian, Russian language site, http://lander.odessa.ua/doc/rgaspi_L7.171.392_process_2hachevskogo. PDF Chapter 9a. Appendix. The Bloodstain Yushin. On page 414 Kotkin writes the following. In the cellars on May 26, a mere 4 days after his arrest, Tkhachevsky began to sign whatever interrogators put in front of him. Zinovy Ushakov, who prided himself on obtaining confessions no other investigator could extract, mercilessly beat Tkhachevsky, whose blood dripped onto the pages of a confession to crimes he did not commit. The claim that these bloodstains prove that Tkhachevsky was beaten into false confessions is repeated by many other writers. For example, Yezhov's investigators tortured the officers mercilessly until they confessed. Analysis many years later showed that there were bloodstains on the confession signed by Tkhachevsky. Their reference is to Izvestia Tisk KPSSN 4, 1989, p. 50. This is in fact the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission, prepared for Khrushchev in 1963 but not published until Gorbachev's anti-Stalin campaign. In the authoritative publication of the Spravka in the volume RKEB2 it is on page 682. Here is that passage. In the process of studying the case of M.N. Tkhachevsky, spots of a brownish color were found on separate sheets of his testimony. In the conclusion of the Central Forensic Laboratory of the Military Medical Directorate of the Ministry of Defense of the USSR of June 28, 1956 it is stated, blood has been found on stains and smears on sheets 165, 166 of case number 967581. Some bloodstains have the form of an exclamation mark. This form of bloodstains is usually observed when the blood falls from an object in motion, or when blood falls to a surface at an angle. Khrushchev rehabilitated Tkhachevsky et al. In 1956-57. In the early 2000s Yulia Kantor was given permission by the Tkhachevsky family to view his interrogation file. She published 2 books about this, both cited by Kotkin. Kantor was utterly unable to find any evidence that Tkhachevsky was innocent, although she is certain that he was, and she covers up this fact with lots of assertions. On February 21, 2004, Kantor published an article in Izvestia, still a Russian newspaper. In that article she reproduced a photo of the place in one of Tkhachevsky's confessions that has the stains. Years ago, I put this photograph online. https://msu-web.montclair.edu/comma_for g/tukhach_confess_with_blood.jpg. It is important to note a few details here. These are the same stains that are identified in the Spravka of 1963. The stain in the form of an exclamation mark is at the lower left corner. Asterisk. This confession is a carbon copy. I thought it looked like this, and it has been confirmed by my Moscow colleague Vladimir Bobrov, who has been working in the FSB archive. Asterisk. Tkhachevsky's signature is visible. Normally, each page of a confession is signed. That was the custom with all interrogation transcripts. This discovery was made by Khrushchev's men when Khrushchev was falsely rehabilitating lots of people and blaming Stalin, after his February 25, 1956 secret speech. I have written about these false rehabilitations in Khrushchev Lied, Chapter 11. Later, Gorbachev's men often just copied the unpublished Khrushchev material stuff verbatim. Why should we trust Khrushchev and his men? We shouldn't. In anything. They lied big time. So, we don't know whether these stains are blood or not. Assuming they are blood, are they Tkhachevsky's blood? Khrushchev's men may or may not have had the technology to determine that in 1962-3. But by 1989, and certainly today, the technology exists, and many Tkhachevsky family members are still around. If it were Tkhachevsky's blood, wouldn't Khrushchev and Gorbachev tell us that? But they do not mention it. Maybe they do not want to know, in case the test shows that it is not Tkhachevsky's blood. Imagine a courtroom in which this is presented as evidence against somebody, say, Zinovy Ushakov, Tkhachevsky's interrogator. The defense attorney could make mincemeat of this so-called evidence, get it excluded from consideration. That's because it proves nothing. 200. Even if these stains are blood and even if they are Tkhachevsky's blood, remember, this has not been established, they are on a carbon copy. That means that Tkhachevsky has already made the confession, and it has been typed up. So why would they still beat him? To force him to sign each page? But look at the signature. It's a regular signature, nothing shaky or hesitant. It's like he is signing an order or a check. Most important, is this blood spatter? Read the Wikipedia page on this. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/bloodstain_pattern_analysis. This is not blood spatter. There is no spatter at all. But if Tkhachevsky were being beaten, there would be spatter. A blow produces spatter, not drops. Let's assume these are blood stains. What might have caused them? A nosebleed? A paper cut? Whose blood? It could be anybody's, the interrogators, the secretary typists, from one of the archivists handling the document. Or, it could be Tkhachevsky's. What it cannot be is the sign of a beating. A beating produces blood splatter, which these stains are not. There is nothing ingenious or obscure about either this evidence or the analysis of it here. Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men could have done it. But they didn't. They had been tasked by their bosses to find evidence that Tkhachevsky was innocent, so they did not look too closely. Kotkin could have done it too. But, like Khrushchev's and Gorbachev's men, Kotkin was not looking for the truth either. Like Khrushchev and his men, Kotkin was looking for a good anti-Stalin story. So he turned off his critical faculties and fabricated a beating. And not just any beating, but a merciless beating. Pure invention. And yet Kotkin is a renowned historian. Chapter 10. Yezhov's conspiracy. Interestingly, in January 1939, Mironov Korel was arrested, and almost immediately testified that in July 1937 in a private conversation Khrushchev told him of Yezhov's intention to come to power on the basis of their group in the NKVD. 1. In conformity to the anti-Stalin paradigm, Kotkin takes the familiar, indeed, the obligatory, position that the mass executions of 1937 to 1938 were planned by Stalin, and that Nikolai Yezhov, the chief of the NKVD, was only carrying out Stalin's orders. In the words of the title of a book by two leading anti-Stalin falsifiers, Yezhov was Stalin's loyal executioner. 2. This is all wrong. No evidence supports it. Therefore, Kotkin can cite none. It is only possible to make this claim at all by ignoring the primary source evidence now available and relying heavily on secondary sources by anti-Stalin researchers who, of course, can give no evidence either. Long, detailed footnotes give Kotkin's account the superficial appearance of being well documented. But this is a sham. As we shall see, Many of Kotkin's footnotes do not provide evidence for the fact claims he makes. Bias by omission is perhaps the most powerful of the tools in the bag of the historical falsifier, because only a specialist who is familiar with the available sources will know what is omitted. Kotkin takes full advantage of this technique of falsification. We devote a full chapter to Kotkin's abuse of this tool of deception. I have written a book-length study of Yezhov's conspiracy and mass murders, Yezhov vs. Stalin. The truth about mass repressions and the so-called Great Terror in the USSR. In it I examine the primary source evidence. For brevity's sake I will refer to that book rather than reprint its contents here. Kotkin completely ignores all the evidence of Yezhov's conspiracy against the Soviet government. Because he deals with Yezhov's mass murders in several different sections of his book, our discussion here has to jump around in Kotkin's text to follow him. The basic falsehood stated. Kotkin. Through it all, the NKVD never broke down, let alone rebelled. The ease with which Yagoda was destroyed proved that there was no threat whatsoever to Stalin's rule. The secret police, even under assault, remained an utterly reliable instrument of his will, a testament to both the limits of the feared yet despised Yagoda's authority and the strength of Stalin's as supreme leader. No evidence given for these outrageous statements. No wonder. We have a great deal of evidence that the NKVD leaders, both Yagoda and then Yezhov, were indeed conspiring against Stalin and the Soviet government and party. My book, Yezhov vs. Stalin, reproduces a great deal of this evidence. Much of it is taken from Jansen and Petrov, and the revised Russian edition by Petrov and Jansen, as well as other sources that Kotkin cites, but not here. His readers will not know this. Here is just one quotation from a book that Kotkin cites many times. Evdokimov gave similar evidence. According to him, in September he discussed the threatening situation after Beria's appointment with Yezhov, Frenovsky, and Belsky. Allegedly, they agreed to prepare an attempt on Stalin and Molotov. Yezhov was also said to have had plans to murder Beria. According to I.U. K. Ivanov, an NKVD executive from Evdokimov's circle, as early as late July, after a visit to Yezhov, Evdokimov had alluded to terrorism against the party leadership. Involved in the conspiracy first of all were people originating from North Caucasia, Djin, Nikolov-Zurad, and others. But the action, planned for November 7, did not take place because Djin was arrested beforehand. There is a great deal more evidence of NKVD rebelling against Stalin and the party. Kotkin hides it from his readers. Omitting the evidence Kotkin, Franco, therefore, had nothing to teach him, except that a military-led putsch, assisted externally by fascists, could try to seize a whole country, a scenario that Stalin was manipulating to justify his own savage domestic counterinsurgency against an imaginary insurgency. Yezhov, some of his NKVD men, and some party first secretaries, claimed that there were serious insurgencies afoot. We have discussed this, and quoted the texts in English translation, in Chapter 5 of Yezhov vs. Stalin. This primary source evidence was, of course, available to Kotkin too. But he never tells his readers about it. From the evidence we now have it seems that they were lying, at least in large part. But Stalin and the central leadership in Moscow were relying on the party and NKVD leadership around the vast country to inform them. There is no question that Stalin believed that these alleged insurgencies were real, as the editor of one of the document collections admits. That editor is V.N. Kostov, one of the compilers of several important document collections and a very anti-Stalin researcher. And the most frightening thing was that Stalin made his decisions on the basis of confessions that were the result of the inventions of certain employees of the organs of state security. Stalin's reactions attest to the fact that he took these confessions completely seriously. What is important here? Asterisk that Kostov admits the existence of a major conspiracy by Yezhov. Asterisk that Kostov concedes that Stalin was deceived by Yezhov. Yezhov admits as much in the confessions of his that we now have. Asterisk. That Kostov admits that Stalin acted in good faith on the basis of evidence presented to him by Yezhov, much of which may, or must, have been false. Kotkin, who cites at least 6 books written or edited by Kostov, does not cite or use this very important collection of documents. It is important to ideologically anti-communist researchers that these mass murders be seen as Stalin's plan and intention. Kostov is honest enough to admit that the evidence supports the opposite conclusion. Some of the confessional and investigative documents Yezhov sent on to Stalin and the Soviet leadership must have been falsified. But Kostov himself has no idea which were fabrications and which were not. 205. The falsehood. About quotas. Kotkin. In summer 1937, he vastly expanded the arrests and executions to none-lights. There was no dynamic forcing him to do so, no factional fighting, no heightened threat abroad. The terror was not spiraling out of his control. He just decided, himself, to approve quota-driven eradication of entire categories of people in a planned indiscriminate terror known as mass operations. Note 3 is to Solzhenitsyn and an even older book by Weisberg. Of course, neither could have any evidence to support Kotkin's claim. This is a falsification, and a particularly flagrant one at that. As American scholar Arch Getty has pointed out. 4. Order No. 00447 established limits rather than quotas, maximums, not minimums. The word's meaning was well known, it never meant quotas. Reflecting Stalin's concern that locals might go out of control, Order No. 00447 twice warned that excesses in local implementation of the operation were not permitted. Getty repeats this in a recent book. One of the mysteries of the field is how limiti is routinely translated as quotas. Kotkin knows this, of course. But his readers will not know it. Why not? Because he hides it from them. Kotkin falsely attributes the Bolsheviks with a passion for quotas elsewhere too. 4. I discuss this issue in Yezhov vs Stalin 72-3. 206 Stalin, waiting for the truth. Yagoda asked his top subordinates how many people could be interned in existing labor camps and where new camps might be quickly established, encouraging them to think creatively. Let's pause for a moment to consider the first clause in this sentence. Can it really be that Kotkin is ignorant of the massive terror by capitalist countries in many parts of the world? Or does he just hope his readers will be ignorant of them? Conquest, quoted in note 321 by Kotkin, was an avid supporter of the immense terror, which included the massive use of torture, of the American war in Vietnam. What about American terror in Korea, the Philippines, Latin America, Iraq, Afghanistan? British atrocities in Kenya and India? The French massacre of African soldiers in Senegal? 5. As for Kotkin's psychologizing of Stalin here, it is of course an error to try to explain historical events in this way, despite how often anti-communist writers have fived for this last atrocity. It is also an example of the logical fallacy known as the nominal fallacy, giving something a name, then assuming that you have explained it. 7. As we shall see, Kotkin has no evidence whatever to support his view that the massive executions of 1937-8 were planned by Stalin. But since he rejects the explanation that is supported by all the evidence we now have, cheap psychologizing is all Kotkin has left. Plus Robert Tucker, Kotkin's professor at Princeton, was an avid proponent of psychohistory. 8. Frenovsky's confession. Statement. Kotkin, Yezhov's NKVD, was riven with distrust. When informing Frenovsky that he wanted to appoint him first deputy commissar, Yezhov asked him to recite his accumulated sins. "You have so many sins, you ought to be arrested right now," Yezhov told him, adding, "Well, so what, you'll work, and you'll be my person 100%. 233 Frenovsky further testified that Yezhov demanded that I find investigators who were utterly dependent on us or had sins on their records, and they knew they had sins, which could be held over them. Frenovsky and Yezhov were not close. I had multiple clashes at work with him, Yezhov would later observe of Frenovsky. I cursed him out, and called him a fool to his face, because no sooner would he arrest someone among the NKVD operatives than he would run to me and shout that it was all fabrication, that the person was wrongly arrested. Poslední slovo Nikolai Yezhova. Protocol of Frenovsky interrogation, sent by Beria to Stalin April 11, 1939, Afanasyev, One Malkali, 218. There are a number of falsehoods here. For starters, Frenovsky's confession is a statement, not an interrogation. But more important, Frenovsky asserts that the Moscow trial's defendants were guilty. Kotkin ignores this. I have put an English translation of Frenovsky's statement online so the reader may see for herself. 9. One Malkali is a fraud. As for Afanasyev, One Malkali, 218. This is interesting. It is a very short excerpt from Frenovsky's statement. This book, published in 1991, was a part of Gorbachev's truly gigantic attack on Stalin that facilitated his turning the USSR towards capitalism, civil conflict, and dissolution. It was published in an edition of 75,000, an enormous printing of what is a dry and, supposedly, scholarly book. The full text of Frenovsky's statement was published in 2006 and is cited above by Kotkin. It shows how dishonest One Malkali is, since that Gorbachev-era book does not mention the fact that Frenovsky strongly and repeatedly attests to the guilt of the Moscow trial's defendants and the existence of Yezhov I's conspiracy. The editors of this 1991 book, doing Gorbachev's bidding, concealed this from their readers. And now Kotkin is concealing it from his readers. More dishonest use of Frenovsky's confession statement. Kotkin cites Frenovsky's confession statement a number of times, and falsifies it every time. Kotkin, note 278 to page 234 of the text. In 1935, Yefim Yevdokimov evidently asked Frenovsky if he had any information about the hand of Yagoda in the murder of Kirov. Protocol of Frenovsky interrogation, Beria to Stalin, April 11, 1939, http://www.hrono.ru/193_doc/193904113 Beria.php. This is yet another of Kotkin's blatant falsehoods. Evdokimov's question about Yagoda did not insinuate Stalin's involvement at all. Quite the contrary. Evdokimov, Frenovsky, and Yagoda were all in the rightist conspiracy. This is made clear in Frenovsky's statement, though Kotkin never informs the reader of this. For example, Evdokimov also said that in a number of regions of the North Caucasus his people had succeeded in leading some groups of rebels, and that the purge of the party that was taking place at that time might help in the sense of recruitment of people. At the time of the trial of Zinoviev, Kamina and others, when the testimony about Bukharin was published in the press, Evdokimov was in Moscow. He became very upset and in a conversation with me. 210. Said, "The devil only knows how he will be able to extract himself from this whole affair. I just don't understand Yagoda at all, what he is doing, why he is broadening the circle of persons for repression, or maybe the nerves of these people are weak, they will give out. But it could have been possible to direct the course of the investigation in such a manner as to leave oneself safe in any case." For clarity we repeat Kotkin's note 233 http://www.hrono.ru/decum/193_doc/193904113 beria.php. Frenovsky and Yezhov were not close. I had multiple clashes at work with him, Yezhov would later observe of Frenovsky. I cursed him out, and called him a fool to his face, because no sooner would he arrest someone among the NKVD operatives than he would run to me and shout that it was all fabrication, that the person was wrongly arrested. Poslední slovo Nikolai Yezhova. Frenovsky's confession statement shows that Frenovsky was indeed close to Yezhov, though Kotkin's readers will not know this, since he provides no link to the English translation. Frenovsky continued. Soon after starting work in my new position as Vice-Commissar, Yezhov began to bring me close to himself, to select me from among the remaining vice-commissars, to hold franker conversations with me in the evaluation of the other vice-commissars, to express some dissatisfaction with the Granov. Before the division of duties among the vice-commissars, besides the fact that I continued to be the chief of the GUPVO, Yezhov proposed that I become involved in operative questions also, and in 1937, after Yagoda's arrest, he began to hold talks with me in relation to my possible appointment as first vice-commissar. During one of these talks Yezhov told me, "I have decided this question, but I want to talk it over with you, only look, be honest, there are some sins on your account." At first I was completely taken aback. I thought, I'm done for. When he saw my dismay, Yezhov began to speak, "Don't be afraid, speak honestly." Then I told him about the story with the Sokolnichesky affair, about my ties with Yagoda, ties with Evdokimov, and through him with Lifshitz. Then Yezhov said, "There are so many sins to your name that we could throw you in prison right now, but never mind, you will keep working, you will be my man 100%. I looked at him in dismay and tried to refuse the appointment to the position of first vice-commissar, but he said, "Sit down, get to work, we'll work together and take the responsibility together." Imaginary Kremlin. Bodyguards. Kotkin. Peasants had rebelled en masse against the violence of forced collectivization and dekulakization, and even some party officials had protested. But the terror? A group of Kremlin bodyguards had been carrying loaded pistols on Red Square during the 1937 May Day festivities, within shooting distance of Stalin and the entire leadership. Within a few months, they went meekly to their deaths, liquidated as an alleged assassin corps working for foreign agents. 243. What about the story of the Kremlin bodyguards who went meekly to their deaths? Yet more phony references. The story of the group of Kremlin bodyguards is simply not in either of these sources. Or, perhaps Kotkin has misunderstood a passage in Rybin's memoir where he notes that, after the arrest of Yagoda and some of the other conspirators, the 4 bodyguards who had been assigned to Red Square for May Day disappeared. Rybin assumes they were part of the plot to kill Stalin, and says no wonder that, when gathering in Red Square on May 1st, they feverishly shoved 4 or 5 pistols each into their field coats. Few peasants rebelled. As for peasants, some did rebel, but what does en masse mean? Mark Tauger, a world expert on Russian and Soviet agriculture and famines, notes that there was relatively little peasant protest, according to an OGPU report of March 1931, right in the midst of collectivization. About 5% of the peasant population was involved in protests. This also means that the vast majority of peasants was not involved in such protests. Most of these protests were settled peacefully. The OGPU reported that they had recourse to force in fewer than 2% of them. Tauger points out that many peasants actually supported collectivization. For them, it was not forced. Many peasants actively supported collectivization. This number increased when local activists were experienced or sensitive enough to patiently explain the purpose of collectivization to the peasants. Some peasants spontaneously formed kolkhozy and consolidated their fields. Finally, what about the other 90% of peasants who did not rebel? Some peasants did not reject collectivization and even supported it. An OGPU report quoted one middle peasant in Chalovsky Rayon, Ryazan Okrug, in November 1929 to the effect that the grain procurements are hard, but necessary. We cannot live like we lived before. It is necessary to build factories and plants, and for that grain is necessary. In January 1930, during the campaign, some peasants said, "The time has come to abandon our individual farm. It's about time to quit those, need to transfer to collectivization." Another document from January reported several cases of peasants spontaneously forming kolkhozy and consolidating their fields, which was a basic part of collectivization. 11. End of Yezhov era. The day after Uspensky's flight, Stalin, receiving his minions in the little corner, had a decree approved disbanding the assembly line death sentence troikas. 143 An archival source. What is a reader supposed to make of this kind of thing? Especially since Kotkin knows that this document has been published in several places, including Tragedia Sovietskoy Derevny Volume 5, Part 2, 306-7, and Pavlyakov, Yezhov, 473. Kotkin cites both of these works in his book. It is even online at the ISMAT site. It is partly translated in Getty and Namuov, The Road to Terror, 531-2. Why didn't Kotkin help his readers by pointing this out? 11. Tagore Soviet Peasants and Collectivization, 1930-1939. Resistance and Adaptation. Journal of Peasant Studies 2004, 427-546. Reprinted in Rural Adaptation in Russia, ed. Stephen K. Wegran. London and New York, Routledge, 2005, 65-94, at p. 75. 214. For the falsehood of assembly line death sentences, see the section Lies about the lists later in this chapter. Here is my translation. Directive of the Council of People's Commissars and the Central Committee of the VKP concerning a halt to the review of cases sent for review of troikas, military tribunals, and the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, in the order of special instructions. November 15, 1938 to People's Commissars for Internal Affairs of the Union and Autonomous Republics, Commanders of the Oblast and Krai Directorates of the NKVD, to Prosecutors of the Krayas, Oblast, Autonomous and Union Republics, Prosecutors of the Military Regions, of Railroad and Water Transportation, Chairman of the Supreme Court of the USSR, the Supreme Courts of the Union and Autonomous Republics, the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, Chairman of the Tribunals of the Military Districts. It is ordered in the strongest possible terms. 1. To halt as of November 16 of this year pending further order examination by the Troikas, military tribunals, and by the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, of all cases sent to them for their review as special orders or in a different, simplified order. 2. To require prosecutors of military districts, territories, regions, autonomous and union republics to monitor the exact and immediate fulfillment of this order. Report its fulfillment to the USSR NKVD and Prosecutor of the USSR. Why does Kotkin cite only the archival location, which none of his readers can consult? This should serve us as a reminder that Kotkin strives to hide, rather than disclose, the evidence. Tied the World. Record. On November 17, he summoned Vyshinsky for a report, after which the despot issued another decree in the Politburo's name, justifying the terror but blaming the NKVD for a host of major deficiencies and distortions. On Yezhov's anger at being accused of lawlessness, when he was following Stalin's instructions, with which Vyshinsky had colluded. The first three are all the same document, on arrests, supervision by the Procuracy and the conduct of investigations. Why cite Kosterchenko and Hazanov, 1992, when the same document is published in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume that Kotkin cites so often? Getty and Namuov is a partial translation of this document. I have translated the whole document into English and put it online. The book by Ushakov and Stukalov is an interesting example of falsification. It purports to be the memoirs, edited by Ushakov, of military prosecutor Nikolai P. Afanasev, who died in 1979. This book is of more than dubious validity. In it the words of Yezhovs that Afanasev supposedly quotes echo documents published by the year 2000, when this book was published. On the very pages 70 to 72 cited by Kotkin here, Afanasev claims that Tkhachevsky denied his guilt. But we know that is a lie, because we now have Tkhachevsky's confessions, plus those of his associates who also accuse him, plus Tkhachevsky's own testimony at the June 11, 1937, trial. In 2000, the year their book was published, Ushakov and Stukalov had some of these documents too. But, assuming that they really did reprint Afanasev's memoirs and did not simply fabricate them, they do not inform their readers that Afanasev was wrong. Omitting the struggle against Yezhov just like that, without public acknowledgement, with a few pieces of paper in the little corner, the mass terror was halted. Coincidence? The terror supposedly was aimed at rooting out enemies lying in wait for a war, but then, at what would appear to be maximum international war danger for the USSR, Stalin suddenly moved to end the mass arrests. Had he become less paranoid? Was it just that he had been waiting for completion of a short course? Or was he jolted by events portending actual danger? 145 We cannot definitively establish his motivations. Note 145, the fear of war had spawned mass terror, wrote Ulam. But terror in its turn increased 12 number 362. Decree of the Politburo of the CCVKP, on arrests, supervision by the Procuracy and the conduct of investigations. November 17, 1938. At https://missouri.montclair.edu/ferg/research/ownarrestseng.html. Stalin's fear of war. This appears to be exactly backward. Stalin's fear of war seems to have ended the mass terror. Ulam, Stalin, 491-2. On October 16, 1938, the Politburo resolved to demobilize and return the forces called to the western borders, 330,000 troops, 27,500 horses, and 5,000 vehicles. Rogaspi, F-17, OP-162, D. The last sentence here is copied word for word from Oleg Klevniuk's book Stalin. His Narodnego Vozhdia, page 230, where the exact same archival reference is also given. Has Kotkin even looked at this archival source? There is no reason to think he has. But hey, archival references give the appearance of serious scholarship, right? What's more, even Klevniuk is not sure that this movement of forces was due to the Munich sellout of Czechoslovakia by Britain and France, since these forces, while not small, were hardly decisive. Presumably Kotkin wants us to think he is grasping for some explanation of the end of the mass terror. As for Ulam's book, it was published in 1973, long before the flood of Soviet documents now available. As for this gem, just like that, without public acknowledgement, with a few pieces of paper in the little corner, the mass terror was halted. Coincidence? Kotkin doesn't even mention the real and provable reason for the end of the mass arrests and executions: the growing suspicion by Stalin and others that Yezhov was acting improperly, and Yezhov's resignation under pressure. 1. And here is the third, final act of this long procedure. On November 23, Yezhov was again summoned to Stalin, where Molotov and Voroshilov were already present. I have held in my hands the document that Yezhov wrote. Obviously under their dictation. It is written on 3 pages, all of different sizes, that is, they grabbed the first pieces of paper that came into their hand and slipped them to Yezhov, if only to keep him writing. The formulation of his dismissal is changed twice. Apparently, he resisted, objected. But it was necessary to wrest from him the decision to leave at his own request. There and then the draft resolution was written, which sounds like a guarantee, to retain the post of Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU, Chairman of the Commission for Party Control and the People's Commissar for Water Transport, for Comrade Yezhov. Finally the statement was written and signed, N. Yezhov. This is how the end of the 219 Yezhovshchina began. The Politburo sent around telegrams with the text itself, immediately stop the repression and disband the troikas. Once again, having seized the initiative, at the end of 1938 the Stalin Group achieved the first trials of NKVD officers accused of falsifying and contrived cases, by which for almost a year they had tried, exiled, and executed thousands of people. This is how they succeeded in stopping the Great Terror. 13. Kotkin has read and cites Yuri Zhukov's work but ignores it here. No doubt he does so because the evidence, and Zhukov's analysis of it, disprove the false allegation that Stalin planned Yezhov's mass murders. Likewise, they prove that Stalin was not at all an all-powerful dictator. Scare quotes deliberate here that Kotkin, and the anti-Stalin paradigm, demand that he be. But these are obligatory elements of the ASP. So Kotkin keeps quiet about them. Kotkin. On November 19, 1938, the Politburo summoned the NKVD commissar to the Little Corner, where, from 11:10 p.m. until 4:20 a.m., they discussed a denunciation of him that Beria had orchestrated from a provincial NKVD boss. 31. Note 31. Zurofleyov's denunciation followed the formation of the Commission on the NKVD. Beria had passed the letter to Stalin on October 13, 1938. Kostov and Samuelson, Stalin, NKVD, 249-50, N.A. Prem, 245-6. See also Schreider, NKVD is Nutri, 237. Zurofleyov briefly got a promotion to Moscow, but Beria would send him to run the Karaganda camps. Yezhov's response: accepting guilt, claiming poor health, confessing he had taken badly the appointment of Beria as my deputy. I saw in this an 13. Zhukov, Zupel Stalina. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November 20, 2002. 220. Element of lack of trust towards me, and requesting to resign is misdated as September 23, 1938. Kostrichenko and Hazanov. The fact. Claims in the Kostov and Samuelson passage cite no evidence. Instead, Kostov and Samuelson channel Stalin to tell us what he was thinking. Plus they tell at least one glaring lie. Stalin, reading Zuroflev's note, noticed some facts indicating suspicious behavior by the NKVD leadership. He left some notes on Zuroflev's letter, which showed that Stalin was perhaps beginning to discover for himself some shady aspects of the activities of the NKVD leadership. Stalin briefly summarized the contents of Zuroflev's letter in a coded telegram of November 25, 1938 to party leaders. 14. It is clear that this was not the beginning of Stalin's suspicions of Yezhov. In August, 1938, 14 Lubyanka 1937-1938 number 364 pages 611-2. 221. Lavrentiy Beria had been made Yezhov's second in command, replacing Frenovsky. Yezhov recognized this as a sign of mistrust. New world record. Kosterchenko and Hazanov, Konetkari. Yezhova, 129-130, is a 1992 publication of Yezhov's letter of resignation. Why cite it here, in a hard-to-find journal, when it is published in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume that Kotkin cites so many times, as well as online? In fact, Kotkin may never have read the Kosterchenko-Hazanov article, since it is footnoted on page 554 of the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume. Kostov et.al., Lubyanka 552-4 is another text of Yezhov's letter of November 23, 1938. So is Kotkin's note 32, to Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pedomets 355-9. 3 different citations of the same document. Actually, 4, because Kotkin's note 32 to Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pedomets, 355-9, at 357, is simply a long quotation from the very same document. More phony scholarship. Schreider, 237, contains only Schreider's attacks on Zuroflev because the latter had built a case against Schreider himself. It is irrelevant to the present discussion. At the end of this long footnote, Kotkin writes, see also Pseudoplatov and Pseudoplatov. Memoirs of an Unwanted Witness, 59. This is another example where Pseudoplatov's memoir comports with archival materials. What archival materials is Kotkin talking about here? Victor. Zuroflev is not even mentioned in Pseudoplatov's memoir. But Kotkin is wrong anyway. Pseudoplatov's memoir was published in 1995, long after the publication of Yezhov's resignation, from which Pseudoplatov may well have copied. So much for comporting with archival materials. Finally, we can't rely on Pseudoplatov's memoir because it was altered after its first Russian-language edition, probably by its American editor, Gerald Schechter. 222. The edit that wasn't. Kotkin. On November 23, Yezhov was again in Stalin's office, where he had logged nearly 900 hours over the previous 2 years, but these 3.5 would be his last. Stalin edited Yezhov's resignation. This is a phony reference. Kosterchenko and Hazanov, 131, only note that this document, the Politburo decision to accept Yezhov's resignation, has a facsimile of Stalin's signature. Kostov et al., Lubyanka 611 is the text of Yezhov's note of resignation. This is the very same document, but here there is no claim that it bears a facsimile of Stalin's signature. Moreover, the latter text claims that it is the original, while Kosterchenko and Hazanov state that theirs, the one with the facsimile of Stalin's signature, is a copy. In neither source is there any indication that Stalin edited it. Why does Kotkin falsify even this detail? To create the impression that Stalin was in control, stage managing everything? On November 25, the despot sent a telegram to all regional party secretaries referring to Zuroflev's denunciation of NKVD errors and noting that the Central Committee had granted Yezhov's request to resign. 34 Pravda printed a delayed announcement, on its back page. Executing the NKVD chief could throw into doubt the mass arrests and executions. For now, Stalin retained Yezhov as a Central Committee secretary, chairman of the Party Control Commission, and Water Transport Commissar. The business about execution lists, like Kotkin's statement about quotas, is all false. For one thing, these lists are not execution lists. They were sent to the Secretariat for review. Consequently, many persons on these lists were not executed. This is made clear on the very web page http://stalin.memo.ru/images/intro.htm that Kotkin cites here. The word Rasmotrini, review, occurs over and over again. This same web page cites the first mention of the lists, in a note from Minister of the MVD Kruglov to Khrushchev of February 3, 1954, that makes it clear they were for review. I report to you that 383 lists of persons subject to the trial of the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR have been found in the archives of the USSR Ministry of Internal Affairs. These lists were compiled in 193-7 and 1938 by the NKVD of the USSR and at that time submitted to the Central Committee of the CPSU for review. According to the editors of these lists, many people whose names are on them were not in fact executed, and some were freed. For example, a selective study of the list for the Kuyabyshev Oblast signed on September 29, 1938 has shown that not a single person on this list was convicted by the VKVS, and a significant number of the cases were dismissed altogether. Kotkin cites this web page, so he knew that these are not execution lists. For more about the list see Furr, Khrushchev lied, 70-73, Furr, Yezhov Stalin, Chapter 7, 67-72. 225. It appears that these lists were sent to Stalin and the Secretariat along with investigative reports by the NKVD about the supposed progress of the fight against anti-Soviet forces. Many such reports have been published in the Lubyanka 193 July 1938 volume, which Kotkin cites many times. Many more such reports are published in the volume Lubyanka Golgotha, the valuable collection of archival documents edited by Kostov which Kotkin never mentions. Why? Did Kotkin omit this important volume because the existence of these reports makes it clear that Yezhov and his men were lying to Stalin, duping him into believing that they were successfully combating dangerous anti-Soviet plots? This appears to be the most likely explanation for such an omission. Fokaganov, Triumph I Tragedia, is in error. Fokaganov wrote before the lists had been published. A summary page gives the date of the 3,167 names as November 12, 1938. 15. Beria purges. Yezhov's NKVD. Kotkin. Beria, even as deputy NKVD chief, had arrested 332 NKVD leadership personnel between September and December 1938, including 140 in the central apparatus and 18 of the NKVD commissars in Union and autonomous republics. NKVD operatives still on the job became disoriented. Kostov and Samuelson. Stalin. NKVD, 255-6. Of the 14,500 new NKVD employees in 1939, around 11,000 came from the party apparatus or Communist Youth League. Of the 3,460 newcomers in the central NKVD, 3,242 were party apparatchiks. And Komsomol. Petrov and Skorkin, to Rukovodil NKVD, 491-502. Kostov and Samuelson document real concern by NKVD men who, serving under Yezhov, had followed orders and committed crimes against defendants. This is important material. It is a shame that Kostov and Samuelson did not publish the documents they refer to in their footnotes. Petrov and Skorkin, 491-502, give a number of tables. I don't see how the figures 3,460 and 3,242 can be derived from them, but maybe they can be. No societal rebellion? The next part of this footnote is interesting. There was no hint of societal rebellion. In early 1939, the police discovered a self-styled fascist organization in Moscow. Evidently, its handful of youthful members had fashioned a flag and put up 70 posters on the eve of Red Army Day, drew some graffiti, and wrote poems. They also seemed to have discussed Nazism, anti-Semitism, and Russian nationalism. 4 arrests were made, 3 of them turned out to have been 19 years old when they joined the group, and the organizer was 17. The NKVD produced 5 volumes on the case. Rittersporn, Anguish, 17-4. We can't be certain that there was no societal rebellion. This was the reason that Yezhov and at least some first secretaries gave Stalin at the June, 1937, Central Committee plenum for requesting the awful special powers that they were granted in July and that inaugurated Yezhov's mass arrests and executions. But take another look at the quotation from Kostov and Samuelson, pages 249-50, that we have cited above. As far as I can tell, this is the only place in Kotkin's entire book that he 227 acknowledges, even though very partially here, that Stalin was misled, duped, lied to. It undercuts his whole thesis, that the terror was all Stalin's idea and that he was in control all the time. Rittersporn discusses, albeit very briefly, this and another conspiracy of young people. Of course, the NKVD could not have known in advance that the conspiracies involved only young people. Judging from Rittersporn's brief account, these were real Consp-1RAC-1ES. Kotkin, regime officials who had once looked to Yezhov as someone who would clean up the anti-party actions and mistakes of his predecessor, viewed Beria as someone who would do the same. Releases of some people arrested under Yezhov reinforced such illusions. Stalin got credit for correcting his mistaken trust in Yezhov, and for a new, vigorous, loyal top official. 40. Note 40, Simonov, Glazamiki Lovka Mogo Pokolenia, 58. This passage is actually on pages 69 to 70. Simonov was a famous Soviet writer. His book on Stalin, in which Simonov puzzles over the anti-Stalin stuff he had been told since Khrushchev's day, and the much more positive opinion he had gotten during Stalin's life, was not published until the Gorbachev era. Kotkin. Beria's power came to exist on a completely different plane from Yezhov's or Yagoda's. Stalin, however, made sure to have non-Beriates inserted into key positions. 41. Stalin also directed Beria to turn in the documents. 228. Regarding his role in the Musavat, Beria had Merkulov collect and deliver them. Correspondence, 89. This document is online and is completely irrelevant. It simply records Rapova's appointment. Nothing whatever is said about pulverizing Abkhazia. Nor does Kotkin mention anything about pulverizing Abkhazia anywhere in this huge book. Rapova was executed under mysterious circumstances by Khrushchev in 1955. Note 42, the transfer took place in August 1938, with Beria's promotion. Merkulov, Rgani, F5, OP30, D4, I-76-7, letter, to Malenkov, July 23, 1953, Koketcha prokliast den I Chazmogo Znakomstva Esperia, 101, Tumshis, VCHK, 211. Merkulov's letter to Malenkov, originally published in Istoknik No. 4, 2002, has more recently been published in the collection Politbyro I Delo Beria. Spornik Dokumentov, 139-151. The passage in question is on pages 145 to 146. The letter is also online at the istmat.info site, http://istmat.info/node/22188 unless it too is a fabrication. Like some other documents in this volume, Merkulov wrote it when he was trying to save his life by distancing himself from Beria, whom Khrushchev et al. Had either murdered outright or had illegally arrested, and would try and execute in December, 1953, along with Merkulov and others. Stalin never did anything like this judicial murder. The Beria Andreev Malenkov report. 2 days later, Stalin informed USSR Procurator General Vyshinsky that he wanted a public trial of those arrested in the NKVD. 79. The enemies of the people who penetrated the organs of the NKVD, the Commission on the Secret Police internally reported to Stalin as if the secret police rampage had somehow occurred without his directives, consciously distorted the punitive policy of Soviet power, conducting a mass of baseless arrests of people guilty of nothing, and at the same time protecting the activities of enemies of the people. They urged that prisoners offer testimony about their supposed espionage activity for foreign intelligence, explaining that such invented testimony was necessary for the party and the government in order to discredit foreign states. The despot circulated the report to the inner circle. They needed to know how to interpret the terror, as the result of the infiltration of spies in literally every department. Kotkin is correct. Stalin demanded public trials for the guilty NKVD men, but the trials never took place. We don't know why. It is a great pity that such trials were not held. Yezhov's conspiracies, and his responsibility for the mass murders of the terror, would not have become the mystery, and occasion for anti-Stalin falsification, that they are. Note 80, Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets. The Commission concluded its work on January 10, 1939, the report was dated January 29. The bold-faced clause in the quotation above is a false statement. The secret police rampage had indeed occurred without his, Stalin's, directives, as Kostov admitted. This report by 3 Politburo members close to Stalin outlines their uncovering of the massive murder and torture campaign that 230 was Yezhov's great terror. In Russian, the Yezhovshchina. Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 359-363, is the text of the report in Russian. But who of his readers will be able to read it? I discuss this important text fully in the Yezhov Conspiracy, Chapter 10 of Yezhov vs. Stalin. I have also translated the whole text of the report and put it online. The Russian text is also available online. 16. Kotkin could have put references to these online sources for his readers but did not do so. The text of the report refutes Kotkin's notion that the Yezhovshchina was Stalin's idea. No evidence of torture. Again. Kotkin. The interrogator-torturers, who before had followed orders from Frenovsky, had set to beating out of him testimony against Yezhov, including how the latter had ordered that suspects be beaten to provide false testimony. Within a week Beria would send Stalin a 43-page confession written by Frenovsky. Stalin made notes on it. 209 Note 209. Kostov etal, Lubyanka. Stalin INKVD, 33-50, Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 204, Stpanov, O Mastabuk Repressii, 61-2. Once again Kotkin has invented this fact, made it up. None of these sources, or any other sources, even claim that Frenovsky was beaten. Is Kotkin lying? Let the reader decide. Kostov etal is the text of Frenovsky's statement to Beria of April 11, 1939, which we have discussed earlier in this chapter. Petrov and Jansen say nothing about any beatings or torture, only that Evdokimov, arrested in November, 1938, refrained from confessing until April 14, 1939. It's possible that, like Bukharin in his first confession of June 2, 1937, Evdokimov held out until the investigation had shown him so much evidence against him that he was convinced further resistance was futile. The Stpanov article Note 214, Nikolai P. Afanaseyev, USSR Deputy General Procurator, recalls this as taking place at Lefortovo, but all other sources indicate Yezhov was held in Sukhanovka. Ushakov and Stukalov, Front Voennik Prokurorov, 69. No one was massacred. All of those executed, were shot after investigation and trials. There is nothing in Afanaseyev about the numbers of Yezhov's NKVD men executed. As we have noted above, Afanaseyev's text lies about other matters too and is useless as a historical source. NKVD file on Stalin. Kotkin. In the desk the NKVD investigator found 4 bullet casings marked Zinoviev, Kamina and Smirnov. Perhaps the greatest discovery was that in Yezhov's apartment and not in his Lubyanka safe he had kept a cache of documents from the Tsaristera Tiflis gendarmerie on Koba. Whispers of a file on Stalin circulated throughout the upper ranks of the regime. Another phony reference. There is nothing here about any file on Stalin, talk about it, bullet casings, etc. Kotkin. The nature of this file in Yezhov's possession remains unknown. For Beria, it was unclear which was more dangerous, to turn the material over to Stalin, and thus indicate that he had seen it, or to not turn it over. Others suggest these documents which disappeared need not have been compromising, but could have been flattering material Yezhov collected for a Stalin museum. Petrov and Jansen, Stalinsky Pitomets, 228. 233. Khrushchev does say that Stalin mentioned such information at a meeting. As for Pilyutskin, there's nothing relevant in this long newspaper article, the subject of which is the attempt by Yezhov's relatives to have him rehabilitated in 2010. Pavlyukov mentions a file from the Tsarist secret police, or Okranka, consisting of the search for Koba and other members of the Transcaucasian organization of the Bolshevik Party. Pavlyukov admits that nothing is known about what was in the file. Polyansky, 216-7, concerns a report by NKVD-man Shapilov of the contents of the search of Yezhov's apartment on April 11, 1938. It has nothing about any file on Stalin. Petrov and Jansen, 228, suggest that Yezhov might have intended this file for a museum devoted to Stalin, rather than an attempt to find evidence that Stalin was an Okaranka informer. But Petrov and Jansen always insist that Yezhov was faithful and loyal to Stalin. This is necessary for their preconceived notion that Yezhov always did just what Stalin wanted him to do, and that therefore it was Stalin, not Yezhov, who was guilty of the mass murders. Kotkin. 234. Stalin supposedly flashed the material. Yezhov had gathered on him at a Politburo meeting, as if Yezhov had been acting on his own in the terror's excesses. Malenkov's son would assert that when his father had Yezhov's safe opened, they discovered dossiers on Malenkov as well as Stalin. The latter included the recollections of an old Bolshevik that Stalin had pre-revolutionary links to the Tsarist Okaranka. Malenkov, 0 Mohamed Georgii Malenkov, 34. Bryukhanov and Shoshkov, 312, has exactly the same contents as Polinsky, 216-7, already cited in the previous note. So what's the point in citing it from a different source? Malenkov, 0 Mohamed 34, mentions a note in a file in Yezhov's office from an old Bolshevik about suspicions of Stalin's ties to Tsarist Okaranka. Malenkov's son, the author of this book, was of course not present, so this is just a rumor at best. No evidence of torture again. Kotkin. Beria delivered still more pleasing news. On April 13, 1939, Merkulov, his first deputy, finally managed to produce testimony with the signature of the stout Yefim Yevdokimov. Beria had personally gone to arrest him at his apartment on Grand Kizil Lane, 5, off Great Lubyanka, but Yevdokimov had held out for 7 months, through broken legs and unceasing torture, which had continued in the prison hospital. This is from the rehabilitation report on Yevdokimov. It contains a claim but no evidence that he had been tortured, which is typical of Khrushchev-era rehabilitation reports. But even in this report there is nothing about broken legs and unceasing torture, which had continued in the prison hospital. Kotkin's falsifications just keep rolling along. Yevdokimov features prominently as one of the leading conspirators in Frenovsky's statement of April, 1939. Wheatcroft, author of the most recent and most complete study of Yevdokimov, says nothing at all about his being tortured. 18. Kotkin. The former colleague was Sergei Swartz. This book repeats exactly what is in the source in the previous note, 219. So why use it at all, if not to create a phony appearance of scholarship? Kotkin. Stalin's former NKVD chief confessed to working for a veritable world gazetteer of enemy intelligence services, Germany, Britain, France, Japan, Poland. Kotkin does not bother to cite even phony evidence for this falsehood of his. Stalin did not order the dissolution of the Polish Communist Party. He agreed with the decision of the ECCI. 19. Of November 28, 1937. Stalin even complained that the decision was 2 years late, which suggests that he had not ordered it. 18. Wheatcroft, Stephen G. Agency and Terror, Yevdokimov and Mass Killing in Stalin's Great Terror. Australian Journal of Politics and History 53:120-43. 19. Executive Committee of the Communist International. 236. Additional evidence that Stalin was no dictator. See Chase, Enemies Within the Gates, pages 287-289 for more about this. Ignoring Yezhov's confessions. Kotkin. On April 24, 1939, Yezhov testified about his pederasty, meaning homosexual relations. Of all Yezhov's detailed confessions about his conspiracy against Stalin and the Soviet government, collaboration with the Germans, and mass murders of innocent Soviet citizens, Kotkin cites only this one confession about his homosexuality. Talk about bias by omission. In note 222, Kotkin does refer to Yezhov's interrogation of April 26, 1939, in this way. For Yezhov's interrogation on April 26, see Kostov et al., Lubyanka, Stalin INKVD, 52-72. But Kotkin doesn't bother to summarize what Yezhov says in this confession or in the many others whose texts we now have, and have had for years. Nor does Kotkin inform his readers that the Russian text of this interrogation of Yezhov's is online at multiple sites. 20. Nor does he refer his readers to my English translation of Yezhov's April 26, 1939, confession, available since 2010. 21. At the time of this writing, the only study of Yezhov's and Frenovsky's statements and confessions is my book Yezhov vs. 20, including the following: https://msu-web.montclair.edu/-furg/yezhov042639ru.html, http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/font/issues-doc/58654, http://stalinism.ru-dokumentai/subskinye1p-biri-iv Stalin uoni Yezhovsprolojhinim protokolodobroza.html 21 at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/-furg/yezhov042639ang.html. 237. Stalin, the truth about mass repressions and the so-called Great Terror in the USSR, in which I devote the whole of Chapter 12 to this interrogation. Yezhov's confessions, like that of Frenovsky, are damning. No wonder Kotkin hides them from his readers. Here is just one example, from Frenovsky's statement to Beria of April 11, 1939. An active participant in investigations generally, Yezhov kept himself aloof from the preparation of this trial. Before the trial, the face-to-face confrontations of the suspects, interrogations, and refining, in which Yezhov did not participate. He spoke for a long time with Yagoda, and that talk concerned, in the main, of assuring Yagoda that he would not be shot. Yezhov had conversations several times with Bukharin and Rykov, and also, in order to calm them, assured them that under no circumstances would they be shot. Yezhov had one conversation with Bulanov, and began this conversation in the presence of the investigator and myself, and finished the conversation one-on-one, having asked us to leave. At that moment Bulanov had begun talking about the poisoning of Yezhov. What the conversation was about Yezhov did not say. When he asked us to enter again, he said, "Behave yourself well at the trial, I will ask that you not be shot." After the trial, Yezhov always expressed regret about Bulanov. At the time of the executions, Yezhov suggested shooting Bulanov first, and he himself did not enter the building where the shootings took place. Here Yezhov unquestionably was ruled by the necessity of covering up his own ties with the arrested leaders of the right who were going into the public trial. 22. 238. Kotkin cites Frenovsky's statement many times. So he has deliberately withheld this and other such passages from his readers. No wonder. These confessions dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm and the myth that Stalin was the architect of the Yezhovshchina and controlled it all the time. Once again, no evidence of torture or fabrication. Kotkin. Around this time, death sentences based upon fabricated evidence were implemented for cultural figures, as well as former NKVD First Deputy Mikhail Frenovsky, former Deputy Foreign Intelligence Chief Spiegelglass, former Intelligence Chief and Comintern Operative Trelesser Yefim Yevdokimov, and Rydens, Stalin's ethnic Polish brother-in-law. Under interrogation torture, Rydens had admitted his complicity in the annihilation of innocent people while working atop the NKVD in Ukraine, Moscow, and Kazakhstan. His wife Anna Nadia's sister and their 2 boys were not touched, and the family continued to live in the elite house on the embankment and were allowed to visit Svetlana at Zubilovo. Another falsehood. Kotkin has no evidence that the evidence against Frenovsky was fabricated, any more than he does that Frenovsky was beaten. These pages in Zhukovsky's book are about Evdokimov, another of Yezhov's killers. Kotkin must mean pages 217-8, which are about Rydens. Zhukovsky, 214-5, contains what are evidently portions of Evdokimov's statement to the court retracting his confessions. But is a person innocent if he retracts his confessions? Of course not. No more than a person is guilty because he confesses guilt. What Evdokimov could not retract was the testimony of other witnesses against him. Both Yezhov and Frenovsky incriminated Evdokimov heavily and repeatedly. Below we quote some of what Jansen and Petrov, two highly anti-communist and anti-Stalin authors, write in a book published by the Anti-Communist Propaganda Institute, the Hoover Institution. Kotkin often quotes and cites this book. But he omits this passage. He testified himself that after arrests began within the NKVD he, together with Frenovsky, Dugin, and Evdokimov, made plans to commit a putsch on November 7, the October Revolution anniversary, during the demonstration in Red Square. The plan was to cause a commotion and then in the panic and confusion to drop bombs and kill someone of the government members. Evdokimov gave similar evidence. According to him, in September he discussed the threatening situation after Beria's appointment with Yezhov, Frenovsky, and Belsky. Allegedly, they agreed to prepare an attempt on Stalin and Molotov. Yezhov was also said to have had plans to murder Beria. According to Jew K. Ivanov, an NKVD executive from Evdokimov's circle, as early as late July, after a visit to Yezhov, Evdokimov had alluded to terrorism against the party leadership. 240. If Kotkin had dared to cite the English translation of Frenovsky's statement to Beria of April 11, 1939, or even give its online location, his readers could see how thoroughly Frenovsky had implicated himself and many others, including Stanislav Rydens, in mass murders. The Rydens File. Thanks to the efforts of researcher Vladimir L. Bobrov of Moscow, we now have Rydens File from FSB archive. He was certainly guilty. Rydens was rehabilitated in 1961 under Khrushchev and evidently at Khrushchev's command. In 1988-89, under Gorbachev, the Soviet prosecutor's office reaffirmed his guilt and crimes. But the statute of limitations had long expired, so Rydens' rehabilitation stands. Rydens' file has now been declassified and contains much useful evidence. See Yezhov vs. Stalin, Chapter 15, The Testimony of Stanislav Frantsevich Rydens. Rydens testified at length and in detail about Yezhov's conspiracy against Stalin and the Soviet government. Rydens also implicates Evdokimov. Kotkin does not mention any of this. If Kotkin had quoted from, or even cited, the English translations of Yezhov's confessions, which have been available on the internet since 2010, his readers would see some of the evidence that Yezhov, not Stalin, was responsible for the massive torture and executions of hundreds of thousands of innocent persons. 23. But Kotkin wants to hide these matters from his readers. No doubt this is because they dismantle the anti-Stalin paradigm. When you don't know invent. Kotkin. The principal executioner was usually Vasily Blokhin. The son of a poor peasant from Central Russia, he had risen to become the NKVD's head executioner already in the mid-1920s and was known to insiders by his signature brown leather cap, brown leather gauntlets above the elbow, and brown leather apron. He had survived the transition from Yagoda to Yezhov, and then to Beria, although the latter had evidently tried to have him arrested as a Yezhovite, assembling the requisite compromising materials. 205. To Blokhin fell the honor of executing Yezhov. Stalin signed the list, containing names, including Yezhov's, on January 17, 1940, APRF, F3, OP24, D177, I116-36. This note is all false. Kotkin has no evidence that Blokhin shot Yezhov. There is no evidence at all for Kotkin's fact claims at the URL he cites here, which is just a brief biographical note on Blokhin. The Voronov article is just a narrative, without any evidence. The Petrov article of 2010 claims that Blokhin shot Yezhov, but Petrov has no evidence either. And in any case, what does it matter who the executioner was? A shameful article cited. Among the many rumors that would circulate inside the NKVD about Yezhov's execution, one had Beria ordering that Yezhov undress and be beaten before being shot, just as Yezhov had done to humiliate his predecessor Yagoda. Kamov, Smerd Nikolai Yezhova. The liars had not coordinated their stories. In memoirs edited after his death, unreliable, if not simply fabricated, as we have seen earlier in this chapter, Afanasev claimed that he was present at Yezhov's execution. But he says nothing about Kamov's claim that Yezhov being stripped and beaten. Kotkin does not seem to recognize, or, perhaps he hopes his readers will not recognize, the contradiction here. Kamov does not even claim that his disgusting story about Yezhov being stripped naked and beaten is a rumor. It's just Kamov's own salacious imagination. This article is a disgrace, full of crude insults and wrong in the few instances where Kamov makes a statement. Kotkin has no business using such nonsense in a scholarly work. More evidence that Kotkin does not bother with source criticism. If it's viciously anti-Stalin, in it goes. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. This chapter is concerned with Kotkin's falsifications about subjects that do not clearly fall among the topics that we have examined in previous chapters. Some of these issues, such as the Katyn massacre, are of significant importance in themselves, while an examination of the other topics reveals that Kotkin falsifies even issues of lesser importance. Klim. There were no mistakes. Kotkin, now Stalin, also became the organizer of the Red Army, an innovation canonized in Voroshilov's birthday pamphlet, Stalin and the Red Army. Voroshilov's draft, meanwhile, had been sent to Stalin for prior approval. The defense commissar had written that Stalin made fewer mistakes than the others. Stalin wrote back, Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut that paragraph. Stalin himself crossed out the words that had offended him with red pencil. Though it is not an important issue in itself, this claim aroused my suspicions. So I decided to check it. Voenyi Archiv Rossii is a rare and short-lived Soviet journal from the early 1990s. Here is the passage in Voenyi Archiv Rossii, page 77. Stalin was acquainted with the article even in manuscript and made some comments. According to Khmelnytsky, Voroshilov's former adjutant, in this manuscript, which he read in Voroshilov's archive, it is written that during the Civil War there were successes and shortcomings, and Stalin had fewer errors than the others. This phrase, according to Khmelnytsky, is crossed out with a red pencil and Stalin's hand says, Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph. St. Var cites no source, so I searched the Russian language internet. This tale is cited in an article in the fanatically anti-communist and anti-Stalin newspaper Novaya Gazeta. 1. An article dated February 26, 2013 is titled, Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph. How Stalin defeated Pilsudski. 2. There we read. Thank God that Comrade Stalin, despite all his other duties, found time to read through and personally edit the MS. Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this, one of which Mikhail Gorbachev is a 10/0/0 owner. This specific edition of Stalin's collected works is not easy to locate. But I managed to do so. Here is what is stated there. Inscription on the draft of the article by K.E. Voroshilov, Stalin and the Red Army. Klim. There were no mistakes. Cut this paragraph. Saint Voeno-Istorический Archive. 1997. Issue 1, p. 221. Note the subject is Voroshilov's assertion that Stalin had fewer errors than the others. The contents of this issue of Voenno, Исторический Archiv are exactly the same as those of Voenny Archivi Rossii. Once again it's the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission. We have already seen that Kotkin cites this one document repeatedly in his footnotes in a half-dozen different publications, as though these were different sources. 3. In the authoritative edition of this work, in RKEB2, the passage is on page 709. 246. So this is a circular, and therefore dishonest, citation. There is no source, and therefore no verification, it is all hearsay, rumor. Hearsay does not become more truthful when repeated in various sources, and in this case it's all the same source. Conclusion: there is no evidence that Stalin ever wrote these words on a draft of Voroshilov's article. Indeed, it seems likely that he did not, for if he did, why has the page that, allegedly, Khmelnytsky saw, not been reproduced, or its archival identifiers cited? Or, why are we not told when, where, and to whom Khmelnytsky allegedly made this remark? And how can Kotkin accept this kind of stuff as evidence in a serious work of history? Stalin was no dictator. Contested elections with Stalin's primary aim accomplished, the plenum switched gears. Zdanov had reported on the upcoming elections by secret ballot to party posts, a way to mobilize pressure from below against sitting officials, as well as elections to Soviets. We lack the habits of direct elections and secret ballots, he admitted. One plenum attendee, trying to convey the immensity of the organizational undertaking, reminded the plenum of the 1917 vote for the Constituent Assembly. Stalin pointed out that the class enemy could be elected, especially given that some collective farms had no Communist Party members. Keep in mind that our country has 2 million communists and a bit more non-party people, Zdanov noted of the scores of millions of non-party adults. 74. He even alluded to the days when Bolshevism had to survive in the underground. 75. It was a surreal discussion. No one was forcing the monopoly regime to stage competitive elections by secret ballot. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. 247. Here is an interesting and important matter. Stalin and the party leadership were promoting competitive elections by secret ballot. The most obvious interpretation of this fact is that Stalin and the party leadership did not want dictatorship. Rather, they wanted a form of representative democracy similar to that in many capitalist states. Surely this is worthy of some comment. Yet Kotkin, who concedes the fact, makes none. This is bias by omission. For Stalin had in fact been promoting the desirability of contested elections by secret ballot to be guaranteed in the new constitution. What's more, Stalin and his supporters in the leadership had been campaigning for contested elections with the Central Committee. This is the central point of discussion in Russian historian Yuri Zhukov's book Inoi Stalin, A Different Stalin, which Kotkin cites a half-dozen times in his footnotes. Therefore, Kotkin knows that Stalin had been championing the principle of secret, contested elections for several years. But Kotkin conceals this from his readers. No doubt he does so because this fact undermines the anti-Stalin paradigm, according to which Stalin must be a dictator or, in Kotkin's absurd term, a despot. After all, what kind of dictator mounts a determined struggle for secret, contested elections, and then loses that struggle? Kotkin. In December 193-7, the USSR held elections for the new bicameral Supreme Soviet, a permanent body to replace the Congress of Soviets. There were 569 seats in the Soviet of the Union and 574 in the Soviet of Nationalities, both elected on the basis of universal suffrage. 216. The provision for multiple candidates had been unceremoniously dropped. 217. No. 216, the Soviet of Nationalities was to be filled by representatives of the Union and the 248. Autonomous republics without regard to their size or population. No. 217, Pavlova, 1937. As one soldier in the Soviet Far East aptly commented, according to an NKVD report, so Stalin says that's the way it will be and then everything is democratic. Merit, Great Purges, 168. Pavlova's long article concludes that the contested elections, even if held, could not have led to a change of power. But that, of course, is not the point. Elections in capitalist countries do not put the capitalist system up for grabs. Pavlova does not mention this fact. Likewise, under the secret, contested elections that Stalin and his supporters envisaged, the socialist system would not have been put at risk. The winners, even if non-communists, would certainly not have been allowed to restore capitalism. Merit is a PhD dissertation done under Archgetty's direction in 2000. It is a very interesting study. At this point Merit is examining some documents concerning the nationwide discussion about the proposed constitution which was encouraged and which actually took place throughout the whole USSR. However, the soldier's cynical remark, quoted by Merit, was not at all apt. For Stalin really did support secret, contested elections. In Innoy Stalin Zhukov explains, using primary source evidence, how Stalin and his supporters in the central leadership, including Malenkov, Molotov, and Zdanov, failed to persuade the Central Committee of the desirability of secret, contested elections. Zhukov identifies the exact time and place Stalin capitulated, in Stalin's office on the evening of October 11, 1937. So why does Kotkin not inform his readers of this fact? Undoubtedly because it does not fit the anti-Stalin paradigm, it contradicts the false, but obligatory, image of Stalin as dictator. As does the fact that Stalin lost this struggle. What kind of dictator supports democracy? And what kind of dictator loses a political struggle on a point so important to him? 4. In fact, the form of representative democracy proposed by Stalin is both characteristic of that of Western capitalist societies, and yet more democratic than they. Kotkin omits Yakov Yakovlev's confession. Yakov Yakovlev had been Commissar of Agriculture, and then played a very important role in drafting the 1936 Constitution, during which time he worked very closely with Stalin. Upon seeing the subhead above, readers of Kotkin's book may turn to their copy and look for Yakovlev's confession in the index. It's not there. Kotkin never breathes a word about it. Yet this document is one of the most important documents in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume that Kotkin cites so often. In it Yakovlev not only confesses to being a member of the clandestine bloc of Rights and Trotskyists. Yakovlev also confesses to having been a Trotskyist sleeper in the party, appointed by Trotsky in 1923 to drop all ties to Trotskyists and bore from within. Yakovlev also confesses to having been recruited by German intelligence because, as the German agent told him, the Germans were already working with Trotsky, and demanded to work with Yakovlev on the same basis. The charge that Trotsky was collaborating with Hitler's German government had been one of the main accusations at the first and second Moscow trials of August, 1936, and January, 1937. In service to the ASP, this charge has long been dismissed as false, a fabrication by Stalin and a slander on Trotsky. Yakovlev's confession statement, as well as Stalin's comments on it, also recorded in the Lubyanka 1937-1938 volume, comprise an important item in the mass of evidence we now possess that this charge against Trotsky is true. For a fuller discussion of this issue can be found in Grover Furr, H. Stalin, and the Struggle for Democratic Reform in Cultural Logic. At http://clogic.eserver.org/2005/fur.html and http://clogic.eserver.org/2005/fur2.html. See also Furr, Yezhov vs. Stalin, Chapters 1 and 8. 250. Why does Kotkin omit all mention of this dramatic document? No doubt because, once again, It contradicts the ASP, the notion, accepted by all right-thinking historians, that Stalin fabricated all the charges against the Moscow trial's defendants and surely must have also fabricated the charge that Trotsky was conspiring with Hitler's Germany. On pages 86 to 90 of my book Yezhov vs. Stalin and on pages 112 to 124 of Leon Trotsky's collaboration with Germany and Japan I study Yakovlev's confession in some detail. I include a translation of all the important sections, an analysis of Stalin's remarks on it, and a study of the evidence of Trotsky's collaboration with Hitler's Germany and militarist Japan. Incidents in the February-March 1937 Central Committee plenum. Kotkin devotes just a few pages to this very important, and very lengthy, plenum. Those are worthy of study because of Kotkin's glaring falsifications and bias by omission. Kotkin, Turar Raskulov, an ethnic Kazakh candidate member of the Central Committee and the long-standing deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars for the Russian Republic, quietly tried to persuade some plenum attendees to come to the defense of Rykov and Bukharin, but he could not manage to do so. Kostov and Samuelson do not have any evidence, not even an archival document, to support this statement. Kotkin just takes their word for it. Kotkin also fails to inform his readers that a few pages earlier Kostov and Samuelson reveal that Raskulov was arrested. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. 251. In June, 193-7, as a participant in the rightist conspiracy. Raskulov was named in a letter to Stalin of July 27, 1937, from L.I. Mirzoyan, secretary of the Kazakhstan Party, as a member of a national fascist organization. He was named in an interrogation confession by P.T. Zubarev, who revealed some socialist revolutionaries who were also in this conspiracy. Raskulov features prominently in the confession of Kojiv, CC member and an official in the Uzbek SSR. 0. IA. Nodev, head of the Turkmenistan NKVD, informed Stalin that Raskulov was involved in a Trotskyist organization there. All of this is in the volume Lubyanka 1937-1938, which Kotkin often cites, though not about Raskulov. It explains Raskulov's solicitousness for Rykov and Bukharin. They were leaders of the rightist conspiracy of which he, Raskulov, was a member. And once again, Kotkin fails to inform his readers about this. Who cares what you believe? A reader may think, but probably Kotkin does not believe these accusations against Raskulov were honest, and that's why he keeps quiet about them. Once again, this is the argument from incredulity. What's belief got to do with it? A historian does not simply relate that information that he believes. The historian's responsibility is to consider all the evidence in an objective manner, setting their own biases and preconceived ideas aside. Kotkin makes no attempt to do this, and it ruins his book. Rykov's words invented. Kotkin. At the plenum, Rykov denied the scurrilous accusations and called the mockery of him a savage thing, given that he was already effectively condemned to death. 252. This statement by Kotkin is completely false. Here is the passage in question: "This responsibility is on me, I do not remove it." An enormous responsibility, because what has happened now in the party and in the country, is no small thing. And to have a greater shame than the fact that many of these people were doing these hideous things, referring to me, is a terrible thing. Kotkin actually purveys two falsehoods here. Asterisk, it is the shame, not the accusations, that is the terrible thing. Asterisk, there is nothing here about Rykov's pointing out that others had confessed and been shot anyway. Apparently Kotkin has simply invented this, made it up. But how are his readers to know, unless they check the footnotes, find Rykov's statement in the voluminous records of the February-March, 1937, Central Committee plenum, and then read them, in Russian? They won't. So this is a real swindle. The readers expect the truth, Kotkin gives them falsehoods. Is it lying? Let the reader decide. 5 Vioprosi Istoriai, 6-7 p. 17. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics concealing Stalin's leniency towards Bukharin-Kotkin. Stalin intervened at the plenum to recommend a seeming middle ground whereby Bukharin and Rykov would not be immediately put on trial, but turned over to the NKVD for further investigation. The pair spent the remainder of the proceedings at the Lubyanka inner prison while Stalin formed a special commission of the plenum to adjudicate their fate. 71 Bukharin's expulsion from the Central Committee and his disposition to the NKVD were duly upheld by the commission, whose members included Mikoyan, Maria Ulyanova, and Krupskaya. Stalin's recommendation was fixed in a formal plenum resolution on March 3, Rgaspi, F17, OP2, D577, I4. Galumuev. More bias by omission. Kotkin cites Getty and Namuev, The Road to Terror, many times. But not here, though it would be helpful for his readers, since it is in English. Kotkin falsely claims. Rather, Stalin supported the most lenient punishment for Bukharin and Rykov, not even imprisonment but only internal exile to some small city. Others, including some later convicted as conspirators, were for a trial or even for execution. In the initial polling of 36 members of the commission, 6 spoke for executing Bukharin and Rykov. 8, including the particularly vituperative Postashev and Shkiriatov, were for arresting and trying Bukharin and Rykov but for sentencing them to prison rather than to death. 16 members either expressed no opinion or their votes were not recorded. It is the remaining group that is especially intriguing. As the first draft indicates, 5 members were for the suggestion of Comrade Stalin. But what was that suggestion? In the original document, Stalin spoke against the death penalty, a prison sentence, or even a trial, and for the relatively lenient punishment of internal exile. In the final version, Stalin's modified suggestion had become the final decision not to send them to trial but to turn the matter of Bukharin and Rykov over to the NKVD for further investigation. This was the third time that Stalin had personally intervened to avoid unambiguously condemning Bukharin. Kotkin knows that it was Stalin who wanted the most lenient punishment for Bukharin and Rykov. Yet Kotkin follows the paragraph above with this sentence, perhaps Stalin might now be satiated. What dishonesty! Bukharin, Rumors and Documents, Chapter 6 in Pikhalov's book Veliki Obolgany I Vozhlazai Pravda o Stalin. 255. Moreover, Stalin was outvoted and had to compromise. Some dictator. What about the scholarly-looking archival identifier in Note 71, I4? Did Kotkin really see it? Probably not. A facsimile of this document is in Getty and Namuev, 414-415, and the document identified in Note 45 on p. 412. All Kotkin had to do was to copy it down. Then, but only if he were unusually careful, he could have checked it against other sources such as Pikhalov and Bobrov, where the same document is reproduced and the same archival identifiers given. So why give archival identifiers at all, when Kotkin could have simply said, see Getty and Namuev, 414-5? Because they make his book look scholarly? Finally, why does Kotkin write a seeming middle way? What was seeming, i.e., specious, unreal, about Stalin's proposal, the mildest and most lenient of all the proposals? We are forced to conclude that this is just a dishonest cheap shot by Kotkin. The torture telegram. Kotkin. Stalin had some second thoughts. The Central Committee has learned, he wrote in a telegram to all locales, that the secretaries of provinces and territories, checking on the work of the local NKVD, have charged them with using physical means of interrogation against those arrested as if it were a crime. He informed them that the physical methods had been approved by the Central Committee and agreed to by the communist parties of all the republics. It is 256. Known that all bourgeois intelligence services apply physical coercion with regard to representatives of the socialist proletariat, and in the ugliest forms, he stressed. One might ask why the Socialist Intelligence Service must be more humane with regard to inveterate agents of the bourgeoisie. 84-6, Fokoganov Papers, Hoover Institution Archives, Container 27, Iakov etal, Rehabilitatsiya, Politicheski Processi, 40-1, Sluzba Bezopasnosti, 1993, Number 6, 2, Afanazev, Lnago ne Dano, 561-2 and 2. Kaganovich later testified that Stalin had written out the decree by hand. Kovalova etal, Poslednaya Antipartiyna Agrupa, 86-9. This shows either real incompetence, or real dishonesty, or both. On Kotkin's part. Years ago I put the archival copy of this document, this is the Fokoganov Papers reference, online. 7. You don't need to know Russian to notice a few things. Asterisk. In Khrushchev. Lied, 330-331. I translate this document, with analysis showing that it cannot be from the Dagestan Regional Party Committee. Kotkin has misread the text and discussion in the book Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich 1957, 121-2, a book that he footnotes elsewhere, though not here. That suggests that this document may well have been a forgery. See the additional discussion in Khrushchev. Lied 75-80 and 328-332, 28. Torture. Telegram. Asterisk. Anyone can see that it is not signed by Stalin. Asterisk. There is a date on this supposed 1939 document of 8.11. 1956, just prior to the XX Party Congress and Khrushchev's secret speech, in which he attacked Stalin for this telegram. Asterisk. The document also carries a statement that 2 additional copies were typed on that date. That language suggests that this is also a copy. It looks like a copy. The typewriter type of the text and the date appear to be the same. Also, what archivist would type directly on an archival copy of an important government document? Asterisk. The telegram is just mentioned, and one section of it quoted, in RPP, 40-1. What's the point of citing this old, 1991 volume, published before the documents became available? Afanazev, /Nogo ne Dano, 561-202, merely summarizes this telegram while falsely stating that it supports Gorbachev's October, 1987, statement that Stalin knew about the illegal acts of the NKVD. Once again, Kotkin's deception here is through bias by omission. 4. Just as Khrushchev did in his infamous secret speech to the XX Party Congress on February 25, 1956, Kotkin omits the bold-faced passage from the telegram, which occurs immediately after approved by the Central Committee. At the same time, it was stated that physical pressure is permitted as an exception and, in addition, only in relation to blatant enemies of the people who, taking advantage of the humane method of interrogation, stubbornly refuse to give up their co-conspirators, who refuse to confess for months, and who strive to slow down the discovery of conspirators who are still at large, and so continue their struggle against Soviet power even from prison. Experience has shown that this policy has produced results by greatly speeding up the exposure of enemies of the people. It is true that subsequently in practice the method of physical pressure was sullied by the Skumzikovsky, Litvin, Uspensky and others, because they turned it from an 258 exception into a rule and employed it against honest people who had been accidentally arrested. For these abuses, they have been duly punished. But this does not invalidate the method itself, insofar as it is employed correctly in practice. Why did Khrushchev omit this passage? Because in it Stalin limits the application of the use of physical pressure and attacks Yezhov's NKVD men, identifying 3 of them by name, as scum. Khrushchev could get away with this. The full text of this torture telegram was not published until Gorbachev's day. We know Khrushchev was a liar and faker. What is to be said about Kotkin? Was mention of Krupskaya banned from the Soviet press? Kotkin writes, as a member of the Central Committee, Krupskaya had approved the expulsions and death sentences of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, and Bukharin. 119. With her death, Stalin had a chocolate factory named after her. Orders went out to the Soviet press, do not print another word about Krupskaya. 12. 0. To the Soviet press? Here is Kotkin's source. This is a Khrushchev-era collection of essays intended to instruct party historians how to discuss Soviet history in light of the attacks on Stalin and his former Politburo supporters Kaganovich, Molotov, Malenkov, and Voroshilov, at the XXII Party Congress in October, 1961. 8. In his closing words, Petr Pospelov, a Khrushchev flunky, responded to a note from the audience, 8 Vysosoyos no Sobshchany Omarik Ulakshenia Pojatovki Nochno Pedagogishizik Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. The next note, why can't normal conditions for working in the Central Party Archive be arranged? They do not give out materials on the activities of the party. 259. Pospelov's response was, I have already answered this question. Here he meant his answer to the previous question, in which he had referred the questioner to the documents of the XXII Party Congress. So even these official party historians were not allowed into the party archive. And today we understand why. The release of a flood of documents since the end of the Soviet Union 1991 has shown that the primary source documents in the party archive prove that Khrushchev and his men were lying. For example, we know now that Alexander Shelepin, a high-ranking party official and former chair of the KGB under Khrushchev, quoted Komandar Myona Iakir's letter to Stalin while omitting the paragraphs in which Lakir admits to committing treason. Is it true that, as Kotkin claims, orders go out to the Soviet press not to print another word about Krupskaya? Here is the passage from page 260, cited by Kotkin. This was spoken by Anna G. Kravchenko, who was editor of an adult education magazine. When Nadezhda Konstantinovna died, she was buried with honors. As you will probably remember, the urn with her ashes was even carried onto Red Square by Stalin. But then, the next day, the chief of the publishing house of the People's Commissariat of Education came to me and said, do not print another word more about Krupskaya. So what Kotkin writes ISN 1T true? No orders went out to the Soviet press not to print anything about Krupskaya. At most, an order Kadrov po istorическим naukam. 18-21 Decabria 1962 G. M. Izdatelstvo Nauka, 1964. 260. Went out from a minor official to the editor of a minor journal of adult education. Kotkin doesn't try to verify this statement, and he could have done so, because this journal, Shkola Vzrostlych, is held by the University of Illinois at Urbana. But instead of checking it, Kotkin falsifies it, claiming that the whole Soviet press was ordered to keep silent about Krupskaya. This is yet another of Kotkin's phony footnotes. His readers will not locate the Zhukov volume and check the reference, so they will never know. What's more, even Kotkin doesn't believe it, for in the very next footnote, number 121, we read, nonetheless, Stalin would permit remembrance of the first anniversary of Krupskaya's death, see the News Chronicle, Rogov Film 1-3163. German political refugees handed over to the Nazis? Kotkin writes, Stalin also had Beria extradite 4,000 German political refugees sought by the Nazis. Many were Jewish, and at least 1,000 were communists. They and their family members would be handed over in ceremonies at the frontier bridge at Brest-Litovsk. Let Hitler expend the bullets. Kotkin's paragraph here is false in every detail. Kotkin cites no evidence, not even phony evidence, for this claim. This anti-communist fairy tale comes from Marguerite Buber-Newman, whose husband Hans Neumann had been arrested, convicted, and executed for participating in an anti-Soviet conspiracy. She survived World War II and wrote bitterly anti-communist books during the post-war period. Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. 261. Buber. Neumann had quit the Communist Party before being extradited to Germany. So she was not a communist when the Soviets deported her. One of those deported with Buber Neumann was Betty Olberg, whose husband, Valentin Olberg, had been a defendant in the August 1936 First Moscow trial, where he had admitted to plotting to assassinate Stalin. We now have much more evidence about him, and one confession by Betty Olberg herself, where she makes it clear that she knew what her husband had been planning. 9. It is interesting that she was not executed, possibly because she had cooperated with the investigation in 1936. Wilhelm Menzing, an anti-communist German historian, has thoroughly researched this issue. I have put his German language article online. 10. Here are a few sentences from Menzing's conclusion. No 500 bitter opponents of Hitler were deported to Germany, a little over 300, the Nazi regime did not punish most of those deported. The deportations of 1939 to 1941 were not aimed at communists. There is no indication that the pact was the motivation for the deportations. There is no evidence that those deported from the USSR to Germany in 1939 to 1941 were persecuted there. On the contrary, there is evidence that some of them, including former communists, were not molested. 9. Transcript of interrogation of Betty Ottofna Olberg of April 26, 1936. In Politburo, Leftrotz L2. Kotkin claims that 4,000 German political refugees were deported. The real number? 300. All those checked by Menzing had been convicted of some crime or other. This was part of a prisoner exchange between the Soviet Union and Germany. Menzing's article was published in 2011, in plenty of time for Kotkin to have read it. Did he read it, and just decide not to inform his readers? Or is he ignorant of the whole issue, in which case he should not have written about it at all? Who knows? The Katyn massacre. Many of the falsehoods in Kotkin's book did not originate with him. Rather, Kotkin has simply lifted false accounts from other researchers. That is, Kotkin has not himself researched, or even verified, his accounts of many events in his book. Nevertheless, like any historian, Kotkin is responsible for whatever he puts into his own book. He could, and should, have verified all the fact claims and de-checked all references. One such event is the Katyn massacre, the killing of thousands of Polish officers. In 1943 the Germans, abetted by the anti-communist London Polish government in exile, blamed this on the Soviets. In January, 1944, the Soviets blamed the Germans. In the last years of the USSR, Mikhail Gorbachev and his cronies decided to go along with the anti-communist and Polish nationalist line and blame Stalin and the Soviets. This is now the official version. Kotkin's version of Katyn is on pages 744-5. Kotkin repeats the Soviets did it version and cites only secondary sources. Kotkin cites no research of his own at all about Katyn, which has to mean that he has not done any. He simply ignores the research by Russian scholars who have been arguing for more than 20 years now that the Soviets did it version of Katyn is a fabrication. One of the most prominent of these researchers is Professor Valentin Sakharov of Moscow University, author of a monumental study of Testament of Lenin. In the first volume of his Stalin Chapter 11. Miscellaneous topics. 263. Biography. Kotkin relies heavily on Sakharov's study, checks many of Sakharov's references, and concludes that Sakharov is correct. So-called Testament of Lenin is indeed a forgery. But here Kotkin ignores Sakharov's research on Katyn, which goes far to demolish the Soviets did it version. Kotkin repeats the Polish nationalist story that when asked about the Polish POWs Merkulov and Beria told somebody, one person named is Zygmunt Berlin, we made a big mistake with them. Kotkin fails to inform his readers that Merkulov derisively denied this remark when under interrogation in 1953. Katyn is one of the most heavily falsified anti-communist horror stories, and also one of the most influential. After years of studying Katyn and becoming more aware of the contradictions in the official version, I published a short article about it in 2013, a short book about it in 2015, and a much fuller book-length study in 2018. 11. Examining all the accounts of Katyn, including all those Kotkin sites and a great many more, was a fascinating task. The result is unequivocal: the Soviets could not possibly have killed the Poles. Therefore, the Germans did it. I refer the reader to my 2018 book. Kotkin, however, has clearly never studied the Katyn issue. He just repeats the falsified version supported by Polish nationalists and by Mikhail Gorbachev. It is the only version acceptable to the anti-Stalin paradigm. The suicide of Stalin's wife. Stalin's wife Nadezhda Alliluyeva committed suicide in 1932. This leads Kotkin, as it has other anti-communist falsifiers, to fabricate stories about supposed tensions between Stalin and his wife. Kotkin. The effects of her exposure to the student milieu: young women in the city selling themselves to make ends meet, students with ties to the famine-stricken countryside remain difficult to gauge. She kept an emotional distance. Has nothing remotely related to young women selling themselves. So this remark is a cheap shot. And weren't young women selling themselves in every city in the capitalist world in 1932? Only in note 321, on page 936, does Kotkin tell us that Nadia had several times threatened to commit suicide. In this footnote, Kotkin quotes from Vladimir Alliluyev's book that her suicidal threats were caused by headaches, due to a disease of the cranial sutures, not from any tension with her husband. Though Kotkin cites Vladimir Alliluyev's book on Stalin's family, he does not mention the passage where Alliluyev says that Stalin and Nadia loved each other. But in our family we knew that Nadezhda and Stalin loved each other. Stalin and his wife raised Artem Sergeyev, orphan of a Bolshevik hero, in his household as one of their own children. Sergeyev wrote about Nadia's migraines and how, in his view, they caused her to commit suicide. 12. He says that Nadia had been looking forward to life after graduation. Kotkin cites Sergeyev's book but ignores what Sergeyev wrote about Stalin's wife and her death. Kotkin gives no evidence at all for this statement. Svetlana's subsequent account, unreliable in most respects, rightly surmised that her father was too intelligent not to know that people always commit suicide to punish someone. Svetlana Alliluyeva's memoirs are indeed not reliable on a number of topics that can be checked. But this statement is not even a fact claim, only a subjective assessment. What's it doing here? Evidently, its purpose for Kotkin is to make it seem as though there was hostility between Stalin and his wife. Kotkin does include the following anecdote that shows Stalin's strong love for his wife and attacks Svetlana Alliluyeva's credibility, though he buries it in a footnote. One of his bodyguards recalled late in life that Stalin would sit for long periods at Nadia's grave at Moscow's Novodevichy cemetery. Svetlana asserted that her father never visited the grave. Stalin, Alliluyeva, 20 letters. 1. 3. But then Kotkin continues with another falsehood. Some writers have asserted that a copy of Ryadin's appeal denouncing her husband was found in Nadia's room. Radzinsky, Stalin, 296, Rayfield, Stalin and his hangman, 239-40. There is no evidence for this at all in Rayfield, who just asserts it on page 240 of his book. Eduard Radzinsky, whose biography of Sergeyev, 39, also testifies to Stalin's weeping and deep sadness at his wife's death. Stalin has no evidence for this claim either. Further, the commander of Stalin's bodyguard, Ann Vilasik, told the historian Drive N. Antipenko that Nadezhda once brought home and showed to Stalin a copy of Ryadin's appeal to the party which had been slipped to her in a class at the Industrial Academy, and in which Stalin was called an agent provocateur and much else. But Vladimir Alliluyev, whose book, Kronika Odnoy Semi Kotkin cites 5 times, wrote this, but the story that on the nightstand in Nadezhda's bedroom there lay a copy of the Ryudin platform, which Stalin himself may well have given to her, is fully convincing. Kotkin ignores this statement, though it directly addresses the issue Kotkin himself has raised. Evidently Kotkin does not wish to portray Stalin as either a loving husband or a person who would give his wife opposition literature that contained bitter attacks on himself. Chapter 1 Law. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued Trotsky lied. Stalin not so much from remote Principe, his exposure of the Soviet regime's lies reverberated around the world and inside Stalin's office. Kotkin has no evidence that there were such lies or that Trotsky exposed them. In reality it was Trotsky, not Stalin, who was lying. 1. Trotsky claimed that Stalin was lying, but not a single one of his claims has been proven to be true. Who violated the Versailles Treaty? Secret military cooperation with Germany, in violation of the Versailles Treaty, had been underway for years. Germany did indeed violate the Versailles Treaty. But unlike Germany, Soviet Russia/USSR was not a signatory to the Versailles Treaty and so was not bound by its provisions. Therefore, Soviet Russia did not violate it. Most of Kotkin's readers will not know this. He should have explained it to them. Why didn't he? In order to give the impression that Soviet Russia. 81. After examining the documents, Stalin declared, "It's clear to me that we are dealing with people who deliberately disrupt production, but it's not clear to me who is leading them." How many specialists sentenced? Thousands of specialists had been sentenced. 254. He had also written to Molotov that 2 or 3 dozen wreckers from the must be executed. He wanted them linked to the rightists, adding that a whole group of wreckers in the meat industry must definitely be shot and their names published in the press. An estimated 3,000 engineers had been arrested in the Donbass in 1928-29. Over the last several years we liquidated counter-revolutionary Tumshis, Papchinsky. 1937, Bolshyakistka. NKVD Protiv Czech, 195. This is the updated version of the book Shit, Rakolotay Mekam. Kotkin cites this book on page 1112, Kernel 3. Kotkin writes 2 falsehoods here. First, the text says sentenced but the footnotes says arrested. Not the same thing. Second, the last line of this document Kotkin cites from Sevastyanov reads thus. Over the past 2 years we have eliminated counter-revolutionary organizations in almost all areas of the national economy: coal, transport, heavy metallurgy, the gold industry, the military industry, and so on. There is no mention of any estimate of 3,000 engineers. Evidently Kotkin invented this large number. Begging the question. Again. On October 2, 1930, why was the intervention in 1930 put off? 2. Is it because Poland was not ready? 3. Perhaps because Romania was not ready? 4. Perhaps because the Baltic states and Romania have not yet come to terms with Poland. 5. Why have they put off the attack to 1931? 6. 270. Might they put it off to 1932? Stalin added that the confessions would be made available to the workers of the world. We shall launch as broad a campaign as possible against interventionists and thwart them in their attempts for the next 1 or 2 years, which is of great significance to us. Stalin's letters to Molotov, 195-6. Kotkin cites no evidence that the Industrial Party trial was a fabrication. No wonder, no such evidence exists. Kotkin simply assumes that, when he should prove it. This is the logical fallacy known as begging the question. The fact that Stalin believed the charges is itself evidence, though not primary source evidence. An English translation of the trial transcript, including the final statements of those accused, is Wreckers on Trial. Ed. Andrew Rothstein. The testimony in the trial is primary source evidence. 30,000 heads of households executed. All told, around 5 million people were dekulakized by the police, by their fellow peasants, or by choosing to flee, with an untold number perishing during deportation or not long after. Up to 30,000 heads of households were summarily executed. On February 25, 1931, the Politburo resolved by telephone poll to recommend that during the course of 6 months the OGPU prepare Kulak settlements for 200,000 to 300,000 families near Karaganda in northern Kazakhstan. Kostov et al., Chapter 11, A. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 263, Viola, Unknown Gulag, 4. There is nothing in this document about anyone dying, either those already there or anybody else. This document, Rgaspi, F17, OP 120, D26, I37, is online at http://istmat.info/node/372711. It is a request from the chief at Kuznetsk-Stroy not to send any more families of Spetspozelenцы, since they do not have the means to house, feed, or clothe them. Kulaks and their families might be Spetspozelenцы, but there's nothing here about kulaks or laborers here. And, most significantly, it says nothing about anybody dying. Kotkin evidently invented this too. More than 3,000 former Tsarist officers in Kharkov, Kiev, Moscow, and Leningrad were charged with conspiracy and espionage. 66 N.6666. Artizov et al., Rehabilitatsiya, Kak Ito Bilo, 2, 671-788, Z Archiva VUCHK, GPU, NKVD, KGB, Number 1, Issue 18, 209, Kostov, Lubyanka, Stalin IVCHK, 212-3, Zdanovich, Organi, 423-31. The main scholarly authority, who provides a list of names while admitting the impossibility of establishing exact figures, writes that as many as 10,000 officers might have been arrested and sentenced. Tinchenko, go/A, 242, 248-311. See also Burkin, Voenaya Reforma, 261. Artizov et al. Is the Spravka of the Shvernik Commission of 1963, the entire text. This is the text that Kotkin should have cited always, but which he in fact seldom does. The number of 3,000 arrests of former Tsarist officers is on page 729. It does not state that the officers were charged, much less with what. Zdanovich, Organi, does not cite any figure for the number of officers arrested. Tinchenko lists several hundred officers who were arrested. In section 2 he usefully reprints confession interrogations of a number of them. Confessions of guilt are prima facie evidence of guilt, they can never be evidence of innocence, though Kotkin implies that these officers were innocent. What government would not arrest officers who were plotting against it? Tinchenko claims that no fewer than 10,000 persons were repressed, but he lists only a few hundred. Burkin's book is titled Military Reform in the USSR 1924-1925. Naturally, it says nothing about the matter Kotkin is discussing here. Chapter 11, A. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued 273. The arrests of officers in 1930. 1. So this is yet another phony reference. 4. 10,000 demonstrators. Or ex-demonstrators. 10,000 demonstrators ransacked the party and police buildings. Stalin dispatched Kaganovich, who mobilized local party agitators to speak with workers and himself heard out their grievances. This is a falsehood. Davies says nothing about any 10,000 demonstrators or any number of demonstrators. Nor does he cite the document from APRF. In fact, Kotkin appears to have simply copied this from Klevniuk, Hosiane, page 93, which covers the same events and cites the same APRF document that Kotkin cites here. But Klevniuk says nothing about any 10,000 demonstrators either. Did Kotkin even read this archival document? Or did he just find it in Khlevniuk's book and cite it as though he had read it? 1/3 the casualties, and then there was the famine. More than 126,000 forced laborers did the work, almost entirely without machines, and probably at least 12,000 died doing so, while orchestras played in the background. Kotkin gives no evidence for this figure of at least 12,000 died doing so. No wonder. To be sure, the main source gives the figure as 12,318-1,438 in 1931, 2010 in 1932, 8,870 in 1933. CAI. Kokurin, IU. N. Morikov, eds. Stalinsky Stroiki Gulaga 1930-1953. 4 page 261 of Birkin's book states briefly that, during 1924, 2,201 officers and employees of the former White Armies left military service and thousands of new officers were trained. However, 1932-33, the years with the higher casualties, were the years of the Great Famine throughout the USSR. These years had the highest mortality rates throughout the USSR, including in the camps. So the prisoners did not die doing so, that is, from poor or brutal conditions of work. They died from famine and from disease, as well as from other, natural causes. The orchestras were part of the cultural and educational programs for prisoners. I have not found similar cultural activities for American prisoners during this period. In fact, a big issue in the USA at the time was the brutal conditions and high mortality in chain gangs. And compare the horrendous, in fact, fascist, abuse and murder of black prisoners in the USA after the Civil War discussed by Douglas Blackman. 5. But Kamina didn't say that. From the rostrum they issued self-flagellating calls for unity, with Kamina defending Stalin's personal dictatorship. 18. 4. This is about Kamina's speech to the 17th Party Congress in January, 1934. But Kamina said nothing about Stalin's personal dictatorship, or anything like it, in this speech, which is online at http://www.hrono.ru/vkpb_17/20_7.html. Douglas Blackman. Slavery by Another Name. The Re-Enslavement of Black Americans from the Civil War to World War II. New York, Anchor Books, Random House, 2008. See to the excellent webpage at http://www.slaverybeanothername.com/chapter 11, a. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued. Maybe there should have been no scrutiny. Local party head he was empowered to approve executions on his own from September through November. Only the last citation, from Stalinskoye Politbyuro, refers to this authority given to Eek. Here are the references. First, the authority is granted to the judicial troikas to use the death penalty against armed banditism, Politburo resolution on Yagoda's question August 11, 193-3116/102. Question of Com. Yagoda. In cases of armed banditry temporarily permit assignment to judicial troikas of the OGPU of Ukraine, the Northern Caucasus region, the Lower Volga region, Belorussia, Kazakhstan, the Urals, and the Western Siberian region of the right to apply to the organizers and the gangster asset the highest measure of punishment. Protocol number 143. Next, authority is given to Robert I. Eek, First Secretary of Western Siberia, to allow, or not to allow, the death penalty during September and October of 1934. Resolution of the Politburo by Molotov's telegram September 19, 1934. 51. Telegram by Com. Molotov from 19.9. Accept the proposal of Com. Molotov, give Com. Eek the right to permit the death penalty in Western Siberia during September and October of 1934. Protocol number 14. Chapter 11, A. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued 277. For some reason, carelessness. Kotkin says that EK's authority to approve executions ran from September through November. But the document he cites, the second one above, clearly says during September and October of 1934. Since when does sabotage equal terrorism? On the plenum's eve, resistance to Stakhanovism had been designated as terrorism. Damage of machinery while operating it as well as the production or supply of poor quality goods became crimes of sabotage too. Andreev gave the main report, for which he had been copiously supplied with NKVD materials on sabotage of the Stakhanovite movement. Other speakers cited cases of anti-Stakhanovite sabotage in their regions. Davies et al., Years of Progress, 171-2, Pravda, December 29, 1935. It is false, and a gross distortion of Davies' text, to claim, as Kotkin does, that resistance to Stakhanovism was designated as terrorism. Here is the passage from Davies that Kotkin cites. Davies, Years of Progress, p. 171. Andreev, a secretary of the party Central Committee and Politburo member, in preparing for the Central Committee plenum of December 21 to 25, at which he gave the keynote speech, was supplied with a considerable amount of NKVD material on the resistance of conservative and counter-revolutionary elements to the Stakhanov movement. The material indicates that by December hundreds of cases of sabotage had already been discovered or concocted. The NKVD used the following headings to describe resistance to Stakhanovism: deliberate damage of the equipment of 278. Stakhanovites, creation of unfavorable conditions for their work, illegal reduction of rates for the job and increases of norms, deception by economic agencies, counter-revolutionary agitation against Stakhanovite methods, terror against Stakhanovites. The main point is opposition to sabotage, not terrorism. Sabotage was not to be considered terrorism. Terrorism, murdering Stakhanovites, is listed last. If only Kotkin were as truthful as Stalin. Stalin was a liar, a chameleon, who talked out of both sides of his mouth and often said what interlocutors wanted to hear. But Kotkin cites no evidence here. In fact, Kotkin has no evidence anywhere in this massive book even of a single lie of Stalin's, or of Stalin talking out of both sides of his mouth, or of Stalin saying, even once, what interlocutors wanted to hear. This remarkable fact can only be explained in one way, that Kotkin could not find even a single example of a genuine lie by Stalin. For it he had found even one, surely he would have included it in his book. Wouldn't he? A scuffle is not the same as a punch in the face. He had stressed the work of checking up by punching people in the face. This is the English translation of the Stalin-Molotov letters. Why doesn't Kotkin quote from the original Russian edition, which he lists it in his bibliography? Here, perhaps, is the reason. The English edition reads, in my opinion, the leadership of Gazbank and finance has to be replaced with people from the OGPU and the worker-peasant inspection once these latter bodies have conducted some inspecting and checking up by punching people in the face. But the Russian edition, the original reads, after these last bodies carry out the work of a fight for verification there. The word mordoboy here clearly means a fight, meaning a sharp struggle. What it does not mean, as used here by Stalin, is punching people in the face, though this is the literal meaning. 6. The persons who were replaced were the heads of Gazbank, Bryukhanov, and Pyatakov. Nobody was literally punched in the face. Stalin's grandson Evgeny. Stalin never recognized Yevgeny as his grandson. Galina would later deny that this was her half-brother. Kotkin's own source states that it was not Stalin but Galina Jugashvili, Yevgeny's stepsister, who refused to recognize Yevgeny as her father's son and therefore Stalin's grandson. This is what the source in Kotkin's footnote in Argumenti I Facti, a rumor-mongering publication and a completely unreliable source, says. According to the Russian Wikipedia page on Evgeny, Jugashvili. Stalin was pleased with Olga. Golisheva, Yakov's partner. Stalin was, apparently, happy with Olga. Alexei Pimenov in his book Stalin. The Tragedy of a Family unequivocally asserts that this time the father also approved the choice of the son. He even arranged for the young people to be given a small apartment in the center of Moscow. So why does Kotkin say it was Stalin who refused to recognize his grandson, when in fact it was Evgeny's stepsister who refused to do so? Because it makes Stalin appear mean? Something like that, perhaps. All Soviet workers and their families starved to death. A Soviet worker needed to labor for 62 hours to purchase a loaf of bread, versus about 17 minutes for an American. Sometimes Kotkin's zeal to make the USSR during the 1930s look very bad goes off the rails completely. As here. Kotkin cites no evidence for this statement. No wonder, it cannot possibly be true. It would mean that a Soviet worker could work 6 10-hour days plus 2 hours more, and still only earn one loaf of Chapter 11, A. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued 281 bread. All the Soviet workers and their children would have starved to death very quickly. Win the battle or be killed by the NKVD. To be sure, failure for Zhukov at the Halha River could have meant death in NKVD cellars. 160. But then again, that was true for every Soviet commander. Eriksson, Soviet High Command, 522. But that is not what Eriksson wrote. Zhukov could have had no illusions about this assignment, failure was out of the question. To win and win decisively, even spectacularly, would alone suffice. Eriksson says nothing about death in NKVD cellars, true for every Soviet commander, etc. In fact, there is not a single example in Soviet history of a commander being executed because he failed to win a battle. Did Stalin say that Nazi Germany had become objectively progressive? Stalin further stated in the little corner that the division of capitalist states into fascist and democratic no longer makes sense. Such a division had never held much meaning for him even when, in 1935, he had allowed the Comintern to announce a popular front against fascism, which, in the form of Nazi Germany, had become objectively progressive. Hitler, without understanding it or desiring it, is shaking and undermining the capitalist system. This passage reads as follows. Before the war, opposing a democratic regime to fascism was entirely correct. During war between the imperialist powers that is now incorrect. The division of capitalist states into fascist and democratic no longer makes sense. The war has precipitated a radical change. Yesterday's United Popular Front served to ease the position of slaves under a capitalist regime. Under conditions of an imperialist war, the prospect of the annihilation of slavery arises. Nothing in this passage says or implies the absurd notion that fascism has become objectively progressive. Moreover, Stalin was right in an important way. World War II so weakened the imperialist powers that, during the 1940s through the 1970s, every colony of every imperialist power got independence. Those who won it by fighting, such as the Chinese and Vietnamese, did so against repression so vicious from the freedom-loving Western imperialists that the violence far outdid anything that the Soviet bloc countries had even been accused of, much less actually done. Other colonies, like Algeria and Kenya, endured massive torture campaigns and massacres of non-combatants by the Free World imperialists. And they were outdone in violence, terror, and torture by the US war in Vietnam. These anti-imperialist victories did not lead to the achievement of egalitarian communist societies. But they did mean an end of the domination by Eastern and Western imperialist powers. To that extent, at least, Stalin was correct. Chapter 11, A. Miscellaneous falsehoods, continued NKVD quotas again? Despite people's evasions and self-misrepresentations, the NKVD full of half-educated people amassed a stunning amount of operational information, seizing local archives and personnel files, and using censuses and tax registers, to enumerate the entire population politically. The NKVD locked factory gates with the workers inside until registrations were complete, and put the onus on urban landlords, who would answer with their heads, to march whole apartment buildings to pre-arranged sites for registration. In villages, volunteer or conscripted facilitators were promised rewards for meeting quotas of farmers delivered to in-person registrations. Chapter 12. Strategies of Misdirection. An analysis of the falsehoods in Stalin. Volume 2. Stalin, Volume 2 is not an attempt to give a truthful account of the events it discusses. It is something else, an attempt to convince the reader that it is a truthful account. In other words, Stalin, Volume 2 is a fraud, a work of propaganda disguised as a work of historical research. Stalin, Volume 2 is a book that is designed to mislead its readers. Judging from the book reviews published as of January 2019, it has been very successful in misleading them. The main reason for its success is what I have called the anti-Stalin paradigm. Stalin, Volume 2 tells its readers what they, broadly speaking, already knew, that is, what they thought they knew. That Stalin and the Soviet leadership were evil people who deliberately murdered a great many innocent persons. Stalin, Volume 2 fills out the paradigm of Stalin and the Soviets as evil with scholarly-looking examples and documentation, much as hot air fills out a balloon. In addition to the techniques of misrepresentation and misdirection, other factors are involved. Chief among them is the power of the ASP. This epidemic of self-imposed blindness exists because there is no powerful institution that is devoted to the pursuit of historical truth. The historical profession is supposed to be such an institution. But it is not, at least as regards Soviet history of the Stalin period. In this field falsehood is rewarded as long as it serves anti-communist purposes. Meanwhile the truth is discouraged or penalized when, as is usually the case, it does not serve those purposes. The techniques of misdirection employed in Stalin, Volume 2 are not original or sophisticated. Once they have been pointed out they appear almost transparent. But they have fooled many reviewers. At the time I am writing this I have yet to find a single reviewer who has identified even one of the dozens of falsifications in Kotkin's book. Chapter 12. State Geese of Misdirection 285. If someone were to write a book accusing the American government of atrocities on the scale of those Kotkin falsely attributes to Stalin and the Soviet leadership, we can be certain that many scholars would check every statement and examine all the evidence. The fact that up to now no one has done this is, no doubt, due in part to the fact that in Stalin, Volume 2 Kotkin is telling people that which they have assumed to be true all along. What we have done in the present book is simply to apply to Kotkin's fact claims, accusations, and allegations against Stalin and the Soviet leadership in Stalin, Volume 2 the critical, scholarly examination that any careful reviewer of a book alleging crimes by the United States government and leadership would adopt. The result is devastating to Kotkin's book. A typology of prevarication. In an earlier work I termed the different kinds of falsification in Nikita Khrushchev's secret speech a typology of prevarication. In that work I was able to show that what Khrushchev stated in this infamous speech was false. In most cases I did not have enough evidence to discover what really happened. I did find enough evidence to prove that more than 40 revelations made by Khrushchev in that speech are deliberate lies and that 20 more are also falsehoods probably, but not provably, deliberate. In The Murder of Sergei Kirov I discussed the studies by Matthew Leno, Asmund Egg, and Alakiri Lena. I discovered that these scholars had tortured the available evidence in order to reach the only conclusion congruent with the ASP, that Kirov's assassin, Leonid Nikolov, was a lone gunman and that Stalin fabricated the criminal cases against everyone else. In the case of Kirov's murder we do have enough evidence to prove that those persons convicted of the murder by the Soviet court in December 1934 were indeed guilty. But I did not give a theoretically informed account of the errors and methods of misdirection that these prior scholars used. 286. In the case of Stalin, Vol. 2 I think such an account is warranted. The fact claims against Stalin and the Soviets are so universally false, and the failure of experienced reviewers to notice this so complete, that we are forced to admit that the techniques of falsification in Stalin, Volume 2 have been successful. If they have fooled the reviewers, including at the time of this writing a few scholarly reviewers, they will also fool the general reader. These techniques of falsification are simple in principle, but they are only disclosed as simple in practice if one studies them closely. The widespread acceptance of the ASP discourages any attempt to verify fact claims that are convenient to that paradigm, since the process of verification dismantles the paradigm itself. A review of the techniques of misdirection in Stalin, Volume May 2nd prove helpful in warning the reader against naive acceptance of the ASP in other works too. Under its controlling influence every piece of evidence is bent to fit it, while everything that does not fit it is ignored, discarded, caricatured, or denied. One conclusion stands out: no authority, no expert regardless of his or her academic pedigree, should be simply believed. Given the ideologically charged field that is Soviet history of the Stalin period, no accusation of wrongdoing against Stalin, the Soviet leadership, or pro-Soviet forces, no matter what its source, should ever be accepted as true unless it has been thoroughly verified first. The sooner this fact is generally recognized, and the sooner the practice of verifying everything that fits the ASP is taken seriously, the better for those of us who wish to discover the truth. Objectivity in any academic discipline. It is essential that the researcher determine to be objective from the outset of her study. History is no different. The historian must make every effort to survey all the primary sources that bear upon her subject, and all the secondary sources that study this evidence, whether or not these secondary sources reflect the same biases, preconceived ideas, or values as her own. Chapter 12. State Geese of Misdirection 287. Since objectivity is, among other things, an attitude of distrust of the self-low, of one's own preconceived ideas and biases, the historian must compensate for her own limitations by trying especially hard to give a supportive reading to primary and secondary sources whose tendency is opposed to her own biases. At the same time she must determine to be especially suspicious of that evidence and those works of scholarship that tend to confirm or agree with her own biases. This practice is essential in order to counteract the natural tendency to cherry-pick the evidence, to look with special favor upon statements that reflect one's own views. In her historical practice the historian must observe the tenets of objective research from the outset. If the historian does not begin with a determination to find the truth no matter whose ox is gored, if she does not remain vigilant, ready at every moment to discover a truth that she finds disillusioning, her research is doomed. She will never stumble across the truth by accident along the way. Moreover, if a historian does not begin from a determination to discover the truth, we must ask the question, what, then, is her purpose in writing the book? If the historian is not out to discover the truth and report it to her readers, what is she doing? Kotkin ignores these tenets of historical objectivity. Therefore, no one should be surprised that his book is filled with historical falsehoods. It could not be otherwise. Methods of falsification in Stalin, Volume 2. Avoidance of objectivity takes many specific forms. There are many different ways to smuggle in fact claims without evidence. Among these methods of falsification are logical fallacies. One of them, the argument from incredulity or fallacy of personal incredulity, in a sense represents the whole of Kotkin's book. For 1. Michael Skudson. Discovering the News. A Social History of American Newspapers. New York, Basic Books, 1978, 77. 288. Stalin, Volume 2 represents what Kotkin believes about Stalin and the events of the 1930s. Presumably, Kotkin believes his account, but who cares what he believes? The evidence just does not support what he believes. Instead of changing what he believes to conform to the evidence, Kotkin ignores or distorts the evidence that refutes what he believes. How can a book utterly lacking in integrity be published in thousands of copies by a major publisher? Part of the answer lies in the historical role of pseudo-scholarship as propaganda for anti-communist purposes. The demonization of Soviet history dates back to the Russian Revolution itself. Already in 1920 Walter Lippmann and Charles Merz showed how the New York Times, newspaper of record then as today, reported the triumph of the whites and the defeat of the Reds numerous times, always falsely. Lippmann and Merz concluded that the reporters had not deliberately lied. Rather they had reported not what they saw but what they and their bosses wanted to see. 2. The Times's reporters included Walter Duranty, who was later to be attacked for being insufficiently anti-communist when, during the 1930s, he insisted on reporting only what he saw or knew for a fact rather than what he had not witnessed. 3. Stalin, Volume 2 was published by Penguin Random House, a commercial rather than an academic publisher. Academic presses require that manuscripts submitted for publication be vetted by academic specialists in the field. This does not guarantee that falsehoods will be caught and that standards of evidence routine in other areas of history will be observed. Far from it. Nevertheless, some of the more glaring falsifications in Stalin, Volume 2 might have been recognized as such by an academic review unless the reviewers had been selected more for their anti-communist fervor than for excellence of research. The praise Stalin, Volume 2 has garnered from newspapers and magazines are understandable. All mainstream publications from right-wing conservative to liberal left and social democratic are dogmatically anti-communist and anti-Stalin. When it comes to hostility to Stalin there is often little difference along the continuum from Trotskyist to anarchist to left liberal to far right. And it is too a test of the news. Supplement to the August 8, 1920 issue of the New Republic. At https://archive.org details/Liepman M. Erzatestov News 3 C. Furr, Blood Lies, 111-113. A few of the many dishonest books and articles attacking Duranty on these fraudulent grounds are listed in the Wikipedia page devoted to Duranty. Chapter 12. State Geese of Misdirection 293 Publicity and promotion from these publications that determine commercial success. The author and his publisher are making a lot of money. Not a careful search for the truth but profit is the goal of commercial publication. Anti-communist bias is not a barrier for mass commercial success, rather, it is a positive requirement. Anti-communist scholarship Kotkin's determined flouting of objectivity would be of little consequence if it were an exception. Stalin, Volume 2 and similar works would be rejected during the vetting process and not be published. Those works that for whatever reason manage to evade the vetting process and be published anyway would be quickly critiqued, their errors, carelessness, and deliberate dishonesty identified and exposed. Negative reviews would warn potential readers away. This is how the system of scholarly and semi-popular reviewing is supposed to work. But in the field of Soviet history it does not work this way. Scholarship on the Stalin period in the Soviet Union is constrained by an informal but strict code of political correctness. Stalin must be depicted as a moral monster and the Soviet Union during his time as a place of government-sponsored corruption, repression, and mass murder. No substantive deviation from this formula is tolerated. This is what I have termed the ASP. Only rarely can one find a refutation of even the most absurd accusations of crimes by Stalin. In his 2010 study that concluded that Stalin did not have a hand in the murder of Sergei Kirov in Leningrad on December 1, 1934, Matthew Lino felt compelled to write a page-length profession of his anti-communist and anti-Stalin convictions. Lino begins by stating the credo, Stalin was one of the deadliest tyrants of world history. Naturally, no evidence is cited. For Lino's academic audience, no evidence is needed. Who needs evidence, when everybody knows it? Lino admits that he did so lest someone suspect him of apologizing for Stalin for rejecting the view that Stalin had had Kirov killed, even though that interpretation had been abandoned by Soviet and 294 Russian experts 2 decades earlier, and there had never been any evidence to support it in the first place. 4. In what other field, and about what other historical personage, Would a scholar feel the need to apologize for discovering that his subject did not commit a crime? But Lino is correct, absolving Stalin of the accusation of some crime or other is just not done. Even this is an exception. Claims that Stalin committed some crime, no matter how poorly supported by evidence, are typically passed over in silence if really absurd and otherwise are accepted and even repeated, as Kotkin does many times in Stalin, Volume 2. As we have suggested in the introduction, in history of the Stalin period a kind of Gresham's law prevails where bad scholarship drives out the good. When good scholarship is produced, it is carefully written so as not to contradict any tenets of anti-Stalinism that the researcher thinks may be an inviolable part of the ASP. Good research is being done in the field of Stalin-era Soviet history. But it is typically confined to the close examination of primary sources, especially when newly available sources are used. Research that is narrowly focused on specific events, places, and time periods can be very revealing. Even when marred by bias, research that reproduces new primary sources can be valuable because flawed interpretations can be critiqued and discarded and the texts of the primary sources themselves appropriated for more objective research. An anti-communist scholarly environment or industry has been created where scholars churn out anti-communist falsehoods and then cite each other's falsehoods as evidence that the falsehoods are true. Primary sources are either distorted by misinterpretation or else ignored entirely. The scholars or academic practitioners in this industry assume in their writings that it is not primary source evidence and its interpretation, but the consensus of anti-communist for Matthew Lino, The Kirov Murder and Soviet History, New Haven, Yale UP 2010, 16-17. Chapter 12. State Geese of Misdirection. 295. Researchers, that establishes a statement as true. This is the logical fallacy of appeal to authority. Kotkin follows this practice with enthusiasm. Stalin, Volume 2 is an example of what that practice produces. When Kotkin cites primary sources at all, he often gets them wrong. Kotkin often cites secondary sources by scholars of the anti-communist industry. Zarubina, another Soviet agent. Either Kotkin did not know about this important article, and so had no business writing about Blyumkin at all, or he did know about it but hid it from his readers for the sake of a less complicated, anti-Stalin story. Hughes writes, one practice of the Baisk authorities was to refuse to accept monetary payments to the value of the grain delivery quotas. Rather, when there was a refusal to sell, they auctioned off peasant property at cheap prices as an exemplary punishment. 39. Kotkin fails to point out that this was exposed as an abuse in an official party document. Later in the year, in the autumn when the grain had been collected safely, party reports on the campaign became more circumspect and critical of abuses. The Rubtsovsk Procuracy condemned numerous illegal acts in grain collection when plenipotentiaries enforced razverstka. Kotkin also fails to tell us that the numbers of peasants whose property was sold off was small. By the end of April, approximately only half of 1% of farms in the okrugs of Barnaul, Baisk, and Rubtsovsk, and even less in Slavgorod, had property sold for failure to pay a multiple fine. So the number sold off dishonestly, as in this case, was smaller still. But back to the village party secretary who bought a 4-room house, valued at 700 rubles, $425. This specific act was probably punished, although only a study of the archival documents could tell, and Kotkin fails to give them to us. In note 56 of his book, Hughes, but not Kotkin, tells us more about this abuse. Concern about the numerous cases when property confiscated under Article 61 was auctioned off too cheaply was also raised at a meeting of Baisk Okrug Procuracy officials and OGPU representatives on May 28, 1929, GAAK, F 917, OP1, D 10,1. 244-5. So abuses occurred. But they were not Soviet policy. Nor is there any evidence that such abuses were tacitly permitted. Moreover, Kotkin confuses these events. The document he cites is a complaint from a peasant woman in April 14, 1929, while the events Kotkin is discussing occurred from January-February 1930 and thereafter. Groman and Kondratiev. What's the evidence? A note to page so of Kotkin's book reads thus. Kotkin's readers will surely get the impression that Groman and Kondratiev were shot. But they were not shot. Kotkin omits the fact that Groman and Kondratiev were prominent in the Menshevik trial of 1931. Many of the materials of this trial have been published. Groman's lengthy confessions are in Volume 1, 311 to 384. Kondratiev's statements are not printed, but there is a lot of testimony from others about his activities. 4. There is no evidence that this was a frame-up. Groman was convicted and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, which he served in the Verkhnuraleske and then the Suzdaleske political isolators, equivalent to minimum security prisons in the USA. Groman died there in 1940, age 66. Kondratiev was convicted in the same trial and sentenced in 1932 to 8 years imprisonment. In 1938 he was tried, convicted, and executed for continuing counter-revolutionary activity in the Suzdal isolator. 5. Kotkin conceals this information from his readers. Wife of Kirov's assassin was guilty. Kotkin. This information is available on a Memorial Society page http://lists.memo.ru/d17/f175.htm #NL Chapter 13. Bias of omission 301. The Kirov and Kremlin affair investigations were now running in parallel. In Leningrad on March 10, Lino also states that on January 10, 1935, Drahl gave damning evidence against her husband. Milda Drahl signed testimony asserting that Nikolov had visited Besanix to discuss the question of detaching various national regions from the USSR. Kotkin knows this, he cites Lino's book more than 50 times. But he fails to inform his readers, and so gives them the impression that Drahl was executed simply because she was Nikolov's wife. 6. Kotkin ignores Stalin's struggle for democracy. On page 287 Kotkin discusses Stalin's interview with American newspaper publisher Roy Howard. But Kotkin makes no mention of the most remarkable, and most remarked on, of Stalin's comments, his promise of a democratic constitution with contested seats. This is discussed in some detail in Yuri Zhukov, in Oi Stalin, pages 207 to 210, a book that Kotkin cites, though not here as well as in the Stalin-Howard interview. Kotkin clearly knows about it, but never informs his readers. 7. Throughout this large book Kotkin avoids all mention of Stalin's energetic fight for democratic reform in the Soviet Union. See also my discussion in Stalin and the Struggle for Democratic Reform, Part 1. 8. Kotkin conceals Stalin's opposition to mass repression. Kotkin on the January, 1938, Central Committee Plenum. On January 13, the Kiev Provincial Party Committee was deemed littered with an exceedingly great number of Trotskyists, and 3 days later Postashev was replaced as Kiev Province Secretary by Sergei Kudryavtsev, while the Kharkov Provincial Party boss was replaced by Nikolai Jakalo. Kotkin omits the fact that Pavel Postashev was removed for massive repressions of party members. The long quotation below is from Furr, Yezho vs. Stalin. The January 1938 CC Plenum. It appears that this plenum was called in a hurry to deal with a serious situation of mass expulsions and arrests of party members, including many party officials. Sometime around the beginning of the year, Politburo member A.A. Andreev was assigned the task of gathering compromising material on Postashev's party expulsions in Kuibyshev. These documents included documentation of mass party expulsions from the Kuibyshev Soviet, from the ranks of party district committee secretaries, and from other organizations. One report from the Bazarnosizhensky district noted that large numbers had been expelled as enemies by order of Postashev's men, though the NKVD subsequently found reason to arrest very few of them. Based on the materials Andreev compiled, the Politburo decided only on January 7 to use the occasion of a Supreme Soviet meeting to convene a plenum for January 11, a lead time of only 4 days. For Khrushchev's appointment to replace Postyshev as candidate member of Politburo, Stalinskoye Politbyuro, p. 167. Rogovan's excerpt from January 1938 CC Plenum on Postyshev. On the character of Postyshev's speech, which was in fact converted into his interrogation, the following fragment of the transcript will give an idea. Postyshev, the leadership there, both that of the party and of the Soviets, was enemies, beginning from the oblast leadership and ending with that of the Rayans. Mikoyan, everybody. Postyshev, how can you be surprised? I added it up and it comes out that enemies have been sitting there for 12 years. On the Soviet side the same enemy leadership has been sitting there. There they sat and selected their cadres. For example, in our Oblast Chapter 13. Bias of omission. 305. Executive Committee. We had the most obdurate enemies right down to the technical workers, enemies who confessed to their wrecking activity and behaved insolently, beginning with the chairman of the Oblast Executive Committee, with his assistant, consultants, secretaries, all were enemies. Absolutely all the sections of the Oblast Executive Committee were soiled with enemies. Now take the chairman of the Rayon Executive Committees, all were enemies. 60 chairmen of Raiispokoms, all enemies. The overwhelming majority of second secretaries, I'm not even speaking of first secretaries, are enemies, and not only enemies, but there were also many spies among them, Poles, Latvians, they selected all kinds of dyed-in-the-wool swine. Bulganin, were there at least some honest people there? It turned out that there was not a single honest person. Postyshev, I am talking about the leadership, the heads. From the leading body, of the secretaries of the Rayon committees, the chairman of the Raiispokoms, there was almost not a single honest man. And how can you be surprised? Molotov, aren't you exaggerating, Comrade Postyshev? Postyshev, no, I'm not exaggerating. Here, take the Oblast Executive Committee. People are in prison. We have investigative materials, and they themselves confess their enemy and espionage work. Molotov, we must verify the materials. Mikoyan, it turns out that there are enemies below, in every Rayon committee. Beria, is it oissable that all members of the Olinums of 306. The Rayon committees were enemies. Kaganovich, there is no basis to say that they are all swindlers. Stalin evaluated Postyshev's methods this way: this is the massacre of the organization. They are very easy on themselves, but they're shooting everybody in the Rayon organizations. This means stirring up the party masses against the CC, it can't be understood any other way. Kotkin conceals the fact that Stalin was opposed to mass repressions of party members. That would ill comport with Kotkin's portrayal of Stalin as a bloodthirsty tyrant. Kotkin smears Voroshilov. Voroshilov had never acquired genuine military training. He had not served in the Tsarist army, despite being the right age. Kotkin gives his readers the impression that Voroshilov was a draft dodger or some other kind of shirker. But there is no reference to this passage. No wonder. Voroshilov had been exiled for his radical political activity, which went back to 1903 and involved many arrests and several sentences of exile, from which he escaped. He was amnestied, but was unable to find work. Voroshilov was just the sort of person that Tsarist recruiters wanted to keep out of the army. Pursued by the police, he eventually got a job in an armaments factory in Tsaritsyn after having been unable to find work in Lugansk, in the Don base. My source for this is the Russian Wikipedia page on Voroshilov. 9. The corresponding English language Wikipedia page does not have this information on Voroshilov. Chapter 13. Bias of omission. 307. Workers on the Moscow-Volga Canal. On April 22, Stalin paid his third visit to a part of the 80-mile canal linking the Moscow and Volga rivers. The canal was built by Gulag laborers, more than 20,000 of whom likely perished. No evidence is given for this statement. Note the word likely. Kotkin doesn't know the number but puts one in anyway. The primary source for this kind of information is AI. Kokurin. The mortality figures cited here are not for canal workers but for the Dmitlag camp as a whole. The total of deaths recorded in the camp between September 14, 1932 and January 31, 1938 is 22,842. By far the highest number of deaths, 39% of the total is recorded for 1933 to 88-73. This was the year of famine in much of the USSR, and also of serious typhus. There was a severely elevated death rate throughout the Soviet Union during these same years. Omitting this information gives the impression that these people were worked to death or died from poor conditions. But that is not the case. According to the same source, the working day was 10 hours long. Breakfast lasted 45 minutes, dinner 2 hours, and 3 hours in the evening were devoted to cultural and educational activities. These were better conditions than existed for millions of workers in the capitalist world, to say nothing of the colonies of the Western imperialist countries. And far better than for prisoners in the prisons of the West. More lies about Lavrentii. Beria. About the June, 1937 Central Committee Plenum, Kotkin writes. Instead of allowing discussion of Beria's past, Stalin had Kaminsky arrested and expelled that very day. Kotkin suppresses the fact that Pavlyukov takes this testimony from the Gorbachev-era anti-Beria slander book One Malkali. Then Pavlyukov refutes it, proves it wrong. We have already shown that One Malkali is no good as a source. Zavoronkov and Pereyatsky is also in One Malkali. They cite Khrushchev, and otherwise quote unpublished memoirs, that is, rumors. Kotkin even notes that these people did not attend the plenum. Kaminsky got 10 years without the right of correspondence, which meant he was executed. This is false. According to the Russian Wikipedia page on Kaminsky and to the lists compiled by the Memorial Society, he was sentenced on February 2, 1938, to execution for membership in a terrorist organization, not to 10 years, etc. 10. Kaminsky was accused by a number of others, including Lakov, Yakovlev and Krestinsky, and Kaminsky himself accused others of being part of the right Trotskyist bloc. He is named a dozen times in the materials sent by Yezhov to Stalin and printed in Golgotha. Chapter 13. Bias of Omission 309. So Kaminsky was not arrested, much less tried, sentenced, and executed, for anything he said about Beria. In fact, Beria was not yet in the NKVD yet, that did not happen until August, 1938. Why was Viktorov imprisoned? Why Stalin let Yezhov remain at the helm for so long remains mysterious. By summer 1938, the insanity in the NKVD had gotten to the point that at least one newly appointed provincial NKVD chief released large numbers of prisoners and wrote to Lubyanka about the outrageous falsifications. One example was Mikhail Viktorov, newly named as NKVD chief in Sverdlovsk, who turned up a shocking state of affairs, even by standards of the terror, in the work of his predecessor. Viktorov freed a large number of prisoners and sent Lubyanka a long analysis of local falsifications of cases. Pavlyukov, Yezhov, 444-5. Viktorov would be arrested on January 22, 1939, and sentenced to 15 years, he died in a camp in 1950. Kotkin fails to say why Viktorov was arrested and imprisoned. But there is a report on Viktorov, in the so-called Stalin shooting lists. 11. Viktorov was convicted of being a participant in Yezhov's conspiracy to overthrow the government. He was named by others in the conspiracy including Yezhov, Uspensky, Nastkin, and Belsky. In 1941 Viktorov was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. He is listed as Category 1 in the shooting lists, which means that the NKVD recommended that he be executed if found guilty. but he 11 at http://stalin.memo.ru/sbravk/13-063.htm. 310. Was not executed. Instead, he was sentenced to 15 years and died in a prison camp in 1950. 12. This is yet another example that the so-called Stalin shooting lists were not shooting lists at all, but recommendations by the NKVD to the procuracy of sentences in the event the accused was convicted. Viktorov was one of many cases in which the recommendation was not followed by the court. Kotkin ignores Stalin's struggle for democracy. 2. On October 11 to 12, 1938, he convened a two-day expanded session of the Politburo. Kotkin mentions nothing about the abandonment of contested elections, which is discussed in Zhukov, Lnoy Stalin, 475-6. Stalin was outvoted even in the Politburo. Some dictator. Was Adolf Hitler ever outvoted by his own party leadership? Nuff said. Kotkin suppresses all this. Why? At least two reasons. Stalin was struggling for a kind of representative system, with contested elections, that Kotkin's readers would recognize as democratic and sympathize with. Since Stalin was defeated by his own Politburo, it would be clear to Kotkin's readers that Stalin was not a dictator. Wasn't an innocent? Beria and Kobylarov put me on a chair and sat on either side and punched me in the head, playing swings, recalled Yevgeny Ndin, the press officer of the Foreign Affairs Commissariat. They beat me horribly, with the full force of their arms, demanding I give testimony against Litvinov 260. 12 https://ru.wikipediaorg/wiki/bhktopos_mhxog_iltpobh single quote L chapter 13. Bias of omission. Ndin would be the only one to survive to old age from the Soviet embassy or trade mission to Berlin. 311. Kotkin either did not check, or chose to hide from his readers, the report on Ndin from the Stalin lists. 13. The report, prepared by the NKVD, accuses Ndin of espionage for Germany in some detail, the most serious charges conceivable. Ndin was named by other conspirators, including Mikhail Koltsov, in a face-to-face confrontation. Ndin is also mentioned at least 52 times in Koltsov's confessions. In the list itself, Ndin is Category 1 recommendation to execute if convicted. Yet Ndin too was not executed. 14. Once again, we see that the so-called Stalin shooting lists were not shooting lists at all, not death warrants, whatever that is supposed to mean. In Ndin's case, as in Viktorov's, the prosecutor and judges must have found some mitigating circumstances, or at least that some of the accusations were unreliable. In 1941, under Beria, he was sentenced to 10 years. His letter to the Presidium of July 16, 1953, was evidently used in the campaign against Beria by Khrushchev et al. 15. So was Ndin telling the truth about being beaten by Beria and Kobylarov? Maybe, or maybe he was just lying. July, 1953, was a good time to expect leniency if one gave the kind of evidence against Beria that Khrushchev wanted. Kotkin ignores this. His account gives the impression that Ndin was an innocent victim. Maybe he was. Maybe not. But the evidence at our disposal today does not suggest innocence. Was Isaac Babel innocent? Kotkin writes, and at Kotkin's, Babel suffered from his association with Yezhov, who, under interrogation, had named him as a spy. According to the interrogation protocols, Babel implicated Eisenstein, Solomon Michoels, and Aaron Berg. 306 Babel would also sign a blood-stained protocol confessing to membership in a Trotskyite espionage organization on behalf of France, linked to Malraux. 307. A confirmed anti-communist, Vitaly Shantalinsky is strongly committed to the position that Babel and other executed or imprisoned artists were innocent. But even Shantalinsky admits that there is a great deal of evidence against Babel. He was certainly closely involved with both Yezhov and his wife. 1. 6. This is the second part of Shantalinsky's book Rabbi Svobody. It is far easier to obtain it there than in the format cited here by Kotkin, a 1991 article in the hard-to-obtain journal Vozhvrishchiny. None of the books Kotkin cites have any evidence that Babel was innocent. Moreover, Babel made long confessions of guilt, some of which are quoted at length in Rabbi Svobody and other books by Shantalinsky. KGB's literary archive quotes excerpts only at pages 42 and 47. All the authors whose works Kotkin cites in note 306 assume, without evidence, that Babel was innocent. On page 115 Babel's wife Berezhkova simply writes that Meyerhold and Koltsov were arrested at almost the same time as Babel. She fails to note that this was because they were all accused, and eventually convicted, of being involved in Nikolai Yezhov's plot to overthrow the Soviet government, a plot about which we have a lot of evidence, some of which I discuss in Yezhov vs Stalin. 17. Babel subsequently retracted his confessions. But Yezhov and Koltsov accused Babel, and perhaps others did too. According to Soviet practice, Babel would have been convicted by evidence other than his confessions, which could not be used at trial if retracted by the defendant. To make an intelligent assessment of Babel's guilt or innocence we would need both Babel's entire investigative file, and the confessions against him by his accusers. Since Kotkin includes a discussion of Babel in his book, he should have pointed out these barriers to understanding Babel's conviction and execution. But he fails to do so. What about Meyerhold v. Vsevolod? Meyerhold, the USSR's most renowned theater director, who had traveled to Leningrad to finalize the choreography of a mass spectacle of physical culture involving 30,000 young athletes. 17 Berezhkova reveals that when she was called for party work she reminded her superior that she was the wife of a man, Babel, arrested for a serious crime. She was told that this had no bearing on your situation, and was assigned to party work like any other member. 314. Moving in unison to glorify the regime, was rewarded by being arrested. At Moscow's infamous Butyrka prison, he would be tortured into confessing to espionage for Britain as well as Japan. The investigators began to use force on me, a sick, 65-year-old man, he wrote in a letter to Molotov. I was made to lie face down and then beaten on the soles of my feet and my spine with a rubber strap. When those parts of my legs were covered with extensive internal hemorrhaging, they again began to beat the red-blue eyelaw bruises with the strap, and the pain was so intense that it felt as if boiling hot water was being poured on those sensitive areas. I began to incriminate myself in the hope that this, at least, would lead quickly to the scaffold. Meyerhold's interrogators had urinated into his mouth and smashed his right hand to bits. The documents in Kaliazin 220-240 record Meyerhold's attempts to retract earlier confessions. But we do not have the text of those earlier confessions. Why not? As in the case of Babel, Kotkin should have pointed out that the fact that an accused person first confesses guilt and subsequently retracts his confession does not establish whether the person was guilty or innocent. What it does is to force the prosecution to place more importance on testimony against the defendant by others who inculpate him. This is maybe what occurred in Meyerhold's case. Kotkin fails to inform his readers that Meyerhold was named as a Trotskyist and spy by Mikhail Koltsov and Isaac Babel, among others. He named others in turn. We don't have the testimony against Meyerhold given by Koltsov and Babel. Chapter 13. Bias of omission 315. The claim that the interrogators urinated into his mouth and smashed his right hand is contradicted by documents Kotkin himself cites. The words in the quotation above are from his statement of January 13, 1940. There Meyerhold claims that his NKVD interrogators told him they would leave his head and his right hand untouched. There is nothing about interrogators urinating into his mouth. Why did Kotkin feel obliged to compose these fabrications? Did he actually read Kaliazin, pages 220-240? The fact that a person retracts his confession of guilt raises the question, Was he lying then? Or is he lying now? After all, we normally expect that both the innocent and the guilty will deny their guilt. But a person who has been beaten, tortured, into signing a false confession may well deny it later. So we don't know. As in Babel's case, Kotkin should have explained the difficulties in assessing Meyerhold's guilt or innocent. Yezhov named both Meyerhold and Babel. On page 740 Kotkin states, on January 17, 1940, Stalin approved a sentencing list containing 457 prominent people, 346 were to be shot, including Yezhov, as well as the writer Isaac Babel, the journalist propagandist Koltsov, and the dramaturge Meyerhold, three of the country's long-standing brightest lights, each of whom Yezhov had implicated as spies. T9s. This archival identifier will not help Kotkin's readers. It is an error for this one, APRF. F3. OP24. D. 77. L116-136. This is the Stalin shooting list of January 16, 1940, where Babel and Meyerhold are listed, along with many of Yezhov's torturer interrogators who were complicit in his mass murders. 316. The murder of Zinaida Reich. Kotkin. Right around the same time, his second wife and lead actress, the Russified ethnic German Zinaida Reich, was brutally stabbed to death, including through the eyes, in their home. 41. None of her valuables were taken. Zinaida Reich's murderers were caught, tried, and executed. A report on the burglars and murderers is in the Stalin lists. 18. Why doesn't Kotkin tell us that? Is it because it seems more sinister, as if Stalin, or Beria, or someone, might have had her murdered? Kotkin's omissions. I. Falsifications about September, 1939. September, 1939, the Soviet seizure of Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia from Poland. There was no Soviet declaration of war. Potiomkin summoned Polish ambassador Grzybowski at 3:15 a.m. and read aloud a note, in the name of Molotov, unilaterally abrogating the Soviet-Polish non-aggression pact. The envoy refused to take the document. 255. On the radio, Molotov announced a Soviet military action supposedly necessitated by the disappearance of the Polish state and the possible ensuing chaos. The Soviet government regards as its sacred duty to proffer help to its Ukrainian and Belarusian brothers in Poland, he stated. 257. In fact, the Polish government continued to function, having relocated to Kutty, in the southeast, on the Polish side of the border with Romania. The sentences above in boldface are misleading because Kotkin conceals from his readers many crucial facts. Here are some of them. 1. There was no declaration of war because the USSR was not at war with Poland. The myth of the joint invasion is a fabrication by the anti-communist Polish government in exile. It was rejected by the Allies at the time but picked up once the Cold War began in the 1940s. All the Western Allies recognized Soviet neutrality. Winston Churchill strongly supported the Soviet incursion into eastern Poland. In his radio speech of October 1, 1939, printed in the New York Times on October 2, 1939, page 6, Churchill, at the time First Lord of the Admiralty, said, "Russia has pursued a cold policy of self-interest. We could have wished that the Russian armies should be standing on their present line as the friends and allies of Poland. But that the Russian armies should stand on this line was clearly necessary for the safety of Russia against the Nazi menace." Churchill also agreed that it was in the interest of the Allies to have the Red Army occupying these territories. Here these interests of Russia fall into the same channel as the interests of Britain and France. 2. The Polish state had indeed ceased to function. Neither the Polish army nor Ambassador Grzybowski were able to contact it. Grzybowski did not even know where it was. 3. Later the same day, September 17, 1939, the Polish government crossed the border into Romania, where it was interned and was no longer a government. 204. The Germans had told the Soviets that if they did not intervene, a pro-fascist Ukrainian state would be formed next to the Soviet border. 21. 5. No treaty was broken, since a fundamental change in circumstances had occurred. Rebus sextantibus, a tacit condition attached to all treaties to the effect that they will no longer be binding as soon as the state of facts and conditions upon which they were based changes to a substantial degree. 22. Clausula rebus sextantibus. In public international law, clausula rebus sextantibus is the legal doctrine allowing for treaties to become inapplicable because of a fundamental change of circumstances. It is 20. Essentially an escape clause that makes an exception to the general rule of pacta sunt servanda. 23. The Polish government had lost contact with its ambassador to the Soviet Union and with the Polish army, which was in the process of fleeing to internment in Romania. The German army would have come up to the Soviet border if the Red Army had not intervened. Kotkin hides from his readers that during the 1950s American professor George Ginsberg's published 2 articles that vindicate the Soviet position. Ginsberg's 24 concluded, "For all these various reasons, it may safely be concluded that on this particular point the Soviet argument was successful, and that the above considerations do not allow for any doubt that there did not exist a state of war between Poland and the USSR in September, 1939. In spite of scattered protests to the contrary, the consensus heavily sides with the Soviet view that by September 17, 1939, the Polish government was in panic and full flight, that it did not exercise any appreciable control over its armed forces or its remaining territory, and that the days of Poland were indeed numbered. De facto, then, one may well accept the view that the Polish government no longer functioned as an effective state power. In such a case the Soviet claim that Eastern Galicia was in fact a terra nullius may not be unjustified and could be sustained. The lie of the joint military parade. On the afternoon of September 23, a ceremonial joint military parade was held in Brest-Litovsk to mark the German handover of the town that morning to the Soviets. Presiding over the event, on an improvised low platform, were the respective tank commanders Heinz Guderian, who had been born just 300 miles away in Chelmno, and Semyon Krivoshein. The two shook hands. But the Luftwaffe flew aggressively low passes, and the two sides tussled over the city's war booty. Krivoshein, Mezdyuburi, 234-9, Schmidt-Skeeter, Reporter der Halle, 101, Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung, September 25, 1939. This is a falsehood. There was no joint victory parade. Brest, on the border between the German and Soviet spheres of influence, was handed over to the Soviet Commander General Semyon M. Krivoshein by the German commander, Heinz Guderian. Both men wrote about this event in their memoirs. Krivoshein wrote that a parade had been stipulated in the agreement between the Soviet and German commands and therefore he was forced to agree to one, though unwillingly. But Krivoshein refused to have a joint parade since the German troops had been rested for a week while his own had just made a night march of 120 kilometers and would not have the spit and Polish appearance necessary for a parade. The two commanders agreed that the German troops would march by while the Soviet troops, upon entering Brest, would stand on the side of the road and salute the German troops while the two orchestras played military marches. Guderian called this a farewell parade and ceremony of changing of flags, after which the German troops withdrew from Brest, in Abschiedsparade und Einflagenwechsel in Gegenwart de Generals Krivoshein bindet unseren Aufenthalt in Brest-Litovsk. 26. A farewell parade and an exchange of flags in the presence of General Krivoshein ended our stop in Brest-Litovsk. Krivoshein and surprisingly Guderian too agree that the Soviet forces prevented the Germans from driving off with trucks of booty looted from Brest. There is an excellent article online, in Russian, that gives yet more evidence. 27. Oleg Vishlyev's well-documented refutation of the joint parade fiction is strongly recommended. The Soviet Union was not an aggressor. At least 70,000 Poles were killed and nearly 700,000 taken prisoner by the aggressors on both sides. There was no aggression on the Soviet side. Every country recognized Soviet neutrality. Kotkin has to know this. But his readers will not know it. Once again, Kotkin has falsified an important political historical issue. The preceding passage about the Brest events is taken from my book Blood Lies, the evidence that every accusation against Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union in Timothy Snyder's Blood/Ans LS false. The preceding passage about the Brest events is taken from my book Blood Lies, the evidence that every accusation against Joseph Stalin and the Soviet Union in Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands is false, 329 to 332. 322. The following passage from my book Blood Lies gives the evidence that the Soviets were not guilty of aggression. The USSR did not invade Poland, and everybody knew it at the time when Poland had no government. Poland was no longer a state. That meant that Hitler had nobody with whom to negotiate a ceasefire, or treaty. Furthermore, the MR Treaty's secret protocols were void, since they were an agreement about the state of Poland. But no state of Poland existed any longer. Unless the Red Army came in to prevent it, there was nothing to prevent the Nazis from coming right up to the Soviet border. Or as we now know, they were in fact preparing to do. Hitler could have formed one or more pro-Nazi states in what had until recently been Eastern Poland. That way Hitler could have had it both ways. He could claim to the Soviets that he was still adhering to the spheres of influence agreement of the MR Pact while in fact setting up a pro-Nazi, highly militarized fascist Ukrainian nationalist state on the Soviet border. Once the Germans had told the Soviets that they, the German leadership, had decided that the Polish state no longer existed, then it did not make any difference whether the Soviets, or some hypothetical body of international jurists, agreed with them or not. In effect, the Nazis were telling the Soviets that they felt free to come right up to the Soviet border. Neither the USSR nor any state would have permitted such a thing. Nor did international law demand it. At the end of September, a new secret agreement was concluded. In it, the Soviet line of interest was to the east of the sphere of influence line decided upon at Chapter 13. Bias of omission 323 month earlier in the secret protocol and published in /Zvestia and in the New York Times during September 1939. 29. In this territory Poles were a minority, even after the Polonization campaign of settling Poles in the area during the 20s and 30s. 30. How do we know this interpretation of events is true? How do we know the USSR did not commit aggression against, or invade, Poland when it occupied eastern Poland beginning on September 17, 1939 after the Polish government had interned itself in Romania? Here are 9 pieces of evidence. 1. The Polish government did not declare war on USSR. The Polish government declared war on Germany when Germany invaded on September 1, 1939. It did not declare war on the USSR. 2. The Polish Supreme Commander Rydz Smigly ordered Polish soldiers not to fight the Soviets, though he ordered Polish forces to continue to fight the Germans. 31. 3. The Polish President Ignaz Misicky, interned in Romania since September 17, tacitly admitted that Poland no longer had a government. 4. The Romanian government tacitly admitted that Poland no longer had a government. The Romanian position recognized the fact that Misicky was lying when he claimed he had legally resigned on September 30. So the Romanian government fabricated a story according to which Misicky had already resigned back on September 15, just before entering Romania and being interned. But even Misicky himself did not make this claim. Romania needed this legal fiction to try to sidestep the following issue: once Misicky had been interned in Romania, that is, from September 17, 1939 on, he could not function as President of Poland. Since resignation is an official act, Misicky could not resign once he was in Romania. For our present purposes, here is the significant point: both the Polish leaders and the Romanian government recognized that Poland was bereft of a government once the Polish government crossed the border into Romania and were interned there. Both Masicky and Romania wanted a legal basis of fig leaf for such a government. But they disagreed completely about this fig leaf, which exposes it as what it was, a fiction. 5. Romania had a military treaty with Poland aimed against the USSR. Yet Romania did not declare war on the USSR. The Polish government later claimed that it had released Romania from its obligations under this military treaty in return for safe haven in Romania. But there is no evidence for this statement. It is highly unlikely that Romania would have ever promised safe haven for Poland, since that would have been an act of hostility against Nazi Germany. Romania was neutral in the war and, as discussed below, insisted upon interning the Polish government and disarming Chapter 13. Bias of omission: the Polish forced once they had crossed the border into Romania. The real reason for Romania's failure to declare war on the USSR is probably the one given in a New York Times article of September 19, 1939. 325. The Romanian viewpoint concerning the Romanian-Polish anti-Soviet agreement is that it would be operative only if a Russian attack came as an isolated event and not as a consequence of other wars. 33. That means Romania recognized that the Red Army was not allied with Germany in its war with Poland. 6. France did not declare war on the USSR, though it had a mutual defense treaty with Poland. See this page 34 for the reconstructed text of the secret military protocol of this treaty, which has been lost, which probably means that the French government still keeps its text secret. 7. England never demanded that the USSR withdraw its troops from western Belorussia and western Ukraine, the parts of the former Polish state occupied by the Red Army after September 17, 1939. On the contrary, the British government concluded that these territories should not be a part of a future Polish state. Even the Polish government in exile agreed. 35. 8. The League of Nations did not determine the USSR had invaded a member state. Article 16 of the League of Nations Covenant required members to take trade and economic sanctions against any member who resorted to war. 36. But no country took any sanctions against the USSR. No country broke diplomatic relations with the USSR over this action. However, when the USSR attacked Finland in 1939, the League did vote to expel the USSR, and several countries broke diplomatic relations with it. This very different response tells us that the League viewed the Soviet action in the case of Poland as qualitatively different, as not a resort to war. 37.9. All countries accepted the USSR's declaration of neutrality. All, including the belligerent Polish allies France and England, agreed that the USSR was not a belligerent power, was not participating in the war. In effect, they accepted the USSR's claim that it was neutral in the conflict. Here is President Franklin Roosevelt's Proclamation 2374 on neutrality, November 4, 1939. A state of war unhappily exists between Germany and France, Poland, and the United Kingdom, India, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the Union of South Africa. More phony charges of torture around this time, death sentences based upon fabricated evidence were implemented for cultural figures, as well as former NKVD First Deputy Mikhail Frenovsky, former Deputy Foreign Intelligence Chief Spiegelglass, former Intelligence Chief and Comintern Operative Trelesser, Yefim Yevdokimov, and Rydens, Stalin's ethnic Polish brother-in-law. Under interrogation torture, Rydens had admitted his complicity in the annihilation of innocent people while working atop the NKVD in Ukraine, Moscow, and Kazakhstan. His wife Anna, Nadia's sister, and their 2 boys were not touched, and the family continued to live in the elite house on the embankment and were allowed to visit Svetlana at Zubilovo. 204. There is no evidence of fabricated evidence against any of the unidentified cultural figures, or against Frenovsky, Spiegelglass, Yevdokimov, or Rydens. Kotkin has invented, indeed, fabricated the business about Frenovsky and Rydens being tortured. During the Gorbachev era there was an attempt to rescind Rydens' Khrushchev-era rehabilitation, that is, to unrehabilitate Rydens because even Gorby's men, who were rehabilitating a very large number of people, thought Rydens was guilty. But the statute of limitations, the time period during which his rehabilitation might have been withdrawn, had long elapsed. So Riedens remains rehabilitated. And therefore we can have access to his NKVD investigative file, since as of 2018 the FSB is only 328. Permitting access to the files of those persons who have been rehabilitated. Riedens file, now declassified, contains much useful evidence, see Yezhov vs. Stalin, Chapter 15, The Testimony of Stanislav Frantsevich Riedens. Riedens testified at length and in detail about Yezhov's conspiracy against Stalin and the Soviet government. Kotkin does not mention any of this. Incompetence. Dishonesty. In another chapter of the present book we examine Frenovsky's statement of April 11, 1939. We point out that Frenovsky is very clear that the Moscow trial's defendants were guilty, that the Zinovyevist, rightist, Trotskyist, and Yezhov NKVD conspiracies did exist and were serious threats. We point out that Kotkin does not reveal any of this to his readers. An English translation of Frenovsky's statement has been online since 2010. 4. Kotkin could have cited it. It would have helped his readers. Why didn't he? Finland, the Russo-Finnish War I Winter War. And the Nazis, just as the Winter War had definitively pushed Finland into the German camp, the seizure of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina consolidated Romania as a staunch German ally. This is as phony a footnote as they come. In Kotkin's bibliography, the Gafenka book is by Yale University Press, 1948. As I write these lines I have that edition before me. There are no pages 390 to 2. The last page in it is numbered 239. What's more, the words Bessarabia and Bukovina do not occur in this book. 40. It may be read in English at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/-furg/research/fridaynovskayang.html Chapter 13. Bias of omission 329. In the preceding footnote, number 77, Kotkin mentions that Romania had annexed Bessarabia. But Kotkin does not reveal that Bessarabia had been taken by force from Soviet Russia. Accordingly, Soviet Russia never recognized Romania's claim to Bessarabia. Britain, France, and Italy decided that Bessarabia should join Romania in the Treaty of Paris. Japan did not ratify the treaty. The United States refused to do so as well, because Soviet Russia was not represented at the talks. Readers who do not study his footnotes, however, will not know this. Since its founding in 1918, Finland had been extremely hostile to the Soviet Union. It had allowed foreign powers to use its territory to invade the fledgling Soviet Russia and had massacred communist and pro-communist rebels during the Finnish Civil War. It was no democracy. The very popular Finnish Communist Party was outlawed. Finland and Romania were already in the German camp and would have allied with Hitler in any case, since neutrality was impossible and they would never have sided with the Soviet Union. 41. According to German Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop, Finland was egged on in its hostility to the USSR by England. England was behind Finland, and according to intelligence received, England was also responsible for the failure of the Russo-Finnish negotiations last November. 42. The Finnish political scientist and military historian Martti Turtila has written, "It simply cannot be overlooked that Finland pursued a dangerously aggressive, menacing foreign policy prior to the war." Kotkin omits all this important contextual information. Who dismembered whom? Cripps believed it was possible to go beyond even the latter and get Britain and the Soviet Union to join forces against Germany, notwithstanding the Hitler-Stalin non-aggression and trade pacts, the dismemberment of Poland, the aggression against Finland, and now the Soviet annexation of the Baltic states. 85. A lawyer rather than a diplomat, Cripps was capable of criticizing Soviet realities, but he had defended Stalin's arrests of British nationals as spies in fabricated trials, as well as the Soviet Union's 1939 seizure of eastern Poland. Note 85 is about Sir Stafford Cripps. Cripps, not Kotkin, was correct. The trials were not fabricated. In previous chapters we have shown that Kotkin can cite no evidence that they were. But fabricated trials is an essential component of the anti-Stalin paradigm. So the mere lack of evidence cannot stop Kotkin and others from falsely claiming that they were fabricated. Kotkin does not mention that it was Poland that had dismembered Soviet Russia in the Polish-Soviet War of 1919–1921. In defeat, Russia was forced to give Poland Western Ukraine and Western Belorussia. In 1939 the USSR took back from Poland the areas that Poland had taken by force from Soviet Russia. A discussion of the Curzon Line and the Treaty of Riga of 1921 is essential for any understanding of this issue. But the Curzon Line is 43 Martti Turtila, guilty or innocent. Approaches to the Winter War in Research and Memoirs, in Yearbook of Finnish Foreign Policy, 45. See the Finnish Wikipedia entry about Martti Turtila at https://fi.wikipedia.org/wiki/Martti_Turtila Chapter 13. Bias of omission only mentioned once in this huge book and is never explained. Kotkin Poland, a nasty regime sandwiched directly between two nastier ones, sought a middle way. Some members of Polish ruling circles latched onto the idea of throwing in their lot with Hitler to deflect him farther eastward, even at the high cost of territorial concessions, and a few high-placed Poles fantasized about a joint Polish-Nazi attack on the USSR, an aggression in which they imagined Poland could wrest Ukraine from the Soviets, a delusion that Nazi officials cynically encouraged. Gerstenberg's information about Beck is at fourth hand. Göring, von Moltke, Gerstenberg, interrogator. That does not mean it is false, but it does not mean that it is true either. Here is the text, from Tani Diplomatai Itrat Ego Reich Ha, 581. Question: It is well known that Göring often visited Poland. Was he really only interested in hunting in Poland? Answer: Göring often went to Poland and other countries to hunt, but in reality he was not so much interested in hunting as in carrying out political tasks under the skies. Before my departure for Poland, Göring told me that he would be traveling to Poland for hunting and would facilitate my task. And in fact in 1938 Göring arrived in Poland, where he went hunting together with Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs de Beck. During this hunting trip Göring gave Beck a check for 300,000 marks, after which Beck began to strongly champion friendship with Germany. Question: How do you know that Göring bribed Beck? Answer: I learned that Beck had been bribed by Göring from Moltke J, German ambassador to Poland, who took part in the hunting trip. In this connection Moltke said that Beck would not escape from our clutches. In today's Poland Beck is honored as a national hero. So Gerstenberg's testimony is threatening to the present Polish regime and its dishonest glorification of the racist and fascist Polish regime of the 1920s and 1930s. In 2013 the moderator of H Poland, an academic mailing list hosted by Michigan State University, refused a post of mine about Gerstenberg's revelation. I was informed that the members of the board of the Polish Studies Association have concurred that this is not a topic that we wish to pursue on H Poland. 1. In other words, if the Polish government and its propagandists find it uncomfortable, don't discuss it. Kotkin is correct to point out that Gerstenberg's testimony is hearsay. And this raises an interesting question: why does Kotkin employ source criticism here, when the fact alleged makes anti-communists like Joseph Beck and the pre-war Polish leadership look bad, while failing to use source criticism when the facts alleged reflect badly upon Stalin and the Soviet leadership? Why does he cherry-pick when to use source criticism? An objective historian, determined to discover the truth at all costs, even if it should contradict his own bias, is obliged to employ source criticism all the time. But as the analysis in this book amply shows, Kotkin is simply not such a historian. Moreover, Kotkin has buried this important fact at the end of a long footnote. Few of his readers will see it. It should have been promoted to the main text. Did Stalin praise Hitler for murdering his rivals? Izvestia dedicated 4 columns on its front page to Hitler's Reichstag speech about the Night of the Long Knives. 315 What a guy, Stalin exclaimed to his inner circle, according to Mikoyan's later recollections. Well done. Knows how to act. 316. In reality the story is not in the 1995 Russian edition of Nekrich's book, the one that Kotkin cites here, though Nekrich does claim that Stalin was sympathetic to Hitler's action. This would be fourth-hand information, Stalin, Suritz, Mikoyan, Nekrich. But let's pursue the story farther. Valentin Beryskov, one of Stalin's translators, also claimed that Mikoyan told him. When Hitler annihilated his comrade in arms, the head of the SA Ernst Röhm and other commanders of the SA assault detachments in 1934, Stalin gave this bloody massacre a high rating. Mikoyan told me that at the very first meeting of the Politburo after Röhm's murder Stalin said, "Have you heard what happened in Germany? Hitler, what a great fellow. That's how to deal with political opponents." Beryskov says nothing about Suritz. He claims that Mikoyan told him, Beryskov, directly. In his autobiography Tak Bilo Mikoyan tells a very similar story. When Hitler, striving to strengthen his power, sent his comrades in arms to the attack room barracks and carried out the massacre on the spot, without trial, of the leadership of the left-wing SA Röhm and others, this amazing atrocity caused general outrage. And I was amazed when Stalin, returning several times to this fact, admired the boldness and persistence of Hitler, who took such measures to confirm his power. "There's a great fellow, that's great," said Stalin. "We must learn how to do this. We can't check this specific story by means of other sources." As far as we can tell, only Mikoyan claimed to have heard Stalin say this. What about the reliability of Mikoyan's memoirs? Michael Ellman, a ferociously anti-Stalin scholar, has his doubts. At the very end, Mikoyan, here we should write Mikoyan, regrets the lack of democracy in the USSR. Ellman writes, Tak Bilo is lively and interesting, but in some cases one has the suspicion that what is written reflects the views of the editor at least as much as those of his late father. Did A.I. Mikoyan really dictate or write the final paragraph of the book, or did the editor add it to make the book more palatable to modern readers? Ascertaining to what extent Mikoyan's memoirs are accurate would require detailed checking of particular incidents against other sources. For example, neither Khrushchev nor Simonov remembers the bold speech chapter 14. A little source criticism by Kotkin. Mikoyan recalls giving at the October plenum, and this speech differs substantially from Efremov's, Mukhaytanov's, and Shepilov's reports of what took place at that dramatic and sinister meeting. It cannot be excluded that Mikoyan here reports what in retrospect he thinks he should have said at the plenum rather than what he actually said. 337. We can go farther than Ellman. For example, we know that the defendants in the 3 Moscow trials were guilty of at least the crimes to which they confessed. We also know that the military conspirators, and specifically the commanders tried and executed with Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky in June, 1937, were also guilty. But Mikoyan claims they were all innocent. Mikoyan tells the tale that Stalin was prostrate at the beginning of the war, was almost unable to act at all, and acted as though the others on the Politburo were going to arrest him. This is not only unconfirmed by anyone else in a position to know, it is clear that it is false. We have good evidence that Stalin was very active from the outset of the war. Mikoyan defends Khrushchev's secret speech of February 25, 1956, to the XX Party Congress. We know today that every accusation in that speech leveled against Stalin and Lavrentiy Beria is provably false. 4. In his memoir Mikoyan repeats a number of these false accusations of Khrushchev's, and upholds Khrushchev's speech. Gabriel Gorodetsky, whose book Kotkin cites 50 times, has this to say about Mikoyan's credibility. A. Mikoyan, the Politburo member and Commissar of Foreign Trade, whose memoirs have given rise to a number of false interpretations of Stalin's policies at The Time, suggested that Schulenburg gave Dekanizov a clear-cut warning. Much as this revelation captures the imagination, it is not borne out at all by the actual records of the meeting. 5. So it appears that Mikoyan lied a great deal in his memoir. At the very least it is a highly unreliable source. The story about Stalin praising Hitler for killing his rivals in the Nazi Party comes only from Mikoyan. Therefore, absent independent corroboration, it should not be accepted as true. Of course Kotkin could and should have known all this. When including this incident in his book, Kotkin should have informed his readers about Mikoyan's bias and unreliability concerning Stalin. So why does he include this story? Evidently, to associate Stalin with Hitler, a propaganda move, beloved by anti-communists. Kotkin repeats rumors by Beria's murderers. Beria would now systematically annihilate Lakova's kin and associates. This started with Mgloblishvili, whom Beria had chosen to lead the honor guard accompanying Lakova's casket home from Tbilisi and who was arrested for ties. Popov and Apokov, Berevshkina, 48-9. The story goes that Beria's men beat Tsari to testify that Lakova had wanted to sell Abkhazia to Turkey. She evidently refused, even when they beat her 14-year-old son Rauf in front of her. She was said to have died of torture in her cell. The story goes, evidently, was said to have died. What kind of history is this? These are, what rumors? From no source? Popov and Apokov quote from an interrogation of Petr Afanasovich Sharia by Khrushchev's men of August 15, 1953. Sharia states that Mgloblishvili accompanied Lakova's casket. But he says nothing about his arrest. This interrogation, or statement, or whatever, of Sharia's, if it exists, is not printed in the 1086-page volume Politburo I dello Beria published in 2013. But the same material is summarized in the preface to this book, pages 6-7, without any references. Medvedev has no evidence whatsoever for the horrible story about torturing Lakova's wife and son. The Russian-language Wikipedia page about Saria Lakova states that she died in a prison hospital, not in a cell. The only reference is to a book of memoirs, impossible to verify. 6. The references on the Russian Wikipedia page on Lakova have no such evidence either. 7. This story is one of many attacks on Beria in Kotkin's book. Beria was murdered by Khrushchev, abetted by the other Presidium members. This was an unprecedented event in Soviet history. Moreover, Khrushchev and Molotov agree that there was no evidence against Beria when he was either arrested or, more likely, murdered, on June 26, 1953. Therefore, in order to justify this act and the violent repression of persons associated with Beria that followed, Khrushchev et al. Proceeded to invent stories about various crimes of Beria. Popov and Apokov summarized Khrushchev era NKVD and judicial materials from the period of Beria's arrest. Medvedev wrote his book to curry favor with Khrushchev, and uses Khrushchev-era attacks on Stalin and Beria as his evidence. 6. At https://ru.wikipedia.org/wiki/jalako6a_kaph_mcmeaobh7. In a book that Kotkin cites, though not here, Donald Rayfield tells the same story but cites no evidence whatsoever. Evidently, he had no evidence. Stalin and his hangman, an authoritative portrait of a tyrant and those who served him. New York, Viking, 2004, 303. 340. It is simply not possible that Kotkin, who has spent decades studying Soviet history of the Stalin period, does not know these things. But it is certain that very few of his readers will know about them. This Khrushchev-era attack of slander against Beria and his associates means that it is irresponsible to simply take at face value all the crimes attributed to Beria during the Khrushchev period and repeated during the Gorbachev period. We know many of them are lies. We have already said something about the provable falsehoods in one of the most important and most influential anti-Beria books of the Gorbachev period, One Malkali. Don't believe Rudenko. Inside the Soviet police, first-class sadists were fewer than one might think. Boris Rodos, in that context, stood out, a chopper who could reliably smash those under interrogation to near death. He would snap a whip across a prisoner's legs, continuing after he collapsed to the floor, pour freezing water over him, then force him to scoop his diarrhea with his tin cup and swallow, then shout, "Sign! Sign!" Petrov claims to be quoting from the appeal to Stalin of February 20, 1940, of Belosyudov, a Komsomol official, who stated, "is an ideologically anti-Stalin newspaper of which former Soviet President and Communist Party First Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev is part owner." Chapter 14. A little source criticism by Kotkin. I asked Rados to take me to the bathroom to urinate, and he said, "Take a glass and urinate." I did it and asked where to put the glass. He grabbed it and brought it to my mouth and wanted to pour into my mouth, while he himself shouted, "Drink, shit in human skin, or confess." I, being beside myself, what can I say, I didn't care anymore, and he shouts, "Sign, sign." And I said, "All right, I will sign everything, I don't care now." 341. If this statement is genuine. Belosyudov claimed that Rodas made him urinate into a cup, then tried to make him drink the urine or sign, whereupon Belosyudov agreed to sign. It was not diarrhea, and Belosyudov did not drink the urine. Where does Kotkin get these disgusting lies from, anyway? What's more, Petrov is not quoting from Belosyudov's appeal to Stalin. He is quoting from prosecutor Roman Rudenko's February, 1956, recommendation to Khrushchev's Supreme Court to deny Rado's appeal for clemency of his death sentence. It is in the volume Politburo I dello Berta, 864-866. Kotkin makes no use of this important document collection. It is also online at the excellent istmat.info site. This document is part of Khrushchev's attack on Beria, whom he and the other Presidium members murdered, whether judicially, in December, 1953, or in fact, on June 26, 1953. We know that Rudenko lied in defense of Khrushchev's falsifications. Matthew Lino points this out in his book on the Kirov assassination, and Lino is extremely anti-Stalin. For example, Rados is charged with taking part in frame UPS against a number of high-ranking party members, including Pavel Postashev. But we know that Postashev was not innocent. We now have the documentation that he was murdering party members in the Ukraine, for which he was dismissed from the CC, then expelled from the party, then tried and executed. So it is Rados who is the victim of a frame-up here. We can't just believe Rudenko, who was busy doing Khrushchev's dirty work, either to frame Beria, if Beria were indeed still alive, or to justify Beria's murder. Why was Rados prosecuted in the first place? If he had beaten prisoners at the order of the head of the NKVD, Beria, as charged, then he was just doing what he had been told to do, certainly not a capital crime. And we can't even establish that as a fact. Perhaps Rodas refused to fabricate some anti-Beria stories, and so was executed. It seems that this is what almost happened to General Pavel Syudoplatov, except that Syudoplatov succeeded in convincing the prosecution that he was insane, and so spent 2 years in a hospital, and then 15 years in prison. Kotkin must know this. But whether he does know it and is lying, or does not know and is simply incompetent, the result is the same: his readers are deceived. Don't believe Sarav, either. Also on May 19, Beria had executed a confidential task. Radek had his head fatally smashed on the floor of the Verkhny Uralsk prison, where he was serving a 10-year term. Rumors were loose that Radek had been killed in a fight with a fellow inmate. In fact, the murder was instigated by a specially dispatched NKVD team. So much for the promise Stalin had made to not execute Radek, in exchange for testimony that Radek had duly delivered against Trotsky and Trotskyites. Kotkin has not done his homework. Sarav's note is full of provable lies. My article Nikita Petrov's Amalgam discusses this document thoroughly. It may be consulted at the URL in this note, together with an English translation of Serav's fabrication. 1. 1. Convicted without evidence, or did Stalin kidnap and murder General Kulik's wife? 2 days before, Stalin had colluded with Beria to have Kulik's beautiful Jewish second wife, Kira Simonik, kidnapped. The despot then pretended he had no idea where she might be, advising Kulik to remarry and forget the nympho female spy. She was the daughter of the former Okaranka chief in Helsinki who had been executed by the Cheka in 1919, her first husband had been an Eatman with foreign connections, her 2 brothers, one of whom had been an officer for the Whites, were arrested for espionage, her mother left for Italy in 1934. Nonetheless, Kulik 10 Petrov and Petrov 1 Empire of Fear, was published in 1956. It is useless as evidence for anything. Kotkin must think that Stalin and the NKVD simply did not have anything else to do. What was the point of this supposed kidnapping and murder? In Stalin I Zagovor Tkakhevskogo Valentin Lskov supports the theory that Tkakhevsky and the other commanders were in fact guilty. Kotkin does not tell his readers that. In the same passage cited by Kotkin, Lskov says that Kira was the daughter of the former head of Tsarist intelligence in Helsingfors, shot by the Soviets in 1919. Lskov also opines that Kira was probably not murdered but recruited as a counterintelligence agent in the West. Kotkin cites Lskov's book. Why doesn't Kotkin tell us what Lskov thinks? Because that story does not have an anti-Stalin tendency? Babernaya and Ryazantsev was published in 1993. The updated edition, Zyka and Babernaya, was published in 2011. It contains the same long chapter, Beria Protiv Kolika, pp. S 28-618. The documents quoted in it in short excerpts are published in full in the volumes Politburo I Delo Beria and Delo Beria. Pregovor. Obzhalovani Ione Podlas hit. Boris Sokolov, author of Istrabilny Marshali, was expelled from the Free Historical Society for an unacceptable attitude towards historical sources and incorrect citation of the work of others. 12. Gennady Ospov, sociologist and member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, has called Sokolov a most indefatigable historical falsifier. 13. This kind of thing is very unusual, all the more so because Sokolov is fanatically anti-Stalin, a bias common Russian academics. Here, indeed, is an issue that demands source criticism. What is the status of these confession interrogations? For example, those of Vladimirsky, who was tried and executed in December, 1953, as one of Beria's gang and who was trying to escape his fate, quite possibly by saying whatever his interrogators wanted him to say. But in his interrogation of August 4, 1953, if it is genuine, Vladimirsky said only that he had indeed kidnapped Kulik's wife and brought her to prison Commandant Blokhin. He denied knowing anything after that, even the reason that she was seized. All the documents in these collections are Khrushchev-era stuff that blacken Beria's name. Beria's men were under great pressure to accuse him of crimes. Even so, a number of them were executed in December, 1953. Others, like Boris Rodas, were executed during the following years. General Pavel Syudoplatov, arrested in 1953, survived, spent 15 years in detention and then in prison for, supposedly, being an accomplice of Beria in planning to overthrow the Soviet government, experimentation on people, kidnappings, and murders. There is no evidence that he did any of these things, any more than there is that Beria was guilty of any of them. Syudoplatov wrote that he was arrested and imprisoned because he refused to fabricate lies about Beria's activities. It is reasonable to assume that other NKVD men like Vladimirsky limited what they said to the minimum. In Vladimirsky's case it was not enough. He was tried, convicted, and executed by Khrushchev & Co. in December, 1953. Kotkin is quick to claim that the interrogations and confessions of the defendants at the 3 Moscow trials, plus all those of the high-ranking officers in the Tkakhevsky affair, should be regarded as fabrications due to torture. He has no evidence that they were tortured, he simply assumes they were. So why doesn't Kotkin make the same assumption here, in the case of Volodymyrsky's interrogation confessions? Presumably, because these confessions accuse Stalin, either indirectly or, as Kotkin claims here, directly. Former NKVD man Gui St., the partial text of whose interrogation is dated September 1, 1953, told a story quite different from Volodymyrsky's. Volodymyrsky had not mentioned Gulesti's participation. Former prosecutor of the USSR Viktor M. Bakhkov, who was interrogated on January 24, 1954, claimed that he remembered nothing about any kidnapping of Kira Kulik. None of these versions claims that Stalin colluded with Beria, as Kotkin states. Evidently Kotkin fabricated this falsehood himself. How many Poles were deported and from where? In eastern Poland, the NKVD had deported more than 1 million of the 13.5 million residents to labor camps. There is no footnote, no evidence given, for this statement. Here are the two closest footnotes, note 60, 60. Gross observes that the Polish military underground organization, the ZWZ, which thrived under the Nazi occupation in spite of persistent Gestapo efforts to destroy it, never had a Chapter 14. A little source criticism by Kotkin. Chance under the NKVD. Gross, Revolution from Abroad, 148. Note 61, 61. Gross, Nature of Soviet Totalitarianism. Because Poland underwent Nazi and Soviet occupations simultaneously, it would seem the ideal place to make the case for totalitarianism as a concept encompassing both regimes, yet Gross, a proponent of the term, also noted significant differences between the nature and consequences of Nazi and Soviet rule. Gross, Revolution from Abroad, 230-1. 347. The significant differences between the Germans and the Soviets noted by Gross include the fact that, unlike the Nazis, the Soviets were anti-racist, and thus had great support from the Ukrainians, Belarusians, and especially the Jews in the newly reclaimed territories of Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine. These lands had been taken by force by Poland from Soviet Russia in 1921. The Soviets liberated Jews hiding in the woods from the Nazis and from the Polish Home Army, a violently anti-Semitic organization praised as heroes in today's Poland because of their anti-communist terrorism. Communist partisans welcomed Jews into their units, the Home Army murdered them. The Polish government severely repressed the languages and cultures of all non-Poles there, restricted their religious practices, and discriminated against them in other ways. Poland also sent many thousands of Polish settlers, often military men, to Polonize these areas. These are the people, the Polish imperialist infrastructure, whom the Soviets deported. Both works by Gross are from the 1980s, when the primary sources we have now were not available. They are worthless now. Gross himself, a ferocious anti-communist, is far from objective. The actual number of persons deported from Western Belorussia and Western Ukraine is 201,000. 14. 348. Kotkin has to be aware of this important and well-known document collection. But he does not cite it? Perhaps this is because the number of deportees is 1/5 of Gross's figures, which therefore make the Soviets look worse. What happened to Bronislava Metelikova Poskrebysheva? Stalin had allowed Beria to imprison Poskrebyshev's beloved wife as a Trotskyite in 1939. Poskrebyshev's first wife, Jadwiga, a Pole, had died in 1929 of tuberculosis. There are a number of important matters to note about Kotkin's statement. 1. Beria had no authority to imprison or execute anybody. The NKVD could not even arrest anyone without an order from a prosecutor. The judicial organs conducted the trials and issued sentences, which were carried out by the NKVD. In the case of Alexander Poskrebyshev's wife, this would probably have been the prosecutor of the Soviet Union. Poskrebyshev was Stalin's personal secretary, meaning, in charge of documentation. He worked very closely with Stalin. 2. The daughter to whose brief online memoir Kotkin refers did not remember her mother, she was only 1 year old at the time. Everything she wrote, including the basket of fruit, is hearsay. 3. There is little information about Bronislava Medalikova Poskrebysheva. Evidently, no documents about her purported trial, imprisonment, and execution have been located. One source says she was arrested on April 29, 1939. 15. Another states that she was arrested on September 8, 1940. 16. 4. The Russian Wikipedia page states that her fate is unknown. 17. Kotkin, like all historians, has the obligation to inform his readers about these evidentiary matters. The simple fact is that we don't know, words that every honest historian must be ready to utter, instead of fabricating, or repeating, rumor as bogus fact. According to Fokaganov, who evidently interviewed Galina, Poskrebyshev's and Bronislava's daughter, Beria continued to visit with our family, and Stalin knew the family well. Galina, naturally, believes that her mother was innocent. But that is not evidence. 18. All sources agree that Bronislava Medalikova Poskrebysheva was rehabilitated on October 10, 1957. That means that her NKVD investigation file should be available to researchers. 19. It should have long been available to her immediate family. But evidently no one has requested it, or, at least, no one has published anything about it. Kotkin should have pointed that out, too. In historical scholarship, falsification, plagiarism, and fabrication were devastating types of fraud. They might not be indictable in a court of law, but they undermine the very foundations of scholarly authority. What was more, they tested the profession's ability and willingness to police itself. Peter Charles Hoffer. 1. Implications. The implications of Kotkin's virtual wholesale falsification of 1930s Soviet history go far beyond Kotkin himself, even beyond the field of Soviet history. Certainly, one should never take Kotkin himself at his word. When, for example, the third volume of his Stalin biography is published, every reader should be aware that any and all negative statements about Stalin and those in the Soviet leadership who supported him, Malenkov, Kaganovich, Beria, Molotov, must be double-checked. That is what we have done, in great detail, in the present book. Judging from other falsified works masquerading as scholarship such as Timothy Snyder's Blood/Ends, we might predict that in his third volume Kotkin will accuse Stalin of having Solomon M. Mikhoels, a well-known director of Jewish theater in the USSR, murdered in 1948. The documents purporting to prove this are crude forgeries. But one can only discover this by careful study. Unless Kotkin undertakes such a study, he is destined to repeat this scholarly canard, one fashioned originally by Russian Zionist writers. Perhaps Kotkin will repeat the claim that, driven by anti-Semitism, Stalin might have deported Soviet Jews to Siberia, that Stalin framed the medical doctors who had treated Politburo member Andrei Zdanov in 1948, that he masterminded the frame-up of Soviet doctors in 1952-53, that he framed the military commanders arrested, tried, and executed for treason during World War II, such as General Dmitry Pavlov, that he framed the Leningrad Party leaders tried and convicted in the Leningrad Affair of 194 July 1950, and so on. There is no evidence to support these claims, frequently made by anti-communists, and in some cases we have evidence to disprove them. But will Kotkin's readers know that? Kotkin will use Khrushchev-era and Gorbachev-era sources. But Khrushchev and his men, and Gorbachev and his men, lied and fabricated about Stalin and the Stalin period, to an extent that can scarcely be overestimated. One would think that professional historians of the Soviet Union would have figured this out. But these anti-Stalin lies were so useful in the anti-communist struggle, both during the Cold War and since, that they have never been seriously questioned. They are still not questioned. Kotkin does not question them in Volume 2. there is no reason to think that he will suddenly begin to do so in his final volume. Indeed, he can't do so, for if he did he would deconstruct, disprove, virtually the whole of Volume 2, as we have done in the present study. Because of the power of bias by omission, simply not mentioning evidence that contradicts one's preconceived paradigm or idea, double-checking Kotkin's fact claims on these matters is not going to be an easy task even for those who are familiar with the primary and secondary sources in the field. The 75-year period by which, in Russia, documents are to be declassified has given us some access, at least, to primary documents from the 1930s and before. But it will be a long time before this 75-year time period elapses for events of the post-war period. The 70th anniversary of Stalin's death and the murder, judicial or otherwise, of Lavrentiy Beria, will not occur until 2028. Even then, there is no guarantee. 352. That the Russian government of that day will indeed declassify all the primary documents related to the events of this period. For the vast majority of Kotkin's potential readers, those who are not familiar with the primary sources, it will be impossible to double-check Kotkin's fact claims. And dishonest or lazy scholars have plenty of dishonest scholarship from which to cherry-pick any conclusion their bias suggests. So we can predict, sadly but with confidence, that Kotkin's falsifications in that future volume will be accepted at face value by reviewers and by most readers, just as his falsifications in this second volume have duped them. Some of Kotkin's earlier work, specifically, Volume 1 of his Stalin biography, has been better. But in this second volume Kotkin has permitted his anti-communist biases to ruin his research. As we have demonstrated in the present book, nothing Kotkin writes that is negative about Stalin and those closest to him is true. Nothing. Readers want bread, Kotkin gives them a stone. Is Kotkin deliberately lying? This is a legitimate question in the light of all the falsifications he has introduced into his book. I do not contend, however, that Kotkin is deliberately lying. It may well be the case that his anti-Stalin and anti-communist bias is so powerful that it has robbed him of all ability, as well as the desire, to look for the truth, to be objective. Kotkin may not be consciously lying. But he is deceiving his readers, because those readers expect a search for the truth. However, Kotkin's subjective intention, even if we could determine what it is ultimately not important. We have firmly established in this book that Kotkin's research, the statements in his text, the citations in his footnotes, cannot be trusted, insofar as they concern Stalin. Since his book purports to be a biography of Stalin. This is a devastating discovery that utterly invalidates the book for any legitimate use. Unfortunately, Kotkin's book will continue to serve the purpose for which it is no doubt intended, as anti-communist propaganda with footnotes. Kotkin's book proves the opposite of what it is intended to prove. Ironically, Kotkin's book proves the opposite of what its author intended. It proves that Stalin committed no crimes during the 1930s. For if there were any evidence that Stalin did commit crimes during this period, surely Kotkin would have found that evidence and included it, or references to it, in this book. Kotkin's references to evidence, perhaps scare quotes are appropriate here, so evidence, are very extensive. He has clearly done a lot of reading. Strictly speaking, a negative cannot be proven. We have pointed out places in his text where Kotkin is guilty of this very error. But Kotkin has been researching the Stalin era in the USSR all his professional life. The fact that he has found no evidence of any crime by Stalin, and that every allegation of such in this book turns out, on careful inspection, to be fraudulent, is perhaps the best evidence we have at present that Stalin committed no crime that can be documented by evidence. This conclusion will strike many readers as shocking, even outrageous. But the truth is not established by consensus, much less by the consensus of anti-communists. Anyone who bases her judgment not on the consensus of experts but on the evidence will be forced to draw this conclusion. That is what we have done in the present book. Doing so reveals the bankruptcy of the field of Soviet history of the Stalin period. The anti-Stalin paradigm exposed this fact, in turn exposes the bankruptcy, dishonesty and shallowness of anti-communist and anti-Stalin scholarship. It is not a matter of Kotkin's unreliability only. There is no evidence. 354. That Stalin committed any crime in the 30s. Yet the flood of anti-Stalin and anti-communist falsehoods continues unabated. Evidently lies are necessary appears in order to make Stalin, the Soviet Union of his day, and the communist movement look bad. This level of dishonesty in the mainstream historiography of the Soviet Union means that little of the mainstream academic research on Soviet history of the 1930s is helpful for those trying to understand what actually happened in the USSR during this period. But the 1930s are crucial in understanding not only the successes, but also the later failure, of the USSR. The Stalin period led not only to the successful industrialization, the costly victory against the fascist invasion, and the post-war increase in living standards for the Soviet population. It led to a worldwide struggle for workers' rights and for liberation from Western and Japanese colonialism. It also led, upon Stalin's death, to the coup d'état on March 5, 1953, the second coup against Lavrentiy Beria of June 26, 1953, Khrushchev's accession to leadership, and the beginning of official, wholesale falsification of Soviet history in the service of reforms that abandoned, piece by piece, the goal of transitioning to communism. These developments led eventually to the renewed falsification of Soviet history under Gorbachev, the breakup of the Soviet Union, and the restoration of predatory capitalism. The historian's purpose and aim should be to study historical events with a view to understanding historical change. Understanding the history of the Soviet Union is essential for any accurate understanding of world history. The last book by the late Moshe Lewin, a famous, albeit conventionally anti-Stalin and anti-communist, historian of the USSR, is titled The Soviet Century. By century, Lewin meant the 74 years between the 1917 revolution and the end of the USSR in 1991. In reality, the term could be applied to world history during this same period. The Russian Revolution, the fight for socialism, the international communist movement, were determining forces in world history. This is not the place to list the major historical developments of the Soviet century. But every one of them was shaped in a significant way by the international communist movement and the USSR. One brief example must suffice here. An accurate understanding of World War II must include the fact that, by stopping the Tukhachevsky and Trotsky-led military conspiracies that threatened to put the massive human and natural resources of the Soviet Union on the side of the fascist powers, Stalin and the Soviet government saved the people of the world, including those of the West, from a far greater catastrophe than the one that did occur. No account of world history that omits this fact has any claim to accuracy. Yet because of anti-Stalinism and anti-communism, this fact is not just unacknowledged, it is staunchly denied, as Kotkin does in Stalin, Volume 2. Anti-Stalinists and anti-communists, including much or most of the left, falsify Soviet history and deny the truth even when it is slowly, painstakingly uncovered. This denial and falsification stretches from the left, Trotskyists and anarchists, to the mainstream and the far-right fascists. Do they believe their own falsifications? For the most part, they do. But why? Because of the dishonesty of mainstream historiography of the Stalin period. If the mainstream acknowledged and publicized the truth, instead of the flood of falsehood like that we find in books like Kotkin's, it would be far harder for people to ignore, or be uniformed about, the truth. We cannot understand any aspect of the history of the past century without an accurate account of Soviet history of the Stalin period. This book aims to contribute, however modestly, to the aim of uncovering the truth about this era.